This is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. What's going on? What's going on this Sunday? Man, the games that already started, huh? You
1 o'clock.
you checking out B More playing Baltimore's playing it's a big
The
game.
Browns.
The Browns. That's right. So we got Lamar Jackson against Deshaun Watson, man. Seeing whole
See
time
that?
what they're gonna do.
I want to see that defense, that Brown defense, and my boy going against
For sure, man.
Miles. I'm about to say Miles Davis.
You already know.
What's my man name? The linebacker
You know what's so crazy about
Garrett.
Miles Garrett looks like Kobe Bryant.
Miles
Don't he
Garrett.
look like a big ass Kobe? Don't he look like
Yeah.
Kobe to you?
Yes. A big ass Kobe.
a big, huge, oversized, grown Kobe Bryant. Oh man, this dude is huge, bro. Anyway, man, I think that just quick point of order, man. Salute to the Eagles, man. They did their thing last week, even though my boy Dak almost pulled it out. So, but almost. We got the Giants tonight, a little bit later on today. So, I don't even think we should take care of the Giants. I'm not going to disrespect them like that. We should take care of them, though. No disrespect.
Damn, the Ravens already up 17-3 in the first damn quarter. I ain't even got a chance to watch the game yet. I just damn.
If Lamar has the numbers this game, then yeah, MVP is big, bro.
But he already put up 2 tubs.
How many yards he's thrown for?
I'm waiting for it to come up now, but I didn't realize that they already put up 2 touchdowns and a field goal already. 17-3 with 3 minutes left.
In the first half?
First quarter.
Jeez. They punishing.
Sound like that Ravens defense did some work. Can't go back and see the highlights of that out of first quarter, but it's a long game though.
Yeah, you already know.
17-3 can change real quick.
It's NFL, man. You can come back and you can take it, but you gotta. The thing is, man,
I hate going up. I hate having a high score in the first quarter. I hate it.
Deshaun Watson appears to be he appears to be a shell of himself for sure, man.
Gotta give him some time, man.
Yeah, Deshaun.
It may take him another year to get back right.
Another year, man. Really?
Yeah, you gotta give. I don't know. I don't understand this stuff. People's psychology, man. He could. Yeah.
Come on, man.
He only played half a year last year. 6 games, right? 7 games.
True.
So I mean, he's only played 15 games so far, whatever total since he's been back. And I mean, that had to be devastating psychologically, bro. All you do is play football. Your whole life is football, and you've almost lost everything over some Me Too movement stuff.
Me Too movement.
And you gotta deal with all that nonsense in this society today.
That boy there said he loved the massage treatment, man.
Cause you got your appetite.
Deshaun like that massage treatment, bro.
Yeah, but it is fun that you can't be a freak and be straight. But you can be a freak and be everything else. Make that make sense.
I know. You can't.
Those two things don't connect. It would make sense if straight people were freaks, and the culture said we need to be more, conservative, right? Be more, wait till you get married. Like if that culture was coming, and he was being that way, that makes sense to me. Doesn't make any sense. Hold up. So he can't be a freak, but you can have all this other freak shit be man. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. That shit makes no sense.
You know what's so crazy about it,
right?
No
sense, bro. It just makes no sense.
You know, Robert Kraft did the damn same thing, though. They don't talk about Robert Kraft.
Nah, he shut that up, bro. He shut that down.
You got all kinds of friendly in this, man. At the spa, at the spots. We already know.
Yeah, because it became a story, And then he made the phone calls, and they killed it.
Jerry
Because
probably,
any other person, every time he used to sell the football team,
yeah,
sell the
yeah,
team, you're a disgrace. What are you? You're a disgusting old man. Yada yada yada. But he got some. He must got a lot of friends in very high places, bro.
Jerry probably told him,
Because
yeah.
you think that was his first time?
Oh hell no, no,
That's
that's
it.
what he do.
That's his mo.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Man.
Yeah,
What I don't understand though is that you a multi-billionaire, and like I said, people move the way they move, right? But when you got that kind of money, what is the appetite to come down off the mountaintop? They go into a little scummy little hole in the wall to get freaky with an Asian masseuse, bro. You can go and create that in your world. You can have that set up wherever you want to have it set up. I never understand that. Is it that difficult to structure stuff like that? You think in America maybe legally? I always think you could have those things structured. You can call people to set things up like that for you. You know what I'm
mhm,
saying? And
absolutely.
you go into some greasy club on in a strip mall or something. I was like, how did that two things? That's like a movie in a sense, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You see a billionaire getting out of a limo and shit, and walking into like a little corner store in Laurel, Maryland. Like, look, it's just like,
Crazy
what are you
man.
doing? Like saying Dan Snyder, you be hanging out at the Wild Wings. We see Daniel Snyder going into a Asian nail salon and going to the back room. She's like, is that Daniel Snyder? She just go into the nail
I tell
salon
you,
and went to the back room.
it's like seeing. Well,
Uh,
the thing is, when we used to see Marion Barry around the way, nobody was surprised. So I guess that doesn't have the same effect. Marion Barry,
no, a mayor is local people though, so I don't think that has the same. And if you're a multi-billionaire, that's weird to me because you can create what you want.
right?
You can travel the world. You can hop on planes and get to anywhere and do whatever you want with anybody you want. You don't even got to be in America. The desire, your brain to be wired to have a desire to want to deal with things in this country. It's odd to me when you got that kind of wealth, you can just set it up.
Uh,
Like Epstein Island, like you can just set it up. You can have a brothel in the Dominican if you can just go right to the Dominican or to Bermuda or to Aruba or wherever and have whatever you want right down the street. You don't got to go far. Mexico, pick a place that's close, right? You can have whatever you want to have. You can have anything you want set up. So it's weird.
yep.
And you heard what happened in D.C. right? Again, they busted a bunch of brothels. All the senators, and Congress people
Hmm.
have been having sex however they say it, sexcapades in high end hotels all over DC.
You know that.
These secret brothals
But is that
in these
really a secret?
hotels.
You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not a secret. Of course not. It's ridiculous. They do it all the time.
We
But
used
somebody told
to,
for some reason, of course.
yeah.
Somebody told for some reason.
Well, the thing is, they told it is the fact that it's
Somebody
still
got
gonna get,
mad and told.
yeah, the fact that it can still get shamed is kind of weird to me. I don't know who's shocked by that. Like who?
See, but no. See, that's what I'm saying though. These are so-called straight people
I get it.
being shamed for behavior that on the
I
other
get it.
side is normal.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. This makes so. It's like how are straight people still being held to these standards and being shamed,
I don't get it, man.
but you don't, but you can't shame. Doesn't
Right.
doesn't make any. We should be free. Everybody should be free at this point. Let your freak flag fly. It shouldn't matter because if you can be other things and do whatever you want to do, how are
Right.
straight people still being held to some standards to hold? Right? What standard? We shouldn't have no standards either. Like this just doesn't make any sense.
Don't.
There should be married couples literally in the new age that we living in. Right? There should be married couple, which there are obviously, but it should be okay to have whatever you want.
Right. Right.
Connecting it to the polyamorous and the LGB and all that stuff that goes on, where you can be whatever you want, whenever you want, whatever day you want to be, and you can be this today and that tomorrow. Why wouldn't that filter right into all of it? And everybody can have that. It's strange that you're holding some folks to some standard from 100 years ago. It doesn't. Those two things is weird, like you said. And the media, who promotes the other stuff, is trying to shame the people. It doesn't make any sense either. Because the media should come on and say, "Hey, this is great. Everybody just being themselves and keep it moving." Next story.
Well, I thought
this is a fucking story. This is ridiculous.
I thought that was the whole point of trying to, not have this be such a big deal anymore about people and their decisions on their sexuality.
No,
I'm confused. That's how I looked at it. But I mean, these are choices
because if you're fluid,
but come on now.
What I'm saying, if you're fluid, if you're open to whatever, and you're promoting that, then that promotion should apply across the board. Because the reason why I wanted to apply across the board, I want to break it. I want to see what happens. You see what I'm saying? Because people are playing that game where we're not us, not me, not this, but it's like, but you're agreeing to all the other stuff.
Right.
So why wouldn't it include you? That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, why are you shaming these people for doing exactly what you celebrate?
Promote.
Yeah, you promote. Whether it's LGBTQ, people wearing, crazy stuff.
Being fluid, different genders on different days, whatever,
Yeah.
You can be this tomorrow and this today. It should all be integrated. So guess what? If you're a married couple and hey, today I'm single, tomorrow I'm married, that should work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm married, but I do sex brothel. I know you're not judging me, right? We don't judge no much. There's no judgment zone now. So it's weird that certain judgments are still harsh in one space, and everything is let your freak flag fly in all the other spaces. And nobody's coming to the support of the straight people, by the way. Nobody's coming to the support saying, this ain't news. Let them be. Same with, even with that's what's funny about the Trump thing, is that they're attacking Trump for having 20 women that he done smashed off, but he shouldn't do that. It doesn't make any sense. Why do y'all care? How's that a talking point?
I would not care. I would not
care. We're an open society now, so if he has 20 women on the side, so what?
Right.
But you got people who are gay talking about Melania. Well, how does she feel about it? What are we talking about right now? What's that gonna do to anything? Who cares what she feels? He's just being him. He's just exploring himself. He's learning. It's that type. How they got that language on the other side. Man, all the language is to justify it. It was like, it should apply across the board. It shouldn't matter.
You best believe that Melania do not give a goddamn about what Trump is doing, bro.
Oh, no, she don't. No, she don't.
She don't care, bro.
No, she don't. I'm just saying is that it's just weird. I never thought about that. It's just weird that part of the culture still is kind of trying to run a program, but it's obsolete. And it's weird that people who have made it obsolete is trying to reinforce it. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Everybody in this, unless you are a hard conservative, every other person in this country should be okay with men doing what they're doing and women, because they keep saying it. But then when a person gets caught doing something that's straight, it's a problem though. It's confusing. It's so confusing. So when they came with the brothels and the DC thing, I was like, cool.
Yeah, I mean,
they're having fun, they're enjoying their lives. What we talking about right now? I know it don't matter if they're married. That don't mean shit to y'all. Y'all don't care about marriage, so that don't matter. So what the fuck are we doing right now?
We was talking about culture earlier. That is partial.
That's DC culture, her. All the country, of course. Yeah, but DC, heavy.
Yeah, very, very camouflage. Wear suits in the daytime, and then doing some wild and crazy freak shit at night. That's just
they're firing teachers. They're firing teachers for having OnlyFans accounts. But at the same time, it's okay to have other, all type of debauchery happening in schools. How does that make sense? Where you're okay with kids, this country promotes kids having sex and not being virgins and stuff in schools.
Mm-hmm.
So if a teacher smashes a student, or if a teacher's on OnlyFans, how is that taboo? That doesn't even make any sense. And somehow it doesn't even get pushback. Like, okay, she's on OnlyFans. What's the problem? We work. Which one are we at this point? I'm confused. So the kids can do whatever they want. They can be free and can explore their sexuality, but the teacher can't be on OnlyFans. What? That doesn't even make any sense. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh man.
It doesn't. Now, if she was like a teacher at like a Christian school and they had harsh rules, maybe. But
Yeah.
the whole point was freedom of expression. So it's just weird that sexual freedom isn't applying to everybody, and people aren't even calling it out yet. Not yet, anyway. I find it hilarious because that would truly break the system, right? If we can really get truly to that point where we're saying, well, you clearly have devalued all of the structure. So let's all. Why aren't we all able to participate in that devaluation? Why are we not allowed to do that? It's strange. It's like we're actually judging each other from an obsolete program, right? Because you would say, man, you too wild, or hey, shit, you too wild. But the society promotes being wild. So how am I still being punished for being out of control?
Mm-hmm.
Strange. It's strange, bro. And me and you both know the liberal system's coming out of you know what's so funny, right? I was looking at this book by this guy, this author who does right. He wrote this book on Native Americans, right? The history of Native Americans, and some of the natives from some of the tribes up in the Ohio area had went to go hang out in Europe for a little bit, right? Back in like the 1600s or something, right? In France. And even back then, they claimed you had natives calling them sissies back then, that they're feminine. They got that documented from the natives that came over from America before it was America, kind of
Yeah.
French territory or whatever at the time. But they was doing a lot of deals with like trapping and stuff, fur trading, some of that stuff back before everything else started. And they were saying how feminine and sissified the men were in France, which they didn't like. That was a pretty a funny little tidbit of information. But the societies in the West have always been moving into that space, And so
Yeah.
it's weird. It's just weird that I be just thinking like, hold up, no one should be getting judged anymore because we were told that there's no judgment.
Yeah, just look at the Greek statues that's in place in Rome and shit like that. I mean, come on, man. To be an Olympian is to be what I would call gender loving. If you get what I'm saying,
gender bending.
Yeah, exactly. That's
so you would think that the gays and the other people would come out and say, "Hey guys, don't judge them." Right? You think you'd be getting that kind of like promotion, like let them just be.
No, well, if it's weaponized for political
gain, I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. I want people to start promoting there's no such thing as cheating. I want that to become a promotion. Because you want to push it. You know what I'm saying? People don't understand. You got to keep pushing it. Cheating should be obsolete in America, in the West, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody is enjoying their freedoms and living their lives and exploring their sexuality. But strange enough, that doesn't work for some reason, right? Strange.
Society is too secular now, man.
That's my whole point, though, is that because it is that way, you would think words like cheating would start to be, somebody would be attacking that word and saying it's obsolete. You should be talking about how individuals want to explore their sexuality, and some days they feel a certain way and they explore with that particular person.
Mm-hmm.
You see how the way they do the language on the other side is what I'm trying to say. Where when you're justifying pedophilia, you're justifying kids should be able to date adults. When you're justifying kids can be whatever they want to be, sexually speaking, or gender-wise, is that you would think that all of that language that's being allowed to exist, it all tie into every. Because I was starting to think that it was connecting to everything, but then, like I said, it dawned on me like there shouldn't be cheating. There shouldn't be any of these things that we're being judged by. And what made me think about it was the brothel thing, because it shouldn't have been news in 2023.
It's not.
It's not breaking news. Epstein Island shouldn't be an issue.
Nobody cares, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nobody cares about that. Seriously, like to the larger scheme of things, if they can't shame you and it's not political to where they can make some kind of political leaning, the only time that somebody's caring is if you basically live your life or proclaim some kind of righteous behavior, and then you do something like this. then that's how they use it to weaponize politically. But other than that, nobody cares.
But if you truly normalize what I'm talking about, they can no longer leverage sexual exploits against people and use them for capital gains, for riches, for political gains, etc. Because you will remove that one thing out of the society. So now you can't shame me for cheating on my wife because we don't cheat. We're just exploring our opportunities, right? We don't use that language anymore. And so now you can't leak out photos of me putting on a woman's dress. Because see, I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. I'm gonna tell you what I mean. Get a politician right now and leak out photos of him in a remember the dude, remember that shit back, remember that
Florida, Andrew Gilliam.
No. I got a better one. Our dude from the NBA from back in the day. That was the one. Marv.
Oh man.
What's his name? Marv? Is it Marv?
Marv Albert. Yeah.
Is that what his name is?
Yeah.
Wearing women's panties?
Yeah, Marv Albert, the announcer.
Right.
The NBA
they shamed him, right?
Commentator. Oh yeah, they shamed him on out of the NBA. Yeah, he got
shamed out of the NBA. Then they brought him back.
I was about to say he's back. He's not. He never really was gone, but I think he just does it on New York. I think on the New York.
They diminished him to local? Yeah.
Yeah, local, but it's not really local. But yeah, I get it though. Yeah, sort of.
So now, back in the night when that came out, he wasn't allowed to wear women's underwear, and it was considered. What did they consider it? Embarrassed? What would they consider it?
That was a kink, I guess, kinky, freaky, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, fringe.
Right. So now in 2023, I'm assuming if you leaked out those kind of photos, you couldn't use it as leverage. You couldn't blackmail because in the past, the blackmail was about stuff like that.
Yeah.
But now, because we're a more open society, you shouldn't be able to do it. The question is, would that happen? If we caught Obama in women's underwear, would that mean anything today?
Man, you have so many black people so happy to see him get shamed and shit. It won't even be funny. There's a lot of black people that do not like Obama, man. I don't care what you say. You think a lot of black people love.
I'm talking about sexual. You talking about something. You talking about race. You talking about race.
No, I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about black people disliking Obama. They can't stand this man, bruh.
Why you think so?
Man, I was listening to this dude, bruh. The thing is, what's so crazy about it, right, is that you'll have people that ride for him and they sound crazy.
Are you talking about non-political, non-voting people? Who are you talking about? Because 90% of black people vote for Democrats. So they love Obama. He's a Democrat.
I am talking about your regular common folk. They don't give a damn about Obama, bro.
I got you.
They don't care nothing about Obama.
Yeah, he didn't put himself on the chopping block for us. That's all. You got to self-sacrifice. He didn't do it.
So
he was above that. Him and Michelle, they're above sacrifice.
Well, the hate is not for, you don't have the same hate for Michelle that people have for President Barack, right?
She's probably getting a pass because she doesn't have any power. But I think if she doesn't, I don't know how kind history's going to be to her when you really look at when we look back at it in the future, because, well, it depends on who's shaping history, of course, but you got to ask, what is she doing? What has she done? And has she sacrificed? Did she do it? What did she sacrifice? She didn't has she sacrificed?
No, she hasn't done. I mean, she just
she didn't put her career. They haven't put their careers on the line for anything that I know about that's black.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't heard her really talk about where they live at, where they from, what happened, what's going on. They don't talk about that shit. She talks broad brush statements about, my family was slaves. That don't mean anything. Let's get to it. Let's get right to it. The corruption in Illinois, the corruption in DC, how you were treated at your universities, the mistreatment. You just get to it and calling them people out. She didn't do that. I never heard her do that. It's all broad brush stuff. It's all big talk. Big broad brush stuff, not very specific about too much. And from what I've seen from her speeches in her book, she's not condemning, in my opinion. Not to the point where she's feeling it. I'll put it that way.
Right.
They're not ostracized. They hanging out. They partying, having a good time. If you saw Obama, you would think that America was just a mixed culture of humans just living together as all Americans. When he come walk out on stage, I saw him recently. And if you didn't know anything, you just saw that, you'd be like, oh man, America's a cool spot. They accept everybody. We're all the same. We're all just Americans. That's how he comes out. You ever notice?
Yeah, I wonder.
Because if he starts talking about race, which is weird because the left loves talking about race, but when he does it, it's like he's not allowed to almost. It's weird. He gets crucified.
Why do you think that is, though? By the way, why do you think that he doesn't get to talk about race in the same kind of context as everybody else does?
His words are too powerful.
Huh.
So it's gonna ignite something probably. And they know it. Because if Obama came out and turned all the way up, it'll be a revolution. And unfortunately, the CIA would take him out. It couldn't exist here. Because the thing is that his words hit so hard. If he used them for good, yeah, we would have it'd be a problem in this country. Because he knows where the bodies are buried.
Mm-hmm.
He can elocute it, right? So when he starts speaking, it's gonna resonate. And the thing is that he wants to. I think he prefers to play nice in the sandbox. He don't want to be too disruptive. He did a little bit of it, and look how the country behaved. Had that man drinking a beer with some dirty white sheriff.
But here's what I want to I really want you to think about this, right? So we're going into 2024 presidential elections, right?
That's it. This is the year, baby. Like they said, end of the world. Psych.
People are polarized politically.
Yeah, they're just polarized.
We have.
They don't know no better.
Well, see, here's the thing, though, right? Because I wanted to talk about misinformation, disinformation, but it doesn't. Because
I would say this too. People are confused with how when political parties shift, like they did in the '60s and stuff, it feels to people. It can feel like things are horrible and terrifying, and things are just shifting, and people don't understand how to. They exploit that fear in people. I'll put it that way. So they interpret it as like it's horrible times and the end of the world. It's just nonsense.
It's weird because you'll hear somebody, right? This is how powerful I'm saying that. But somebody says that they're peeing on you that it's rain, that you start to believe it's actually rain because it just confirms your bias. Is that everybody knows that most of the southern states were Democratic up until the 60s.
Yes, sir.
It was clear. But no, there was such thing as the big switch.
But not only that, and when the federal government started claiming way more power, it was way worse back then than it is. It's not even close, to be honest with you.
But all I'm saying is that forget the presidents and forget the white men that was in power. To me, that party affiliation was just a mask. I'm just saying the party itself, the people that inhabited the party were this particular demographic group of people. They left and then they went to another party and they became demographic of that particular party.
Yeah.
That's just the shift. It happened, there were Southern Democrats.
But that's what that's what at least from a Black perspective, Black scholars should be explaining actual history to people to calm them down and let them understand stuff like that.
Exactly.
Instead of trying to exploit it and make it something it's not.
I don't want to weaponize this for you to feel or for you to even get into a mode to where this is going to make you deem that you're better or this not or that you got this anger or angst. there is a reason why things are the way that they are currently. If we look back and see how it tracks within history, maybe that would give us a window to that. It's almost like I'm saying, like watching film, right? It's almost like we talk about football a lot here on the channel now, especially during football season. So we got something called the Dak lens, right? So somebody would say, "Well, man, Dak sure ain't accurate, man. He misses passes all the time." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. He do." So you go watch the film, you're like, "Hold on now, this dude is threading the needle all over the place." You know what I'm saying? He can't make this. He ain't very good at this. He ain't very good at that. He can't read defenses. And you just like we watched the all 22s. We watching and seeing, not listening to nobody, but like, okay, you're so overwhelming that I got to go back and take a look and see exactly what I'm saying. And then I'm looking at the numbers. Okay, he seems to be accurate. Let me look at the numbers. Maybe I'm not paying attention enough. So this dude is top 5 in throwing accuracy, top 3 in completion percentage, but he's
ball placement, catchable balls, top 3, distance, top 3.
All the advanced metrics is him and Patrick Mahomes. He just don't got the Super Bowl. It's just him and Patrick. Not your Josh Allen. And there's no slight, by the way. Like I said, what the next thing that somebody says, because I was having on my, I said, well, you're telling me what he doesn't do, and I'm telling you that what you're saying is not true. But the power of misinformation, it just moves the argument to something else that may be true, but it's out of context. Well, he ever won a playoff game? But no, you don't diminish Michael Parsons this way. You don't say Michael Parsons haven't won a Super Bowl yet, because he hasn't. You don't say that what's another great player? Myles Garrett hasn't won a Super Bowl yet, and he's clearly one of the best players in the league. You clearly give him his props. Well, no, it means more when the quarterback do it. Okay, I give you that. Okay, well, you tell me exactly what you think your quarterback is supposed to do. Oh, accurate throws, do this, and that. Okay, cool. So let's go look at these numbers. So you go pull up these numbers, and you pull up the film, and you're looking at everything. And he's just like, every category outside of running, he has to do that. So I don't understand your argument. And the other person that we're talking about, right, was Trevor Lawrence. And Trevor Lawrence's best year, I think, is like Dak's second or third worst year. Like, so that's why it's just kind of hard to have these arguments, because I'm like, dude, his average is better than his highest QB rating ever. If you want to go QBR, you want to go QB rating. Well, no, man, it goes deeper than that. Okay, well, you tell me how does it go deeper? He hasn't won anything either. He's been in the league 5 years. He's a good quarterback, but you consider him to be better, right? So that's what I'm saying about how misinformation can kind of go into play here. You can see something and it can be empirical. It could be something that's evident, something that can be proven, but people's mind is so fixated on what they want to believe in that.
Well, what you said, and also it's with the football analogy, the TV shows you what it wants you to see for its own purposes.
Right.
And so since you can't see the actual play, you don't know what play is being called.
Right.
Most folks don't know who's in that game for that play. You don't know what routes they're supposed to run.
Right.
They're going to show you a literally less a 1 second or a 2 second shot of, you may see somebody open or something. You don't know anything. But the commentators will jump on what they showed on TV, and they'll create false narratives behind it. But then when you actually watch the film, you see, you try to figure out what play. You need to know enough football to understand, well, what play were they trying to call, and then what happened. And if one player misses a tackle or whatever, you don't see that though.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he didn't go there versus going here. And like you said, the reality of it versus what they show on, in the media is two different things completely. And then when you tie wins on top of it, then you tie championships on top of it, that ain't the quarterback. It's everything. It's the coaching, it's the ownership, play calling, defense, players, everything.
Yeah.
Nobody got to the Super Bowl by themselves. No quarterback has ever done it. It doesn't exist. And so you get caught up in different conversations all at the same time, because people are just trying to win the conversation. Well, he ain't win nothing. So then it's like, okay, we weren't even talking about that, but okay.
Right.
A lot of
Exactly
quarterbacks
right.
haven't won Super Bowls. So I mean,
And it's just not quarterbacks. That's what I'm saying. So your
so much
logic,
more than that.
goes into play. Like nobody plays defense out here. Nobody plays special teams. Nobody coaches out
Well,
here.
nobody's making mistakes.
Come
Mistakes
on,
are being
man.
made all the time. People are missing
Yeah,
tackles all the time, bro.
absolutely.
People don't even understand. I mean, so many people they're calling plays and guys are doing the wrong thing all over the place. So you need coaching for discipline. You need other things to create discipline. It's a cultural thing in football teams, in my opinion. Having the right leadership, making sure people are doing what they're supposed to be doing on every play. So it's so much more that goes into it than just being focused on the quarterback anyway.
Yeah.
But it's a great way though to run numbers, to get clicks and views, to get narratives going, talking points. He never won nothing, all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And some of your best quarterbacks haven't won as much as some other quarterbacks. Same in NBA, all of it's same.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's just not your year. One mistake here. I mean, anyway, it's just so many moving parts, so many different things happening. But you get fixated on, well, this particular quarterback didn't do well. No protection, right? Quarterback got no protection. But he's supposed to do something spectacular. And like me and you always say, everybody that we see who don't get protection gets blown up. It doesn't matter who they are.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. So if your ownership isn't getting the right people, if your GM isn't drafting the right people, I mean, it's like you said, it's just so much, bro. It's just so many layers. So many layers, bro.
Mm-hmm. I don't but yeah, I think it's very
So many variables too. And politics can play that same way where if you watch mainstream media, you're screwed because you're just not going to know. They're going to tell you what they want you to know. And it's only going to be a small pinprick of information, very, very narrow view. Because, like you said, it's it's so many moving parts in politics. There's so many players in politics. And it's so easy just to say Dem or Republican. It's just easy to say that. But there's way more going on than just that. And things are always shifting and changing. In 1 minute, this party's doing this, and the next minute, this other party doing something totally different.
right.
And the society's always, at least our society is always changing. It's always shifting. And so 1 minute you so-called Democrat, but the whole mindset of the party changed. So, people are growing up, becoming older, becoming more into politics. It starts to shift things. Different states, different things happen in different states. People moving, transient coming in, leaving out. People dying off. Things are changing. The mindsets are being shifted and shaped differently. So it's going to change the politics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can argue right now, our politics is right where it's supposed to be. Everything is right where it's supposed to be. Because this is the society that we're living in the moment, not 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Like, this is where it's at. You got to deal with what that is.
So did you
That's
watch?
why, like you said,
Did you watch the Republican convention?
Of course.
Not convention, but the debate.
The debate, yeah, of course, yeah, of course.
So what do you think about that, though? The choices.
It's just a rating. That's just a ratings thing now. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing there yet. That debate was irrelevant. That's a money grab. That's a fundraising thing for the RNC and stuff, bro. If you want to simplify it, by the way. And to add a little bit more to that for you, everybody on that stage is polling at 1%, bro. So, I mean, we ain't talking about Donald Trump is polling at 60%.
I was about to say he like an 80-something% polling for this.
Well, yeah, but the far right is like 90. But just in general, it's about 60. And so it's nothing real. That's just entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
They get the clicks going, the views going, get the ratings numbers up, get the talking points going, keep the machine running, keep refreshing the system. But it ain't nothing yet. And the people that they thought was something, I mean, you talked about this before, like DeSantis. I think, man, you both knew 2 years ago, he's going to run clearly, but unfortunately, it won't translate out of Florida. But the media can manipulate things to make it seem like that. But you really got to pay attention and understand that there's 50 states, and regular people and average people and all the different types of people in our country isn't the internet, isn't podcasts, there's none of that. And so it can look a certain way because of the media or because of the internet, and in reality, nope, it's not going to translate. I don't think people get that. I think people are thinking that the internet or podcast or these shows, these alternative shows are doing something, and they might in the future, but I don't think we're there yet. I think that regular folks in politics, state to state, county to county, district to district, they don't move off the internet and podcast shows and stuff. They move off of people who have experience, who are in politics normally, tradition, a whole bunch of other things that are moving, that are going than just somebody on Joe Rogan's podcast.
So what do you think moves people in politics? What get people out to actually vote?
I think it's all different. I think every state, every district is different. I think it's all different, generally speaking. I think Trump is probably an anomaly in that conversation.
Mm-hmm. He's highly in.
Well, not an anomaly per se, but an anomaly at the same time, because he's a household name. So that's why he's an anomaly, but he's really not. Mm-hmm. He would have been an anomaly if he wasn't a household name. He said the same things that he said and got elected. But for a guy that's been in our lives for 50 years and decide, it'd be like The Rock running or something. Like, we know you from a Hollywood perspective, but we feel familiar with you. So I would say that some of it is that. I think some of it is feeling familiar with the people who are running for office. I think that does help when you go national. So like Pete Buttigieg or Kamala Harris, it's like, yeah, we don't know y'all, bro. It ain't gonna work. It don't work like that. Vivek Ramaswamy I like him. Talks good, great. It's all good, right? Got the sales pitch polished, all that stuff, right? But in the real world, I don't believe it translates. In the real American world, when everybody sit down at home and live their little lives all over this country, I don't think he translates like he thinks he does. And that's why the poll numbers show what they show, by the way. Unlike RFK, his name carries something. And so if he wasn't messing up with if he let the vaccine thing go, he would be better off. But if he wasn't looking like a crazy conspiracy theorist, he would have a phenomenal chance because his name is household. It'll help a lot, tremendously, actually. But he talks too much. He's stupid. He don't understand his country. I think he's confused because people spend so much time talking about, oh, it's the end of the world and this is killing us and that's killing us and the food is toxic and the water is toxic. People don't care about that shit, bro. Mm-hmm. People don't really care about that shit. I've been thinking to myself, you're listening to maybe the 5% of the population or 10% that cares about certain things. But I think 90% of the voters, when I look at our last several elections, I don't think they care about a lot of that stuff, to be honest with you. Those are special interest groups and stuff, the green people and environmentalist people and all that. So I don't think it really translates to the common person, to the everyday, not common, but to the everyday American. And you start to see it in poll numbers. You'll start to see it. Because you think about this. Look who got elected 4 years ago, bro. Just think about that.
Talking about Biden?
In 2020, Joe Biden, 80-year-old white guy from Delaware, been in politics for 40 years, 50 years, and Donald Trump. Just think about that. And 180 million people voted for these two people. That's who we are as a country, right? In my opinion, right? That's what it is. So how difficult is it how special do you have to be to break through that? As far as the candidates who are running right now, how special do you got to be? So, for example, if they would run, which I wanted them to run, if they would run Chris Cuomo's brother, What's the brother? What's the man name?
Talking about Andrew
Andrew, right? That makes sense to me. That's who you run
for the Republican Party. You mean?
for the Democrats.
Oh, that's right. He is a Democrat.
You run a guy. You run a guy like that, right? That he translates. He connects. It makes sense. He's familiar because of the pandemic. It makes sense, right? Now you could also run the cat out in California, the governor out in California, but I don't know. I don't know what that looks like on the big stage yet.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, he's just got such a phoniness about him, but it still may work. I don't know though. If they put the machine behind him, and it say March or April, and Biden is out, could I see Gavin translating across all of America? I don't know if he could win Minnesota, Michigan, Ohio, or Pennsylvania. I don't know. Or Atlanta or Georgia for that matter. I don't know if he translates.
Well, I mean, somebody has to get the votes. I mean, it's going to be a Democrat, it's going to be a Republican.
Yeah, if you get two brand new candidates, then obviously we're gonna have a different conversation if that once that happens. But I think, but this is the problem though. There are so many traditional people that already exist. I think they would step in and just take all the votes. See, Mitt Romney will run. Chris Christie is already in there, so he's well known. There's women and men who would jump in there because the ones that are running now, they can all be beat by a lot of people.
Yeah, true.
You see what I'm saying? So I think that vacuum would get filled though. If Biden gets sick or Trump goes to prison, and now it's like, oh my God, we about to get a Vivek Ramaswamy president. We about to get a Pete Buttigieg a Pete Buttigieg presidency.
You think
and we're not.
you really think that
Hillary Clinton will be running, bro, before Pete Buttigieg runs, bro. Trust me on that. Hillary Clinton will be in the race. I promise you that.
Yeah.
If Trump goes to jail, Hillary Clinton's running for office, bro. I'm claiming that right now.
Trying to think, man, because
she is in. If Trump is out, ain't nothing gonna stop her from running. So you might even get we on the Republican side, we might even get old girl from what's my man name? They used to be on Fox News. His daughter is the governor, Arkansas.
Huckabee.
Yeah, she might even throw her hat in the ring at that point. It'll be a free fall. I think these people who are talking right now, like Vivek and Nikki and the boy down in Florida, I think they would get washed out by the old heads. The old heads will pop back up like, what? Who? What? No Trump? No Biden?
Yeah, Sarah,
you get all kind of people jumping in. It'd be a straight free for all, bro. Trust me. All those. The dude that was the governor of Ohio, Indiana, I forget his name. They like him a lot. They tried to run him against Trump at the end, and he didn't make it. They like him. I mean, it's a ton of people, bro. Mark Rubio Mark Rubio's gonna pop back up. Ted Cruz, Senator Cruz, gonna pop back up. What's the other one that put on? He started wearing the glass to look smarter. He used to be the governor of Texas. I forget his name right now. He's coming back. You gonna get all kind of people coming back up. You probably got 20 Republicans that are more well known than the ones that are running right now if Trump wasn't running. Because the MAGA vote will disappear. It would dissolve, I think. Because Vivek thinks that the MAGA crowd is going to support him. What no one understands is that the MAGA crowd is Trump's following.
Right.
So I think when Trump goes, I think that they dissipate. I think it becomes something else. Because they're Trump voters. They're not Republicans. They're not Democrats. They're not politicians. They're not anything. They're Trump people.
They're clearly Trump voters. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cult following. Yeah, it's a cult thing. It's not I don't think it's political at all. Honestly, they don't care about politics. They don't care about They don't care about America. They don't care about the states. They don't care about nothing about politics. They don't care about none of that stuff, bro.
Yeah, don't matter.
Don't care. The more I hear them get interviewed, I'm like, well, what about the issues? No, nothing at this point.
Mm-hmm.
They already had their vote locked in. Doesn't matter what he does, what he says. It doesn't. They don't. policies to the side. They don't care.
It's all about the energy, bro.
So when he's gone, I'm gonna love to see how it breaks apart and what it becomes. Because you'll get a lot of people like Michael Steele and them coming back around all of a sudden. You see what I'm saying? They'll start having a vote. Matter of fact, you might even get what's the one that ran against Bush in 2004? He's the secretary. They had him as the ambassador or the secretary of something for the international community. He was married to the Heinz lady, the Heinz fortune woman.
Talking about not Mitt Romney. We talking about John Kerry.
Yeah, he'll pop back up. They all pop back up, in my opinion.
Well, John Kerry is
because it's too much power. It doesn't matter either. So I'm just saying that these names are going to come up on the Rolodex.
Yeah,
because it's gonna be a massive vacuum at that point. I mean, because really, I mean, these are weak candidates, to be honest with you. And I still don't know how the people hate Trump or love Biden. I still don't understand that dynamic in 2020. By the way, I'm still trying to process that information.
Yeah, politics right now, man. Because I'm just trying to think about who will be a good candidate for the Republican side.
If Trump is not there,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't really think of one.
Who knows? He got 30% of the vote, so who knows? Who I think a lot of Republicans, they want to hear things like nativism stuff. So anyone who's going to appeal to them is going to be talking about what you're going to do for Americans, not for the world. So you got to be able to thread that line like always, and figure out how do you talk about domestic policies versus international policies? Because not historically, we said the last 40 years, what I remember you wanted from Republicans and Democrats both were how much international affairs experience do you have? Like how that always was a big talking point.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have some sort of understanding of world politics, you wasn't going to be able to run for president. That was a big talking point. You even had the goofy commentator dude. He's an idiot too. He thinks he's so smart on the show, on the debate. You know what I'm talking about? The white guy who was asking the questions. This idiot asked these people, "Tell me which naval ship we're going to be using in against China and Taiwan." He said, "Each one of you, tell me which one of you is going to tell me the exact battleships." He literally asked that question. I was like, "What am I watching right now?" He going to ask these dudes which naval ships that they should use. And Vivek had the nerve to say, "We're going to go with the submarines. We're going to use submarines."
He tried to answer it. That's what I'm saying, man. Like
you are a 39-year-old insurance salesman, pharmaceutical salesman, bro. Shut up.
You don't know nothing about that, man.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you something. 15, 20 years ago, bro, he's out early. You know why? He has no experience in that world, right? So they would look at him like he's a complete buffoon.
No experience in
military operation. Nothing about the world, bro. What are you talking about?
Not family wise, or not any. Yeah, no connection.
Yeah. And then I heard that idiot say that. I said, did he just say submarines? We're gonna approach it with the submarines. We're not gonna use necessarily battleships. What?
It sounded real YouTubian. That was real YouTubian of you.
It sounded very YouTubian, bro. Like, you need to get off the podcast. You need to get off the Alex Jones, bro. You do it too much.
Very Alex Joneses.
It's not the real world. They think it is. It's not. We're not there yet. We might be in the future. We're not there yet. Not yet. Not yet. It's on the way though, but not yet. He asked that question. No one answered it, and then Chris Christie was saying, "Well, no one answered your question." Then he didn't answer the question. I was like, this is just stupid conversations at this point. So what battleships? It was unbelievable, bro.
I'm going this raid for a particular reason, because I'm thinking that people have a mindset and they have a way that they're thinking that drives their politics. So I think people vote because they hate the other person, not because of any policy driven thing. So they're driven because it's counter to what the other person is or what they have an idea in their mind is, right? So I'm not voting for Trump because he feels my interest. I'm voting for Trump because I don't want to vote for the other person, or Trump shits on these particular people. So forget everything else. I'm voting for Trump because I'm more aligned with his bravado, the way he talks shit, everything else than that. So I don't care any of his history. I don't care what he does, this and that other. I'm just going to hold that against the other guy, say like Biden. I'm going to hold it against Biden that he does all these things and he has this historical record, which is whatever it is, by the way. And no matter what he does or what policies he put into place, it's not going to change my mind. I don't care if he give us reparations. He still ain't shit, so it don't matter. Doesn't matter what he does. His
policy. Well, that ain't happening anyway. But
what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, you can try to talk to people about facts. You can try to talk to people about the reason why these policies are in place or this and that, but people don't want to talk policy. So I'm trying to get at what drives people.
No, the thing, like you said, you know how complicated that is. Like you said, just like with football, it's very complicated. So you're dealing with about 160 million voters, right? And probably 140 million of those voters are probably already set to who they're going to vote for, D or R. Mm-hmm. That's where we are in 2023.
Okay.
So all the fantasies about independence and all the other nonsense we ain't there at this point, right?
Yeah, that doesn't exist. I know that for sure.
No.
Yeah,
no Trump could run independent and make sure that the Republicans lose. He could do that, obviously. And shout out to the Democrats. They cleaned house a couple days ago on Tuesday. But anyway, Republicans is freaking out. Anyway, but so you could probably say what 20 million, 10, 20 million. That maybe not even that many, depending on states and stuff like that and districts. You don't know that little 5% or 6% is going to probably swing it either way.
Yeah.
Depending on some things, and then you gotta, and like you said, one thing me and you both know that you got to get out the vote. So you tell me they spending a couple of $1 billion to get people activated, get them excited, get them to come out and either fill out the ballots or go in on a Tuesday and vote. So that requires a tremendous amount of energy, money, time to get everybody to come out, of course.
That's right.
And keep everybody focused and stuff. That's standard operating procedure, obviously, across the board. But you're just trying to move that middle a little bit to the left or the right. And like you say, it all depends. Because I would say this: Obama probably doesn't get doesn't get elected. Obama probably would have been a bit of a tighter race, but he made some smart calculations right at the end of the race. When it came down to the housing crisis, I think helped him a lot. Maybe push it a little bit over, right?
Uh-huh.
He comes up the campaign trail. And it's just one thing. It's many things. I'm just picking out one thing. And McCain decides to stay on the trail, and they use that against McCain. Blah blah blah. Right? Whatever. And then not only that, his biggest mistake, obviously, was Sarah Palin. He's an idiot for that. That was stupid. So that showed his decision making isn't that great. So that probably didn't help him even with his own party, in my opinion. If he would have probably picked a competent vice president, he probably would have had a much better chance actually of winning. But decision making will affect people voting for you in those moments, right? And even with the Hillary thing, with the emails and stuff like that, I think that shifted a few people. Maybe not just that, but little things like that happen. So it's hard to really say until you really get into that summertime next summer. You kind of I think you have a much better sense. Anyway, because I don't know where we are next summer. Is because I'm assuming these wars will be winding down by then, possibly. And if Biden is healthy enough, he shouldn't have a problem winning, especially if these wars close down.
Right.
I don't know if inflation and gas prices are going to move people. I don't know job creation. I don't know the border crisis. All the things that they're trying to elevate, like for example, right? They're like, well, America's coming to an end because of the border. Now, how asinine is that?
That's insane.
This is asinine, right? You're just making up fear from out of thin air. You're just making up just propaganda, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it can work. It can work. It can move people. It can move some people, obviously, right? I don't know how much of it really truly translates. Because, for example, Trump did not deliver on many promises, right? But they still support Trump. That's how I know it's not about policies, right?
Right. It's not about the policies
because
at all.
because you don't support Trump when he created the vaccine, rushed it, got it out. You don't support Trump in the borders. You don't solve the border problem, or you don't solve the immigration problem. You didn't pass no bills for immigration. You can't even get an immigration bill passed in this Congress. So you're not really doing government. You're just an idiot yelling and screaming at the end of the day. You know, they can, and like you said, politically, they can leverage certain things like, well, he didn't have any wars in his 4 years. What is that? Whatever that's supposed to mean. But it ain't enough, right? It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what's so crazy?
But when you love someone so much, you're just so dedicated to the individual person, then it doesn't matter what they do. It's like a king or something at this point with those people.
Right.
A cult following. Because when you say, well, all you guys are anti-vaccine, but you're supporting the person who produced the vaccine.
That produced it that quickly, yeah, without testing and all that. Yeah. They rushed it. What did he call
Operation
it?
Operation Warp Speed.
Operation Warp Speed. I remember right. Oh my God, this motherfucker called it an Operation
when he
Warp Speed. Can you believe it?
If all things were equal, when he did that, he should have lost all his voters. Right?
Yeah, because
at that moment, he should have no more supporters. At that exact moment, he did that.
You don't know how many people that's going to kill, how tricky that is. Oh my God! Operation.
How could you not? How could you not hang? How could you not hang that over his head as an anvil?
It's not even there. That's
and
what I mean.
Drug him into the bottom of the ocean, bro. On that one thing alone.
That's what I mean. There's something else that's driving this, man. And I don't even know if it's just cult of personality as it is just confirmation bias and where people's prejudices.
They are convinced. They are convinced that he's in control, and he's being controlled.
Right.
You can't have it both ways. You don't fire Fauci. No one should be supporting you anymore. Like in any other scenario here, just those two things alone should be enough to take him down. He should not have the support he got.
I agree.
It doesn't make any sense. Like you said, that's how you know it's beyond. I think it's beyond government and politics. It's literally a cult of following, cult of personality, like you said. And you can't. In that, I don't understand. By the way,
because it doesn't matter what you show people, and you could show people whatever, and it doesn't matter. Policy don't.
It's
matter.
Dangerous.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He has went beyond. He has went beyond that. He is out.
And he's lame. And he's lame duck. He's lame duck, bro. Yeah. Am I wrong about that?
You talking about if Trump gets elected again, he's lame duck?
Is he not?
No, he would be, because you can't get elected again, so he can do pretty much whatever he wants to do. He got carte blanche to do whatever he wants to do.
But he don't have any leverage either, though.
No.
If what I mean by that is, because normally the pressure is, and I could be saying this incorrectly, so you can fix it for me. But the pressure normally is, I'm in charge. You know, I'm obviously going to fight to be in charge for another 4. So that's enough pressure to kind of help corral the Senate, corral the House. You know, push states. You know what I'm saying? Get things done because I'm going to be here. Normally, when you're in that last year or two of your presidency, you don't have the same level of, you know, like for example, when Obama did the Healthcare Act, right? That was it for him. That's all his political stuff he spent in that one moment. Now he wasn't lame duck, but once he spent that political capital, they normally say you get that first, you know, that first whatever 100 days, 6 months, whatever that first year, especially if you have the House and the Senate, you can pretty much get any kind of bill pushed. You should be able to. He struggled with that still. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Executive orders. Well, they had an agenda, right?
Because they knew they were going to suffer though. If they passed that bill, they knew they were going to lose the House and the Senate, right? Yeah. But they passed it anyway. And they lost the House and the Senate. I think both.
They lost both.
And that was it for him for the next 6 years.
Yeah, it was a shit show for especially
So
for the
now,
last two.
right. So now Trump, what can he leverage as far as what could he get done when I just don't know because I'm maybe not lame that is a bad way to say that. Maybe I should say he doesn't have the power that he's claiming he has. And what I mean by that is they keep losing seats. You see what I'm saying? So when he's not able to help people win seats, he doesn't have as much power because his name doesn't carry the same amount of weight that it would have in the past. And so I don't know how much power he really has if he becomes president. Because remember the red wave that never happened in 2022? They ended up getting cleaned out by the Democrats. They just got cleaned out in 2023. They lost in 2020. They lost the House. What did they lose in 2020? They lost the presidency. They lost the
household.
Did they lose the House and did the household? No, but they lost a lot though, right?
No, but they still gained the House.
No, but they lost a lot of seats though.
They did lose more seats than they thought they was going to lose.
They had picked up like 2016 or 2018. They picked up like 40 or 50 seats, some crazy number, 60, whatever it was.
Yeah, it's a barely majority.
Yeah, and since then, and since Trump's been around here, they've been losing slowly but surely. They've been losing seats. Yeah.
Yeah, and the governor elections, I think the one that's that was in Kentucky, this one Democrat, which is a surprise, by the way.
Yeah.
You had also the Ohio vote for abortion. So it's not even turning out the way they wanted to do. They're going to give it over to the states, and then damn near most of the states are going to pretty much give up the abortion rights. So they're gonna.
Well, they made a mistake. We took over the judiciary branch, and the one thing that certain people wanted in the party, you had to give it up, right? That's how it works. So you got your bill passed. I mean, you got your law overturned for abortion, and guess what happens when you did that? You lost everything. You bet everything to lose it all, right? You got what you wanted, but it comes with consequences.
You blow your load.
You blow your load.
Oh man, you don't got no. Yeah, that's how it is in politics, man. You got to be real strategic because you can win a battle. You can lose the war, man.
And you know what? It's the assumption because I remember even when Mitt Romney lost, and they were like, "How could he lose?" I'm like, "Because you don't know what you're talking about. Like y'all don't know. You just running your mouth on Fox News, but you don't really know what you're talking about." That's what I love about elections, by the way, because it checks a lot of the talking heads, the experts, the Spengalis, the commentaries, they think that they know so much, and I love elections, bro. Oh man, it brings so much reality into the play. Because they keep telling people what they think, what everybody's thinking, and then when the votes happen, it's something totally different a lot of times. Even the referendum on Hillary Clinton, by the way, same thing, right?
Yeah, same thing.
It's like, no, women don't support you just because you're a woman. Adios, get you up out of here. That was huge, in my opinion. Huge, bro, huge. They really thought, what do they call Trump? Sexist, rapist, racist, heterosexual white male, right?
Mm-hmm.
And women said, "We cool with that, bro. We cool. We like that. We good with that. That works.
You good to go.
That works for us." It's like you say, you really don't. That's why sometimes I think it gets confusing to people because they're listening to, say, a Mark Levine, or they're listening to a Rachel Maddow or whoever, right? And they're saying it to you so much, right? And you're thinking, oh yeah, things are gonna definitely go this way because they are bought into it, right?
Yeah.
And then it doesn't play out that way. And I don't think that they thought the abortion thing was going to be this devastating. I think they miscalculated that for some reason. Because I didn't expect it to be that bad. Mm-hmm. But then you learn that conservative people want abortion, even though they might be Christians.
Crazy.
And so you never know.
But just
I think it does get
Just from your conservative perspective, though, what do you do when you don't have pretty much a candidate that you can trust? Who do you decide to vote for in a situation like that? Just from your,
you just got to suck it up.
your
You're not
point
gonna
of
get what you well individually. You're never gonna get what you want anyway. You just a regular person.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? So you just suck it up at the end of the day. I mean, unless you work for the RNC or the DNC, right? If you work for a political organization, a think tank, a NGO, or a particular politician, and you're kind of like truly dedicated to a particular party, so it's more about just the party winning more than anything. But if you're just a regular person, I mean, you can all kind of things that you may want, but or people that you may want in charge, but you just hope that you get what you want one day. So you just got to suck it up and deal with it.
Suck it up and
And,
deal with it.
and maybe because they're on your side, maybe you can get one thing out of the deal. But you're never going to get what you want because a lot of moving parts. I mean, both parties have 20 or 30 or 40 different fractions in it, you know? And so sometimes they coalesce, sometimes they fight it out, sometimes they shift back and forth, like you were saying before. You know what I'm saying? So if I say I don't want gay marriage and they pass gay marriage, well then that's it. That is what it is. Right? You know, if they say it's okay for blacks to vote or whatever it is, right? Like you deal with it, right? You deal with it, you adapt to it, and you move on. You know, move on to the next fight. You know, maybe I want the government. Maybe I want the government to maybe cut the budget or pay the bills or balance the budget. Government has said we're not doing that, and they haven't done that since 2001, right? Clinton balances the budget, and we ain't been balanced in 23 years. So that's what we deal with. We have to just deal with it. Now the debt is at $32 trillion. The deficit, we're still $1.5 trillion a year in deficit. So I mean, all you can do is complain about it. But I mean, you can vote, but at the end of the day,
I mean, we have whole shutdowns because they refuse to balance the spreadsheets even for the fiscal year.
Yeah.
They don't want to deobligate funds. They don't want to move money around. They don't want to give money appropriated to the right places.
Nope.
I mean, that's a whole.
They're starving out places. They're starving out places.
That's a whole nother discussion, man, by the way. But
and the thing is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't, and like you said, when you pull it back and look at, if you look at states and cities that are a certain political leaning, you look at Congress leaning a certain way, or the presidency leaning a certain way, right? So say Obama, who's considered Democrat, right? He had the House and the Senate. He had the House and the Senate, right, for 2 years, right? And then you have to ask yourself, well, okay, this person got elected for various reasons, right?
That's right.
He has the power. Him, Nancy, and was Schumer still was he still the head of the Senate in 2008? I can't remember right now. I think so though, right?
Schumer was still around, yeah.
I can't remember who was in charge, but anyway, so he had everything. So he had a decision to make, right? He could have passed any bill he wanted for the most part. He could have did immigration. He could have did budget. He could have did welfare. He could have did child care. He could have did schools. He could have did stuff for black people, for whatever. He could have had. He had the whole. Yeah, Obama had the House and the Senate.
Yeah, but
so he could have done things that the Democratic Party always talks about doing, especially the black ones, right? And so he had a chance to do that. He didn't do it. He did healthcare, and it benefits some black people, and that's what it is. But he didn't do anything like revolutionary in a sense.
Well, that was his.
He didn't blow up the insurance company, which is what he's supposed to have done, and did single payer. He didn't do that, right? So he didn't go far enough progressive with it. He kept the system going. And so the same thing on the right. It's all, like I said, it just depends on how you want to look at it in different conversations, of course. But there are certain things that's running in our system that they're trying to maintain. So you can be a Democrat or Republican. Obama could have destroyed the banks if he wanted to. He didn't do it though. Absolutely. He saved the banks. He did that. Now he's a Democrat, but technically, you may argue maybe a Republican would do it, maybe not a libertarian, or maybe not a far right Republican. They may say, "Hey, free market capitalism, let them fall." You would say that in theory, right? But when I forget who was our Fed chair back then. Oh man, wasn't Yellen yet, right? I don't think she was. There was the other cat. But anyway, when they come to you and tell you this, they called Nancy Pelosi on the phone and told her this, right? They said, Nancy, if you guys do not get together right now, by tomorrow, we won't have a country. Now, in that moment, would a Republican say, okay, cool, let it fall, and we can just reset everything? Do you think a Republican is going to say that? Of course not. They're going to save the banks, right? So I don't think the Democrats would did anything, even though the Democrats saved the banks, saved big companies. But I think the Republicans wouldn't have been like, oh, just let free market capitalists take hold. I think they would have did the exact same thing. You know, when I watch how hard they were trying to understand AIG and how intertwined it was on the global economy, they had to deal with that, right? So you get smart people in the room, and you're going to say, "Yeah, I got that philosophy, that academic nonsense that y'all be talking." But look here, we're going to have starvation. We're going to have the end of the world here. Like, forget what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? You know, now maybe you could have found a Republican that had courage to say, "So be it." You know, but I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. You know, because you know the global thing, everything is so integrated. I doubt it seriously. And man, I think we both see it, right? No matter if it's George Bush or if it's Trump. If you guys truly believe in some of the Republican tendencies, what you did in your presidency is what you would have done it, right? No blank checks, what do they call that thing that they did where they started spying on everybody? What is it called? You know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about
the little piece of paper that they passed that said they can spy on Americans?
Damn, I can't remember.
The act. That's on the tip of my tongue too. Anyway, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like they allowed the government, Patriot Act, stuff like that, right? You allow things like that, or Trump does the vaccine, government takeover, shut down companies, close the country down, kill capitalism. He killed capitalism, and he getting the pass. Do you know how many companies? It's 300,000 businesses went out of business because of the pandemic and closures and stuff because it was mishandled, right?
Absolutely.
Not even dealing with suicide rates, depression, drug addiction, and everything else that came from that stress that they poorly handled. But he went government with us. He didn't go like something different. You know, he didn't take the opportunity to say we're going to do whatever. He went government on us. Yeah, the government can save you. He not getting punished for that, which he should.
Right.
So
yeah, I'm kind of curious, man, because I guess I wanted this program to kind of be in a different vein, but just kind of veering off into the discussion that we didn't got into. I'm kind of curious, man. I want to hear people's ideas on what they deem, what they think as far as politics and the reason why they vote the way that they vote. Not who you vote for, but just does policies matters? Yeah. Why do you vote the way you? What moves you politically? Because I hear a lot of things, even in the space, and particularly with black men,
in the code breaker space.
Well, we in the outer rim, man. So we kind of out here on our own a little bit. We have a couple of people out, but as far as what generates motivation for people to kind of vote, it's not policy driven. It's not. And
well, they don't. We say it's not policy driven.
What I mean by that, they can't point to. They can point to a grievance on the reason why they dislike someone. or this person is dislikable more so than voting
Yeah,
for
how much of it is policy versus likability?
right.
Yeah, I got you.
Or I could be wrong on that, but I'm thinking
And that makes sense because I don't need to like you. I just need you to do some things that the party represents. So if you're gonna do lower taxes, do lower tax for everybody. Don't play no games, right?
right.
If you're gonna do immigration, get immigration done. If you truly believe in some of the tenets of tradition, you would do everything you could to stop drugs from coming into this country. You would stop sex trafficking. You would put some things in place to deal with a lot of things that you're not doing. Matter of fact, even though I'm not going to blame Clinton for some of the what is that trade deal that he put in place, NAFTA and all that type of stuff. And there's more. It's not just him that did that, of course. But when they got all that, because I want to say he had a Republican Congress. I can't remember when they passed NAFTA. I don't remember if I'm not mistaken. But a lot of things they did with Canada and Mexico and all over the world, right? The Democrats and Republicans both move jobs out this country by the millions.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of like, well, you want to support Republicans because they're pro-capitalist, but they're not pro-American capitalist. They're just pro-capitalist. They pro-greed or whatever. You right? They want to get money, or they want the companies that give them money for their run for office to just make money. But it's not native to our country though. You know what I'm saying? You pushed out 50, 80 million jobs out of our country and billions of dollars in entrepreneurship that could have happened in this country. And try to compete globally if you wanted to do that, but you didn't do that, and because the world is changing, you may want to try to jump on top of it now, but you never really promoted that ever, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
You just talk a good game, but it's not reality, And then even on the Democratic side, public works, what are you doing, right? Where's infrastructure? Where's high-speed rail? Right? Where's all the technology at? Advanced hospitals, on and on, right? Better public school system, just more competitive around the world. That ain't happening. So I do think people can get disillusioned. Individuals can get disillusioned because they're looking around like, well, neither party is really doing what we really want them to do. We're just playing games here in a lot of cases. You're just kind of working around the edges and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it gets tricky. Because like you said, maybe the more probably the harder it is to even decide, by the way, because you're like, well, we're voting this way, so you just vote this way. But, it's a lot of things happening that a lot of people aren't really happy with. But they still vote. Like you said, they still end up voting, though, at the end of the day. But I think a lot of people are disillusioned. That's why you only get maybe 50 or 60% of people that vote anyway. A lot of folks feel like it's not worth it. Why am I playing the political game when every time I look around, you're not really helping America. You're outsourcing everything. You're developing other countries.
But that's always been the case. When have America hasn't been doing that, though? Is what I'm trying to, especially since the 80s.
Yeah, since World War II, yeah.
But I mean, specifically, especially since then.
Yeah, since the 80s. Yeah.
It's been.
Yeah, you're right. I think that's the challenge. I think that's the struggle. I'm not arguing. I mean, that's the struggle.
So why?
If you're average citizen, you feel like you need to vote because that's your constitutional right to vote. You have to vote. It's a part of America and all that type of stuff. And you need to participate in the system and get the little bit you can get. I just, like you said, I don't know what's going on in everybody's mind because it is complicated. Because you would think everybody would be pro-America, right?
Right. Oh man. Right.
But you got multinational corporations that are setting up businesses all over the world, extracting billions of dollars and leveraging American power to do it. While we have cities and states and towns and counties and infrastructure that's falling apart. And it costs way too much to do anything. Makes it even worse. I'm still trying to understand that. Every year things cost 10 times more to get anything built in America. It's too expensive to even rebuild America at this point. So I think it's complicated for people, to be honest with you. And so, like you said, that's probably why it does end up coming down to who you like, who sounds the best, who speaks the best. That's all you really got. It's just likability. It's just why Trump became president. It's like I keep voting for politicians and everything stays the same. So we vote for Trump this time. At least it's entertaining. So it's hard for me to say, man. At the end of the day, because I want somebody to figure out how to get prices down. That's my main thing. Can you get prices down, and can you build infrastructure, and can you deal with the border? And I'm not really hearing any presidents, or can I even talk about any of that stuff? Like you said, the question then, what do you do at that point? Right? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
So what? I mean, how do you look at it then? How do you look at? Well, you have a lot of especially if you're more informed and you're not listening to the media and you're actually paying attention to how the world is moving a little bit. How do you see it from voting? How do you see it from trying to make a decision of voting?
I mean, I listen to a lot of people and I try to get their idea and their point of view about where they're coming from when it comes down to politics, because
they can't do what they want. By the way, that's the other thing. By the way,
yeah, but what I'm coming down, what I'm learning is that the truth is not persuasive enough unless you're ready for it. A lot of people can't really handle the truth, so they create.
It's a lot of information. It's a lot of information to try to process, though.
Right, but I'm saying like the like sort of like objectively look at it, and then you can kind of have your biases still embedded in you, but you have to be able to accept the truth at a very, very real place. And I think that Black people in particular, we want to kind of shift reality a little bit. And I don't know if it's because of, well, I have a theory behind it, but I rather not say at this point, but I'm still kind of building on it a little bit, but I'm gonna give it a little bit more time.
What do you think some of it is tied to? So say, for example, you elect the president. It still takes Congress to get things done, right? You still got to deal with the judges. You still dealing with the judges.
Never understood. That's why
you're still dealing with state laws.
Right.
You got to deal with all the state laws, and you also got to deal with the international community. And so when we have all these subcommittees who review everything that's going on in the world. Your president is actually getting the real information now, the new president, and that's going to change their behaviors the first day, in my opinion.
Immediately, yes.
So, like you said, a lot of it is selling me on voting for you, and depending on the party you're in, you're going to get a certain amount of votes, obviously, anyway. But the question is, some of your ideas got to be able to get in there. But for the most part, the machine's already running.
Yeah,
because people thinking this, right? So Vivek gets in and says, "I'm going to slash the federal government by 75%. I'm going to bring all the troops home." No, you're not.
No, you're not.
See what I'm saying? No, you're not.
And that's what I'm saying. Like half of the reason why he gets so much, I want to say so much energy, is because he's so braggadocious that he doesn't know what he doesn't know. So he goes in with a certain type of ignorance, right, about the political machine and how it works and how it's all interplayed. So with him not knowing, he says the things that he says, right? But when he does find out that he gets the information, he will become a completely different person. You're not going to recognize Vivek. You're not going to recognize Vivek, the president or the vice president, as if you recognize the
because you got to think, right?
Guy / political commentator / political agitator of things. He's probably better in that space to be more himself.
It's simple.
Be more of
selling drugs, bro. It's simple selling drugs. But when you have to mosey your ass down to the Congress and ask for some help and do some deals, and we're talking about politics.
Yes,
we're not talking about selling dope to people.
Push and
something
pull.
Different. Yeah, something different.
It's completely different.
If you don't have the right, if you don't have friends in place, if you don't have the power to persuade, if you're not connected to anything,
You can't get
they're
shit
not listening
done.
to you, bro. They're not gonna listen.
Yeah, you can't get
We
shit
ain't
done.
doing that, bro. We ain't doing that. Do your executive orders, bro. We ain't doing none of that. Your own party. We ain't doing that.
Yeah, do your
But see,
executive
Mitch,
orders and
but
down
see,
the vine. Yeah.
but see, Trump is a follower. And so when Trump got in office, what did he do? He just bent to everything. Whatever you say, Mitch McConnell. Whatever you say, boss. Whatever you say, boss.
Whatever you think. You like
Whatever
them?
you think is right.
I like it too. Let me meet him. Let me see what they're talking about. And then the things that he wanted to do that he got checked on, he got checked on. Hey, you can't talk to the director. You can't do it.
No, he's an idiot.
That's protocol, sir. Well, I don't believe in protocol. Well, that's
right. Well, that's on you.
That's right. That's when the Secret Service hem your ass up. You be like, how can you touch me? I'm the president of the United States.
That's what you call two impeachments.
Protocol. You know.
But like you said, the president is in charge and they're not in charge all at the same time. It's the problem. That's why it's confusing. And he has limited power like everybody else does.
And if people don't understand my motivation for voting for a particular person is normally temperament, because I know that the office is going to change you. So I look at your temperament immediately more so than anything, because I'm thinking, how much do you know? How much do you already know about the position that you're going to be put in, right? And
you have a lot of jobs. You have a lot.
Who do you talk to on both sides of the aisle to try to get things done? Right. And if somebody can push and pull you and guilt trip you, because you got to make a president feel guilty about doing shit, or they're not going to do it for you. So
everybody's jobs on the line, bro. You have 435 people's jobs on the line, and another 100 on the other side. Their jobs on the line. Exactly. Everybody's running for office.
And I know
you can't build a bridge over here and don't build a bridge over here. You can't do this over here and don't do this over there. You can't go over here and do this and not. It's like you said, the push and pull of it all.
Yeah,
it's not that simple.
And I just that's what I see. That's what I see. So, I mean, maybe somebody can come up here and let us know and set us straight, because, like I said, I'm really trying to figure out from the conservative side, because there's a lot of black men to say there's a lot of black men to say that they're conservative, right? Not liberal. I'm conservative. I was raised Christian, yada yada yada, and I believe in Jesus, and I believe that we should be married. I believe that man and woman, and
you're talking about politics, though. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about politics too, because this is what drives
their politics. You're talking about people's daily lives, though, right? The way they want to live their lives, maybe.
That's the reality of it. But I'm saying that.
Yeah, but what does the guy do with what does the guy do with nuclear? Hold on. What does the guy do with nuclear proliferation in Iran? What you just said?
No, maybe they can tell
us. Connect those two dots.
I can't connect it. I'm not conservative.
No. But I don't want you. I don't want you to confuse Sean Hannity talking points in blackface with the reality of politics, though.
But that's
because you're doing media. You may be doing more media stuff and trying to have media talking than actual how things are actually being governed.
What if somebody don't?
Because in the media world, you just saying things and running with talking points. I could do that. You joke around about that all the time. I just start saying talking points just to be funny.
Yeah, but what if somebody don't?
But that's nonsense.
They're doing though. What if somebody knows that that's not? They don't have any idea that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, but you can't correct people. Believe whatever they want. Okay. There's nothing you can do about that. If I know people right now who listen to Rachel Maddow. Well, when she was on, I don't watch those shows, but if they're still on TV, they watch that 24 hours a day.
Does she still?
I don't watch any of that stuff. It's all propaganda. I can't watch it.
But I'm saying, still have. I don't even know if she still.
I know she was leaving. She was leaving her main hour. She's not on her main hour. She's leaving, and then she went to and then she works there, and she does specials, and blah 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 and all that stuff.
So she's.
What I'm saying is that. Yeah, she's not going nowhere. She's in. She's locked in. She produces shows and everything.
Get her up out of here, bro.
My point is that I think those things get kind of mixed in, and then they end up getting you to maybe accept certain things. They like you said, the media is propaganda. That's my whole point, and they filter things through the media to convince you of things. I can't have that conversation. That don't work. Media talking points that they're being fed through by think tanks and by the DNC and RNC, bro. I can't, bro.
Yeah, but that's That's what I mean. But obviously, I'm thinking that
It creates
the
division, it creates arguments, it creates hate, it creates a
who,
whole bunch of problems.
but who has the stronger propaganda machine? The
The
DNC
media
or
does.
RNC? Yeah, but
Oh,
I
it's all
get
the
it.
same. They're all connected. It's all the same
I
stuff.
I get it, but which part of the
Well,
coin
Republicans will
pushes the
say all the media is liberal. The liberals will say all the media is conservative. So I mean,
That's not true.
it's whack a mole.
I'm one of the persons to say that. I don't hear liberals really say that. It depends on what liberal you're
Too
talking about.
crazy.
Depends on who you're talking.
I listen to all of it, bro, except for mainstream media.
It depends on who you're talking about.
And these guys, these people out here talk about they say the opposites of each other. You know, on one hand, the liberal media runs everything, and I'm like, that's ridiculous. You know, on the other hand, it says conservatives run everything. It's like, this is ridiculous. We have access to both groups equally. Now you could say that Hollywood have more influence than say there's no conservative Hollywood. I would give you that though, but I give you the Hollywood part.
Yeah,
you know, like Hollywood, secular society, the Hollywood stuff. I give you that. That's all. That would be considered all liberal. And like you would always say, our society is liberal. So I mean,
right.
You know, that's so maybe from that perspective, maybe things are more liberal in the media. Maybe I can see what I just said a few seconds ago.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm listening to people say that
because the whole society is more liberal. So I give you that. Because the society itself is more liberal. That's why
you don't go to church every Sunday and you don't praise the Lord and all this type of stuff, read your Bible and all. I mean, you're not a religious person. You're not part of no theocracy. You don't want to live in that.
Yeah. So that doesn't mean that's never been a thing in America though. So
but that's what I mean. I think
that's why we're in America.
Our hold on to this nostalgia is all it is an illusion. It just depends on what part of the delusion are you holding on to? Like, are you holding on to the delusion that everything can be equal and fair, or are you holding on to the delusion that, you know, everything that's wrong with America is because of, you know, people are too you know, sinful or or secular. That's the reason we don't pray in schools. That's when everything started to go downhill and all that type of stuff. You know?
No, like you said, I think that in America we have choices, and different groups pop up, and the Christians groups wanted to introduce and have things, you know, that are Christian in the society, and at some point they had those things more so than now, and they're mad about it. I give you that for sure. But they never had all the power. They were just probably confused by that, maybe. Well, the society used to be this. Was it though?
Right.
Or did you just have more influence in the past than you do today? So you're mad about it. You know what I'm saying? Well, America is a Christian Judeo-Christian society. I said it was always. You sure about that? And, that's like saying this country was always white or something. It's like, you sure? You know, so you're right. Delusion, living in different fantasy pockets. I give you that. Yeah.
It's whatever you're comfortable with. That's back to what I was
saying.
And
it manifests. I got you.
I think that has a lot to do with information you are more susceptible to. That's really what I'm coming down to. So then that puts a hold on your politics.
Yeah, those are trigger points. I got you.
I could tell you the reason why I am in my political leanings, what drives them. But a lot of people, they have different causes or different reasons. Like if you're going to be anti-black, if you're an anti-black person, me and we're going to be diametrically opposed, period. Like we're not going to pretty much have the same ideas about things, you know, and depending on how bad it is for you and how your mentality is. I don't know if I could be around a person that's that anti-black, especially somebody that is, you know, like self-loathing. They think that all black people are stupid and all this type of stuff. They don't believe that racism exists. Everything that happened to black people is our fault. That type of shit. So it's very hard when you're around people like that. And you know, there's a lot of people that have that mentality and they live in that world. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And so all the information that filters into their head supports that. And if it doesn't support it, everybody, that doesn't believe what they believe in are the ops,
But then you tie back to politics. The reason why I say it's tricky because 90% of black folks vote for Democrats. So all that stuff's a contradiction at that point. That's where I get lost at, by the way.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
Because based on what you just said, politics will look very different than it does, and it doesn't.
It doesn't, but that's what I mean. That these people, at the end of the day, they're
if you really believe what you're saying,
but that's
now if you're sort of
that's my point. I'm thinking that a lot of these people are just lying. Like I think a lot of these dudes are saying that they love conservative views, but they still vote, counter to what they believe.
I'm gonna say it again. If 90% of black folks vote for this, and they have been for 50 years, I mean, you got your answer already.
And that includes,
it's not a question. You got your answer.
That includes black men, by the way, right? Right or wrong?
Yeah, I don't care about gender. It's just black people.
Right.
Yeah, black people voted 90%. Period.
Right. So, okay.
Yeah. So the thing is, and that number could go up or down, but it's still insane if you want to make that argument. That's what I'm trying to say. And people will argue that it's tradition, it's the history, et cetera, et cetera. You're already kind of in this little, they and like you said, and I think from a Christian perspective or from a religious perspective, religion is lost. In my opinion, it's lost.
So,
in my opinion,
so the religion thing is done.
Up until now, it may change in the future, but up until now, it's lost. And what I mean by that is a Democrat. A person who, regardless of your race or gender, if you cannot support Democrats, if you have real hard beliefs about a household, you can't vote for them no matter how. You would just not vote. You wouldn't if you didn't want to do the Republican thing because you may think they got Klansmen that run the Republican Party or something like that. They don't talk to you or appeal to you or whatever, and you just can't do it. You just wouldn't vote. Just stay home. You just would be out. You would just be out of the voting pool.
So
you can't, but there's no way you can. There's no way you can check. There is no. Put it this way, bro. Forget the religious part. In my opinion, and I know this is going to be an ignorant statement, Joe Biden should have got 0 black votes. I'll put it that way. 0. How about that?
That's not politics, though. You know that doesn't make any sense.
I'm just saying.
Okay,
on the flip side,
based on
Christians.
What, though?
Christians, especially white.
Well, let me ask you this. Can I ask you? Let me ask you a question. So, okay, based on that, okay, say that's true. All right.
It's just no way. It should have been impossible to click that button. I don't care if he was VP to Trump to.
I got
you. Oh my Lord,
right?
bro.
But if politics is all about
Michelle Obama campaigning for Joe Biden is wild. It's wild when you think about it.
If politics is all about leverage, why not use that leverage when the politician that you're trying to leverage has already admitted to making those mistakes that basically is the biggest mistake that you talked about?
Dude, that's like America apologizing for slavery and not cutting a check, bro. It's the same concept. Sure, he can apologize, do something, and then I shut up. But guess what? Here we are.
But technically, he did do things. He did promise.
I'm talking. No, not promise. What I'm saying is this: if he apologized, just like if you apologize for slavery, cool, whatever that's supposed to mean. Mm-hmm. If you don't do something drastic, system breaking,
like give me an example of what you mean by drastic. I just need to understand.
Giving every black person in America 100 acres of land.
Okay.
Drastic.
Okay. I'm listening.
Wiping every felony off of every black person's record.
Non-violent. Can we go non-violent with it? I'm trying to
if it's violent and it's not, and if it's violent and it's justifiable, reduce it to a misdemeanor. I don't know. What I'm saying is it needs to be drastic. Too. It needs to be so painstakingly. It needs to blow up politics. He's going to give it up. Absolute sacrifice. He has not done that. So let's not play that game, bro.
But did anybody ask? No, hold on now. Let's pause for a second. What did people ask for?
Nope. I'm not doing it. I'm going to say this again. At the end of
the
day.
Politics is about, let's be practical.
My statement was extreme. I said 0 people.
I'm trying to be
So
practical.
it's an extreme statement I'm making, right? Nobody should have. So if we did do it, the deal should have been something drastic. That's all I'm saying. It would have to be something just that is insane. I don't even know if I could even tell you what it would be. It'd be so drastic.
Some of the things? What are some of the things that he has done that have been first?
Oh, I don't know.
Doesn't matter because it's just one person, though.
He working the edges.
It doesn't change. It doesn't change the politics for.
Of course not in real life.
Group. That's what I mean. For the overall group, we have never had anything that's been that drastic to change the overall group. And the last time that did happen, we talked about it earlier. The party switched.
That's what I'm saying. So he didn't sacrifice anything. So I don't care what he said. But
Lyndon Johnson said it. Lyndon Johnson said, "Hey, I signed this. Then that's the death of the so-called Southern Democrat as we know it.
Yeah, that's it.
Doesn't exist anymore. It's going to be something different. It's going to exist, but it's going to be different. It's not what it was before. I'm the last.
Right. If he wanted to blow it all up, he could have did something. He could have did something specifically for black people that would have been so drastic. It would have blew the party. It would have blew the party apart.
That's what I'm saying. But we haven't even been able.
The Big Tent party would have been chaos. Chaos. What about me?
How disingenuous it is, though, right? So this is what I'm saying, though. This is how disingenuous it is, though, right? You would have people say that reparations would be one of those things, correct? Would you agree with that or no?
You can go with that.
So
that's a good one.
If we say that reparations would be something that needs to be put on the table, we can't even get HR 40 passed in Congress.
I know.
You see what I'm saying? But who's holding up HR 40?
Who's holding it up?
Yeah. Who shuts it down every time that it gets put on the floor?
The Democrats. They're not gonna risk their political life for that. we don't have the numbers in these states to do that.
How many Republicans?
It would have to be a sacrifice.
How many Republicans do you think vote for HR 40 every time that it comes?
0.
And how many
Not
Democrats?
In a billion years.
How many Democrats do you think vote for when it comes up?
Probably 70%. Right.
So at least half of the representatives will even take a look at it. When you have a other side that won't they told the party line completely 100%.
Yeah,
Democrats don't do that with
nothing.
To. But I'm saying Democrats don't do that with any policy that Republicans put forward. You're gonna always find some Democrats that's gonna lean that way or lean that. We have them even. I mean, Manchin is one of them. The lady out of Arizona, another. I mean,
that's why he's retiring.
Conservative. You got very conservative Democrats, bro. He has other ideas in mind. That's not really a retirement, by the way, with Manchin.
Well, you have Republicans and Democrats who work together on different policies all the time.
But that's what I'm saying, though, right?
But I think if it's anything specific to black people, since we voted 90% clip, you're just not gonna. You can't get a Republican to do it. That doesn't make any sense.
And there's the rub. So why would
anybody to do that?
But I'm saying, why would anybody? If you can't even have that discussion over there, vote Republican logically. If you can't, who do you
think you think black folks want reparations? What are you talking about? That's a fringe thing.
That's a whole nother.
Black folks want jobs and stuff.
I know they want
tax cuts.
I know they want to be American. They want to be American.
Right. They want better schools and
stuff. They don't want to be black no more. I want to be American. I know. I get it. I know. That's
yeah. If it was a
victim mentality talk. I get it. I got you.
If black folks collectively wanted to do something in America, we could just do it. But we don't work together. We're all individuals.
Right.
At the end of the day, so we're not going to come together and say, you know what? I don't care about the parties. We're going to do. We got an organization called X, and we put forth the things that we want, and whoever wants to give it to us, give it to us. We don't operate like that. So it's not even. That's fantasy talk. We don't operate like that. We go with the party. So the Democrats are going to do this. We vote for that. Period. I don't even know if we really ask for things like that. To be honest with you. You know, they put out some policies. We like them or we don't like them, and things, and they move us the way they need to move us, like they do most of Americans.
Right.
And
Right.
we haven't broke free. We haven't broke out of that because millions of Black people are successful, have things, have stuff, are a part of things. So they're not. You know, we're not suffering collectively. We're not boxed into a spot like Gaza or something. They don't even work together in Gaza, but it says a lot in itself. But yeah, we're not even put in that situation. We're mixed all over the country. We're all over the place, right? Living all kind of lives, got our own thoughts. We do what we want, and all that, and which is why it's funny. We still all vote Democrat, but even in that, we vote for Democrats. But I'm not totally sure we have plans together to say, hey, Black people specifically need this. It's always going to be everybody. You know, all the poor people need that. All the people need that. It's going to be always all and every. Remember, Republican Democrats is a big tent party. They include everybody, handicaps, gays, Blacks, Asians, Hispanics, whatever, and poor people.
But you know what's so funny? The history of the Republican
and immigrants.
Party, they were the progressive party. They were the agitators of the Congress.
Used to
They
be.
were the ones that moved forward with everything. They was the progressives, basically.
Yeah.
And, it's just amazing, man.
I think a lot of Black Democrats hold their nose and vote Democrat all the time and don't want to because they're not Christians.
And I'm
they just suck it up. They just suck it up. They suck it up
because the only side that's even allowed to even have so-called small and minimal representation, right? Because I think that even with the silence, right? I think people are so frustrated with both parties, but they're frustrated with the so-called veiled promises of the Democrats, right? Because the Democrats, they always overpromise and underdeliver.
Yeah.
The Republicans don't promise you anything, and they just basically, they don't promise anything, but they're real good at blaming your condition on those people that promise you things. So they're real good at diverting the attention from themselves. Like, they're not in politics, right? I'm not in politics. I'm just like you. I'm going to talk about the people that said they were going to give you something. Like, they don't represent politics either. Like, if I vote for you guys, are you going to do what they said they were going to do? Oh, no. We didn't say all that. We didn't say we're going to do all that now. See, that's how the energy shifts if you decide to have that kind of orientation.
Well, Republicans generally want to slow things down or to stop things or to hold things up.
Or you could fall by the wayside like a lot of red states, like your Oklahomas of the world, your Mississippis of the world, your Alabamas of the world. You know what I'm saying? These states that are like crimson red with politicians, and you get nothing. You get nothing done. And a lot of these states have a lot of Black people that are suffering and a lot of white people that are suffering because of the politics that they uphold. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think that's more complicated.
That's what I mean by it. That's what I mean by the mentality. So everything that you hear,
no. What I mean is that Democrats and Republicans gutted out the middle of this country. So that's you're mixing and mingling things. It's not really no. That's not really how that works.
No. Listen what I'm saying. Absolutely, I agree with that. I agree with that part. By the way,
you don't get to transform a country into a service-based economy and a consumer-based economy, and then gut out the part of the country that was feeding the country, that was feeding the world, basically. You don't do that and then mix it with politics. That's just not, that's not what happened. They all collectively did this to build an American, to make the American empire bigger and more powerful. They sacrificed those places. Actually,
the only problem is that you're not able to hold it
the Midwest.
But the only problem is you're not able to hold it accountable when you have that kind of process in your mind. Who do you hold accountable when it's like that? Because everybody can obfuscate.
Well, you also got it, but you got to include corporations and different power groups as well. So
and not only that, but you get government. Hold on, there's government subsidies in Alabama all the time. People talk about Huntsville. We knew people that moved to Huntsville, Alabama. Right. You see what I'm saying?
They got a little business hub down there. But my point is that until America starts to own shore and pull out of other countries and build things here, that's what you have. Those are the leftover places that had things. These were the biggest economies in the country at one time, regardless of the politics. But corporations did what they did, right? In collusion with the government, with the federal government. I don't think any states wanted all their factories to leave, right?
That's a whole different deal. You wanna drop the link for about a good 30 minutes, man, and then we gotta get up out of here after that, bro.
Well, you think corporations, corporate greed, businesses moving companies overseas did not rot out the middle of America?
No, I do believe that. I do believe
Right.
that.
If you if you
I
tied it
believe
to politics, you had
I
Democrats and
believe it's
Republicans
both. No,
collectively.
hold on. I believe it's both parties, but only one party gets held accountable for this. Only one party. That's my problem with it.
Yeah, but some of that is that's where you got to add in the social part of it, though, because something in our society was shifting as well. Because a lot of those people used to be Democrats.
I
And as the
I
left decided to start to
and
massage more with other
that's my
things,
but
they
that's my
shifted to the
point.
Republicans. That's very recent, by the way. That's not even that long ago.
That's what I'm saying, and that's my point about
So
it, though.
now, as a Republican, you got Republicans who would not normally support corporations. If you're voting for Republicans, you're supporting corporations stuff, but you don't support, but you hate corporations. But you're
Exactly.
trapped. You're trapped because maybe things in your personal life don't match what Democrats are trying to push through the system. So it's pushing you to the right. But that's how this all works, though. I don't think it's negative on either side. It's just that that's how things shift.
Yeah, I
As
just
the
think it's
left started, as say what now?
yeah, I think your personality kind of it really drives you to where you're gonna go
But it's
politics
gonna
wise. I
it's but
think
it's
so.
but it's gonna shift. And you can be manipulated, not for a negative thing, but it is what it is, right? You can be manipulated, meaning that if you start saying, if a state, for example, when California started locking things down, you had a
Mhm.
lot of folks leave that state and move to Texas and Tennessee, because Tennessee and Texas and Florida felt like, theoretically, in some sense, or maybe in real life, it was a freer place to be. I'm leaving California. California doesn't want to put nobody in jail. So the idea of, okay, California's out of control. Some folk, even though people are moving to California, some folks are leaving California using it as an excuse. It's changing their politics, maybe, to some degree. Matter of fact, in some degree, it's not changing their politics. They're actually taking their politics with them to red states. Actually, it's kind of funny.
Right,
But um,
right.
but you got people who are saying, well, I used to support the Democrats, but they was for the working man, meaning the white person, the white working man, and now it seems like the Democrats are focusing on non-white people.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna go with Republican.
And the
Doesn't matter if the Republicans agree with corporate greed or not. I'm going with the
doesn't
Republicans.
matter, and that's
Doesn't
my
matter.
point about it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Everything else I
Yeah, so
can
many layers
live
to this
with.
stuff.
It doesn't matter. I'm not with that. I hate that more
Republicans
so
hate
than support
unions.
this. So
Republicans
there it
hate
is.
unions, right? Republicans hate unions.
Supposedly, yeah,
Most people in unions are white people, right?
absolutely. Yes.
Those white people now vote for Republicans, even though Republicans, it's their job to destroy unions, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It
Crush
seems
them.
like it anyway.
No doubt.
Not all the Republicans, but certain parts of the Republican Party.
No,
They want to bust unions up.
yeah, no doubt.
They think unions is anti-capitalist, and so you got folks who would normally be on the Democratic side, and the Democrats lost those votes. They sacrificed those votes to go out and get the gay vote and this vote and that vote and that vote. They sacrificed that vote for that, and they
Yeah,
also sacrifice states to do outsourcing and to make more money and to build bigger businesses. I mean, Apple, $3 trillion company, it's only $3 trillion because they got slaves in China. That's why you got $3 trillion, right? Because you're exploiting. And I think America is okay with that. We will gut out the middle of America because overall, the American economy is going to be 10 times larger because we're going to use slaves from all over the world to make our products.
I mean, there are people. There are people here that don't believe in that. They don't think that America's on that level. They don't think that way. You know that. They believe in
They're
other delusion.
stupid.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not gonna call it
But ain't
stupid
no
or
delusion,
not.
it's a fact.
That's what I'm saying. Even though it's a fact, they're gonna still believe that that's not what you said is not generally true.
If you go to China, Japan, Philippines, Korea, pick a country, you're going to find lots of white businessmen over there building their business,
No doubt.
showing them how to do everything, setting up their whole country to
Right.
use it to exploit. That's why they're there. We set them all up to extract. You're going to build things for us. We're going to let you build your economy around it, but it's going to be undergirded by us, and that's what we're doing. And we're going to benefit as a whole, but we're going to have to sacrifice a lot of things to get there. That's why you become an 80% consumer-based country. We became consumer-based because of that. It reshaped our entire country, which in turn, it reshaped all our politics. And like you said, then they have to lie to everybody saying, oh, yeah, the jobs are going to come back, and oh, we're going to get you better jobs, and oh, we're going to train you to get all them lies that Clinton said, that Bush said, that Obama said. Lies, lies, and more lies. You cannot, there is no way if I can get a phone built for $1 that I'm going to bring it back to America. We don't want to figure it out. They could make it competitive. We don't want to figure it out. We want to figure out other little tricks and ways to get you some kind of benefit, but it's all intermingled though. There's no isolation of Mississippi or Alabama or Maryland or California. It's no.
But that's why
you're trying to mix it.
I'm big on that, bro. I'm big on temperament. Hold on. So what?
It's way more going on. It's way more going on than that.
What do you mean? There's way more going on than that. So you saying that the reason why
overall, the Democrats and Republicans work together. And if you look at the last 50 years and how they transformed the business world and changed the global business marketplace to sacrifice all of people in the country.
But who gets the blame for that though? Who's supposed to be skating? No.
Then you're not watching everything.
I am watching everything. You know that's not true.
Not based off that
statement. That's not the energy, bro. That is not the energy.
Crazy.
Man. The whole.
You're not really watching everything.
Hypocrisy. Then. No, the hypocrisy part. When people talk about the social, fiscal responsibility, Republicans are supposed to be the group that upholds that part up. But who has been the biggest?
They have failed at that for 30 years. It's been a fail. But go ahead. That's theoretical.
I agree.
That's theory. That's talking points.
I agree. But I'm saying, which
is why you got Trump in office.
I'm not talking about the truth. I'm talking about
why Republicans voted for a Democrat. What are we talking about right there, right?
What I'm talking about was pushed out. I'm talking about what's pushed out there that influences people.
What do you mean? Republicans have been mad. It's called the Tea Party. Let's go back 2004. What are you talking about?
So what
they might have issues with the Democratic
responsibility
they may have issues with the Democratic Party, but within the Republican Party, it's been shifting since 2004 when George Bush traded on the party, and the people have been freaking out since then.
Tea Party sensibilities was nationalism, integration, and then upholding old American standards, man. That is a totally different deal.
No. George, what Republicans wanted back then, which is what George Bush said. If you go back and listen to his speeches in 2000, the thing in 99, 2000, right? Yeah, 2000. The things that he was saying, everybody was all for it. No wars, domestic policies, immigration, lower taxes, balancing the budget, on and on. There's a whole list of things. When he broke all those promises, you started to see things like the Tea Party spawn and manifest itself. And since that moment up until now, within the Republican Party, it's been turmoil, trying to figure out, trying to corral, trying to get some things done that they want to get done. That's why you're seeing all the pushing, the fighting internally, which is why Trump got elected, by the way, an outgrowth of that Tea Party situation. It's all connected.
The Tea Party had they have a whole website. The reason why their tenants were the reason.
Well, Tea Party's gone, but I got you.
You know what I mean?
It manifested into something else.
Right. Okay. I wanted to make sure that we, all right. Yeah, because like I said, like a lot of times,
the Tea Party was the beginning. The Tea Party was the beginning of them starting a primary and move people who were in power in the Republican Party up out of there. Right. That was the beginning of everything that you're seeing right at this moment, which is a whole host of things. But it has to start somewhere, and that's where it started with the Tea Party. Period. That's where it started. That was the break. That moment was the break. And that's when this party has been what has been going through it right now. This is exactly why this is literally why we're here right now. It all started back then.
Yeah, let's drop the link for about a good 15-20 minutes, man. Let the people talk to me. Hopefully We haven't confused people. I wanted to go. I wanted to go a certain place, but we ended up going here. But that's cool. It's like good.
I mean, where were you trying to go?
Well, I wanted to play that video, but I will get to it some other time. Yeah,
play some of it.
Nah, because it's we already at 3:47, man. So you still want to check out the game, right? But nah, not really that serious.
I don't know if I want to watch the Giants game.
Care about that game. That's disrespectful, man. That's a disrespect. But no, you could drop the link real quick, man, and I have to probably jump like around 4:30 anyway. So I'll be somewhere. So whoever want to come up, they can.
But I thought you was trying to tie it all to the
I was
trying to tie it to you saying deception or something?
Well, not just deception. It's not really deception as much as it is just your mind is oriented to think a certain way based off your experiences and your perception on things. And sometimes what you accept to be the truth, even though something may be telling you that it isn't, it just becomes easier to accept that and just go with it because that's just the easier thing to believe. It makes it more comfortable for you to be in that space.
You should have seen Ted Cruz. He was talking on a show. He was saying they asked him about Trump, right? He was like, he said, wasn't Trump something? He was like, was he what did he say about Trump? He said, he asked him, do you think the elections were stolen, right? This Ted Cruz, right? Scholar, Harvard, Yale, blah, 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 right? All that stuff they try to claim he is. Yeah. And he voted against it. He voted for it being a fraudulent election, right? Or whatever. I forgot the vote that they did.
Right.
He was one of the 11.
Trump embarrassed
him. So the dude is asking him, hold up there. He's like, hold up there. You just said all this other stuff and your ass don't believe in democracy, but you try to say and Ted looked so scared because he didn't agree with it, but he had no choice because he wanted to keep his job.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. I mean, yeah, no doubt, bro. It's tough. I said it wasn't.
And he know better.
Absolutely.
He know better.
Yeah, I just want to hear, what's some of the reasons why, people vote the way they vote, especially if you like conservative. I want to hear the conservative side. I'm curious about the mentality on that. I'm just curious, man.
Hey, what's up, Paradox? What's up, DC?
What's up?
I wanted to. I've been listening. I want to say a little bit, Paradox. You got to get away a little bit too easy, I think, on the on the whole gutting of America. I will say I think Democrats were definitely responsible, but I should take that back. Neoliberals were responsible for this of the Democratic Party, not the entire party, because what you saw really under Clinton in the 90s is I didn't even say under Clinton. Really, since Democrats and Johnson embraced civil rights, what you've seen from the Democratic Party is this: hey, I'm going to go get this white working class vote back, and you thus see them trying to form their policies to look more like Republicans, tough on crime, or scared of being called soft on crime, the economy, all of those things. And I'd argue that coupled with, what the right was trying to do, that's where you sort of saw like the Democrats out of one side of their mouth say, hey, I'm from the working man, this and that. And on the other side, trying to play up to those very same policies that they saw that the right was playing up to try to lure those white voters back. And really it just kind of doubled down and worked in the wrong direction for most people. Because you have always had people in the Democratic Party who have been very critical. They've gotten more vocal and had a bigger platform in the last few years, but have been critical of the policies that they see of things like NAFTA and the way it went down, or what was the one Obama was proposing the other trade agreement with China. So I think it's wait, what? Say again, Mike?
TARP, right?
TPP, I think it was Trans-Pacific Part. Yeah. You saw them embrace these things. So I've always said it's Democrats being afraid to like really stand up on principles and trying to win. In my opinion, that's just my thought.
Is it okay if conservatives speak? If I can speak on the floor.
You're a little.
I'm low?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, well, I gotta speak loud. I'm gonna say that I heard a lot of stuff put on the Republican Party that we've been pushing for police brutality. We've been pushing for racial inequality. A whole lot of stuff. You know, I was for America first. Now, not speaking for how other people or how other things happen, but a lot of that kept getting thrown at that of the Republican Party. And I could have sworn that our country should be first. Now, I understand we got other things going on, but we do have things that we need to have addressed. Now, it started going on this lynch mob campaign about an old white man versus pressing issues that were happening. Started seeing stuff happening and that should never go on. People that should be arrested weren't being arrested. However, a lot of stuff got bypassed. A lot of stuff just got jumped over. So, like I said, yeah, the Republicans, they took their licks. I would say the Democrats, I ain't know that Ilhan Omar, them three witches that run around in the house and then nobody just says shit to them. Those are terrorists right there. But you know, nobody gonna say shit about them. But there's a lot of stuff happening. I thought about this war. This war that's not our issue with this Big Swami shit. You know, he's a clown, but I don't care about him. But we got this stuff going on with Israel. A lot of the wars ramping up, and you got a lot of anti-American beating on the pads. I'm trying to figure out like what's the end game. Well, we need to tear this down or get rid of this system, get rid of that. But then there's nothing to replace it. There's nothing functional replacing these so-called doctrines or constitutions that we're supposed to be going by. But that's just my opinion. It's my opinion. I don't want nobody to say that I'm just a regular soldier. I thought, but I'm just looking at how a lot of this stuff is being looked at. We've been looking at for almost since Obama, a lot of that hate and sparking up gaslighting going on. It's been jumping around and shutting down over and over of the country. Like somebody just been playing around with the dollars and shutting down the country. That wasn't smart. Like now the people are paying for that.
BMT, do you think American first includes black people?
Well, I am an American. Yes, it does. It does include black people. Why would it not include black people?
I mean, in the sense of the way that the term is used.
Bro, come on now, Renaissance. Are we not American? When we get a job, does that not affect us? Like if that job is in the U.S., does that not affect us if there's a job outsourced that you or I cannot get access to?
I mean, were we ever getting that job to begin with?
I mean, when we had certain factories and had certain access to certain stuff, yeah, we were getting those things. Those were our stuff. Like, come on now, you get that Chinese metal versus that American made. There's a different one. They say this is a Chinese made tool and this is an American made tool. This is a Chinese made car. This is an American made car. Like, you get different qualities. I mean, we've been seeing what's been happening to these Chinese made houses. They kind of fall apart very easily.
BMT,
See,
please. No, I'm trying. I'm trying, man. I'm not trying to run
I
in,
knew
man.
you was going to run
I
in.
try.
You
Look,
couldn't just
man.
sit on your starship and just let me have
Jesus
this.
Christ, man.
BMT,
Go
I was
ahead,
gonna
man.
say,
Go ahead. Can I ask one question, Joe? Let me
I
ask one
can't.
question.
Why y'all defending them Chinese so damn much? Those ain't y'all people.
When did the Chinese get here and start making cars? When did that happen? What year was that exactly?
We got Mazda, Honda, Toyota.
I know, but what?
those are Chinese though. Those are Asian.
That's Japanese and stuff like that. But I'm saying when was the Asian? When was the Asian invasion as far as cars being made? Michael Keaton did a movie about it back in the day. Actually, it's a little bit before your time.
They came over here with the West, and also they were over here with World War II. You know, we had them in internment camp. I've been to some of them. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is during the 80s, during global expansion as far as America is concerned, when they expanded their reach and made their where they wanted to make their parts cheap and get it made somewhere else, they outsourced cars, man. We did that. America did that.
Okay, now,
and that was under what they call Reaganomics. But he doesn't get heat for it. He doesn't get heat that. He don't get that much heat for it.
The right loves Reagan.
Are you saying the right loves Reagan?
Like, Republicans too.
Right? I'm not no hard right.
Wait, okay. Who is more highly thought of in the Republican Party than Reagan in the last 50 years?
Reagan is an actor. Reagan was an actor. He knew how to act.
Come on, man.
Reagan wasn't an actor.
Come on, BMT. Yeah, he's an actor, man, but he was a politician, bro. He was a politician for most of his life. Let's not. He was a B actor. Yeah, he acted when he first came on the scene. He was an actor. But he was a politician for damn near 60 years of his life. That's a fact.
Okay,
he's a politician, bro.
I'm not gonna refute that. Now I want to know.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is more of an actor than he is.
Okay, that's true. Arnold Schwarzenegger was a lot more strong arm about a lot of stuff, and like he was all for death, this, and if you mess up, I'm going to get your ass in this, and your ass going straight to jail. Like he was pretty strict about it. I didn't have a problem with the way high he was. Now, I wanted to ask. Now, y'all felt like as a black person, America first did not include y'all. Did y'all feel like that?
No, he's saying that. So when you heard the Republican debate recently, did you think they were talking about black people when they talked about poor people, or were they talking about white people?
Like an American, goddamn! I put on my uniform.
Okay, all right. I mean, I don't argue with you.
DC, what do y'all feel when the Republicans? Do y'all get angry when those Republicans talk on stage?
No, I don't get. I don't get angry.
I think y'all just sit there and get angry.
No, I don't get angry. I just think they're not talking to me. Like they say American.
I don't like Tim Scott. I don't like him. So
how you don't like the big grin? The big grin Scott.
Well, they already said they already told him that he need to go sit down. I don't like Tim Scott. They already told me. Come on now, that's already been documented. They already said, hey, bro, like you out.
But who's telling him to sit down though?
Bro, come on now. They already done.
I'm asking you a question though. Who's asking him to sit down and why?
Well, he making South Carolina look bad.
Come on,
He making us look bad.
Wait.
Come on now. He getting up there. Y'all don't like me because I don't have a wife. Y'all let me. Come on now, bro. Like who's throwing shots at him about shit like that? Like we give a fuck about who he's fucking. We don't give a fuck about that. But his politics don't add up to his lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? So it's not making sense. Like, I don't know why he keeps using the race pandering shit. Like him, like that's the thing that's annoying about a lot of these minorities that get on these panels. Like Vic Swami and Tim Scott, when they start going at other minorities to like take the shade off of what they really can't talk about, that's when I'm like, okay, y'all are not really in the race. Y'all are just here just to take up a spot. I don't even give a fuck about y'all. Y'all get your asses out of here.
Oh no, Vivek is there to compete. Now I think Tim Scott is there to say, hey, I'm the VP. I can be a VP. I can get you about 10-20% of the black vote. That's what
I'd
he's
rather
here
take
for.
Nikki Haley. I'll take Nikki Haley before I take Tim Scott. I'll take Nikki Haley. I'll take Nikki Haley.
Well, if I can jump in here real quickly, I think DC has a lot of feedback.
I think it may maybe BMT.
Sure.
Yeah. So to answer DC's question as to why we vote, why I may vote to the left, because you don't necessarily have to vote Democrat to vote left, right? You can vote Green Party, you can vote Third Party. There's other parties out there on the state level that could actually be voted for. I vote Black people's interests, right? So when you start talking about decriminalization of cannabis or marijuana for that matter, that makes a lot of sense because we know that the majority of the arrests that were done during the drug wars in the 80s and the 90s, a lot of Black people were impacted at the highest level, more than anybody else. So talk about decriminalization, that's an easy choice right there. And there's only one party that's actually promoting that, and that's actually coming from the Dems. And when you start talking about student loan debt, for that matter, that makes a lot of sense. Who's really pushing these this legislation? You start to think about it, then it all starts to make sense in the end. So that's the reason why I vote the way that I vote at the end of the day.
I just say don't take on what you can't afford. Don't take on what you can't afford. I feel like if you can't afford school, then you can't go to school. You should not be going to school. Like, no, I don't. No, you don't get to go. You can go join the military and go provide a service to the country, and then we'll talk. We'll bring it back on the table that you can go to school. No.
Wait, but BMT, if you take that mentality and the historic oppression that's gone on towards Black people, don't you see how that can facilitate almost like a wiping out of Black folks of, hey, we're going to oppress y'all economically where you can't afford anything, and then we're going to send you to the front lines to go fight in the war to get an education, possibly.
So I got a question. Do you think those other minority groups care about your backstory history? You think they care about them?
More than the dominant society, yes.
But so you think they care? No, they don't.
Yeah, well, the reason I say yes is if you look at polling and look at reparations and look at it across the board of who supports and who doesn't, you got a higher level of support from non-whites, be they immigrants or just Asians, than you do the white population. So to me, that kind of signals that there is more sensitivity to the plight.
So you have it where those same minorities, they inhabit your community around your circulation of dollar, yet they put nothing back into your community. They don't try to go to school with your children. They don't try to deal with your people. They don't try to fellowship with your people.
I don't know about that. I've seen plenty of.
So show me what Chinese people try to fellowship in a Black community. What's their fellowship with them?
No, well, for one, I think you got to look at the geography of things. There's just not many Chinese most of us are in the South. You don't see schools where Hispanic kids go to school with the Black kids, or
they go to school with the white kids.
Maybe in your area. Some of them. What's up?
You're in the Texas area, correct?
Well, no, I'm in DC now, but when I was in Alabama, there were plenty of Hispanic kids who were going to public schools with Black kids.
They don't speak a lick.
Oh, you're right. They don't speak. Yeah.
The Hispanic kids I see, the Hispanic kids I see now, don't hardly speak a lick of English. These motherfuckers can barely get by, and yet they be walking around Walmart and just staring at me, and I'll be like, "Hello, friend. How did you get here?" And they be speaking to me, and I'd be just smiling in their face, and I'm like, "Ain't this a bitch? You don't even know nothing of this." If I would ask them some questions about the First Amendment or Constitution or any of that stuff, they'd be like, no English.
Is that required? Is that required for them to be here?
You see what I'm saying? You see, you know, and that's that's what I'm saying. You know,
I'm asking because you have U.S. citizens that don't know the Constitution either.
I was gonna say,
You know
DMT, there'll be plenty of Americans who be sitting at you like looking like,
you know what, and that's why I wish they forced citizenship courses. Like, you cannot have access to shit unless you get forced to have to see. That's why back then sometimes I thought it was
so you want conscription.
Yep, I damn sure do. I wish they will force you. Listen, you want to go to school? Okay, cool. Yeah, you could go to school, but you're gonna put in this amount of effort into the government, into the service. Like, I'm all for that. I'm like, yep, you're gonna have to do this. Yep, you're gonna have to do that.
But here's my thing with that. Even because I've even seen it in countries where they have it. You always have like people who are better, more well off. They either are able to get out of it, or they get some very like the best positions in the military for their time that they got to serve.
There's not that many of them. Like, you can't keep on trying to use the 4 or 5% versus that of the masses. Like, we can't keep on trying to use the very small minute course versus that of the majority. Like, this is why we're having issues now. Like, we keep talking like we know all these millionaires and billionaires, and mind you, we've already seen that.
I'm not even saying that.
Getting rid of their elites.
No, I'm not even saying that.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you look at like the history of this country, how black folks are treated, it just doesn't seem like the best idea to me to mandate all of us have to go serve in the military.
Okay, so using that, right? So using the history, right? But I see that's the thing being keep brought up. With knowing the history, how do you think black people show their gratefulness knowing their history? How do you think they show their we already did a butchering of Martin Luther King movie, like he did this, he did that, he ain't shit. So tell me, so since you swinging a hammer for them, how do you think they show their love for their benevolence of people that did work? Since you swing hard for them, because you got a better chance of them praising 50 Cent and Power or all that other shit. You ain't gonna they ain't grabbing no person in some school that actually does some work. They're gonna grab a rapper or somebody who talks about making lean and coke and crack. So I need to know where they grabbing these so-called people that are so jubilaic. You got a better chance of them grabbing T.I. and putting them on the goddamn ballot. You might as well go ahead and grab that, but they ain't grabbing no elite. They're not grabbing the person. You think they're gonna grab a Deion Sanders? You think they're gonna grab somebody who actually who does political science? No, they're never gonna grab that. They're gonna grab some Negro that can shuck and jive and dance and talk about butt plugs with his wife. That's the Negro that's your depiction of respectability here. So until you start addressing that shit, that's a problem. You can't keep on jumping back into history, but then you're saying people butcher your own history.
Well, there's some feedback coming from somebody.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when you think about the butchering of history, look no further than what conservatives are doing within the Republican Party with Moms for Liberty, overthrowing black people on school boards, banning of books, banning of black authors, banning of all sorts of equity programs that would actually benefit black people greatly. You don't have to look that far to understand that, people on that side don't have any vested interest in black people's advancement in society. And so, the term conservative, gets kind of loosely used around here in these discussions, without any sort of proper grounding, in context, historic context.
Okay.
And you know what? That happened down your neck of the woods too, BMT. I think there was like a black principal they got rid of from that Moms for Liberty that got him out of there.
Dude, y'all have it where more women on the Democratic side run out black men out of functions than anything. Talking about misogyny, toxic masculinity, Like, come on now, bro. Like, we're not gonna pretend that we have not seen lynch mobs come from your political camp about men. Like, let's not do that, bro. Like, we like literally, it's funny that these be the same people that be jumping on panels talking about where's the dad in the household or what's going on with these black boys, but then they'll start talking all this other jargon shit about, hey, those white men. Well, hold on, that's not them job of them white men. That's your people's job to keep your shit. You don't see other groups asking you to tell me about my history. They do that shit themselves. Like I never. It's like you want the enemy to give you a sword or a knife to fight them.
Wait, I disagree with that. Like,
Okay, I got a question. So what do you think them elites like Oprah, Lee Daniels, Tyler Perry, all them elites that be in them BET roles and stuff, when they sit there or they be telling you who to vote for, where do you think they lean? What do you think those people that they go to every election site, what do you think they lean to?
Wait, what do you mean?
Come on. No. I mean, y'all all are smart on this panel. Where do you think your black elites lean toward? What do you think they lean towards?
It depends. Bob Johnson was talking about. Bob Johnson was a Trump supporter, from what I could tell.
Man, they don't fuck with Bob Johnson. Let's get that out of here. They don't fuck with Bob Johnson. You trying to reach out now? Let's go to the relevant people right now. Let's talk about the people that they sing about right now. What do you think? Doggone Jay-Z, Beyonce. I'm naming people right now that have a voice. What do you think that they lean to right now?
No,
Jay-Z in that box office when he sits with Robert Kraft. I'm pretty sure Robert Kraft is goddamn on that Republican side. But Jay-Z, they know where that Negro was at. We done seen him walk down the stage with Nicki Minaj BBL ass promoting goddamn Hillary Clinton and the Clintons and shit. See, we know what y'all tell it. I mean, we seen them up there against Candace Owens.
But what?
So y'all can't talk about them elites, them black elites.
But I mean, that's who I don't agree with who they're using to try to appeal to people, if you want to say that. But my point I was pushing back on you on was the part about history. Like Jews are not going to let you go in the even if their kids will go to school there and say the Holocaust didn't happen. Like that is not going to be acceptable.
But you got black people online doing NPC dances saying, I'd like to be a slave boss. So show me the Jew that's making fun with the Holocaust. I can go find you 10 Negroes making fun about slavery and doing whole skits, getting millions of views. So you need to go ahead and, I get it's easy to go grab the white man, but if your people are making jokes of it, of your endearment, or doing whole panels of it, how funny it is, I can literally go right now and go grab you something about somebody saying, well, they did it in slavery, so I don't see the problem. So
you that person is ostracized.
But there's more than just that person. Come on now.
I mean, okay. Who, if someone said, do you think someone would have the balls to go in a barbershop and say something like that?
Come on, a barbershop. See, now we're trying to go. You think, okay, so you want to say somebody would have the balls to go into the barbershop? What kind of barbershop?
Just like a black barbershop.
A barbershop going to be, okay, heavily. So if a black barbershop, they want to say, hey, man, I'm out here. I got to do what I got to do. Even if I got to sell some drugs or do some hustle or bootleg. You think anybody going to say, hey, man, don't be doing that shit, bro? You think they're going to ostracize that nigga? I can tell you.
No, I'm talking about you saying that someone talking about slavery and like making the light of it.
Depends on what kind of barbershop you're going to. Depends on, I mean, you got a all black, you got a black barbershop, you got a Dominican barbershop. What kind of barbershop? I mean,
come on, man. You know what I say to barbershop. You know what I mean.
I don't think you want to go deal with them Caribbeans, how they view slavery versus how you, a black American, will view slavery. It's not going to be the same tip of the tongue.
They be involved. They were enslaved too.
Yeah, but how they view you as a black Negro? Oh no, me Dominican, me no Negro, me Dominican.
Oh, so now we doing that now.
Oh yeah, we talking about they always been doing that. Why are you saying now they doing it? They always been doing that.
No. I'm saying
just start.
No, I'm saying that you sound like you're on the whole delineation
No,
of
but I'm
black
just
people.
showing you. I'm showing you the false narrative of things that I always say support the brown. I just did a show with some black dude. I forgot the dude from the fucking Root. We should go support Palestine. I'm like, what the fuck? Palestine? What the fuck that got to do with Black America? What the fuck that got to do with America? Black people, we should support Palestine. I'm not in Palestine.
I was gonna say, but you know, historically, that's even like Malcolm X talked about Palestine.
I'm not in Palestine. I don't give a fuck about Palestine. Why would I care about that? I ain't never seen them that one time saying anything to fix up a black school or a street. We outsource too much shit already.
You didn't see them. You didn't see them commenting on Ferguson and like, hey, this is how you deal with the tear. They saw the canisters of tear gas had Israeli on it, and they were like, hey, this is how you deal with it. Go use milk to get it out of your eyes and this and that.
Dude, that's Google. That's Google. That's
Google.
That's Google. That's called Google, bro. You listen. That is not hard. I mean, no offense, but I knew about goddamn milk long before that shit. The motherfuckers they didn't teach something.
They're also talking about the milk.
Yeah,
the military, the police tactics.
Yeah, that was already common knowledge, bro. You had gang members that were already doing police tactics out there in Compton and Oakland.
No, I'm talking about knowing how to combat.
Yeah, like you had, that's what I'm saying. Like you had people that already knew and were up on the shit, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, come on now. I was teaching doggone military tactics in this motherfucker, man. I was doing that before. Guess what? All right, that sounds like government conspiracy and hate speech. So what happened? Who got that shit taken off of YouTube? People that were teaching about prepping, military tactics. That show didn't come from my camp, but I was like, hey, bro, don't trust everything that these government people be saying. I was saying that myself. So I'm a whole prepper. I'm a whole prepper. I wasn't part of that damn little. I still don't believe that psyops or that black militia. Fuck the whatever kind of Negroes that were walking down the street shooting themselves in the foot and shit. What kind of militia is that? They shooting their own damn selves, but then they supposed to be defending black people, bro. You can't tell me that was a real militia. And they run around carrying their rifles wrong, wearing football shoulder pads and shit. That looked like some Mad Max shit. No way. That had to be some shit from the YMCA. We can't keep on always want to reach back on shit, but then y'all ain't showing me y'all lawyers. You're not showing me these people that y'all, I mean, no offense, but ain't no YouTube lawyer fixing no goddamn laws for black folks.
Wait, how could a YouTube lawyer fix laws for black? That doesn't make sense.
Well, hold on now. Well, you see, a lot of people take these motherfucking YouTube lawyers pretty seriously here. Like, they're supposed to fix child support. Why don't you actually just go down there and actually just go do it yourself, bro? I mean, you got people that take a Dennis Sperling, a car lawyer serious.
I mean, aren't those people on the right though?
Huh?
Dennis Sperling. I mean, aren't he caters to the manosphere? I know those people. The manosphere is not a leftist place.
I don't know what. No, I don't know. Because the ones that are right. Who would you want to say? Would you want to say Obsidian is a Republican?
He said it himself.
Man, oh my God, it's like damn Donald Trump saying he's a Republican. You know damn well Donald Trump ain't no fucking Republican.
I mean, who has more control in the party right now?
In the party?
Yeah, it's Trump's party, right?
Now, why? But I'm gonna ask you this. But Paradox and D were talking something about very interesting. Why do you think people are leaning more towards Donald Trump
right now? But for some people, they like his that he doesn't even throw the dog whistles. They like his open appeal to like, hey, I'm gonna make America great. Basically, I'm gonna put the black folks back in their place.
Nobody said no. Put the black folks back in there.
Well, you don't think that's implicit? You don't think
said that, man?
You don't think that's implicit in like, hey, when these white folks are showing up at these rallies and masses, like, and Donald Trump say, I'm gonna make America great, then I'm gonna put they're thinking, hey, they're gonna put these Negroes back in their place.
Listen, man. I'm gonna say it like this. Nobody say it about. Listen, a lot of these, you got a lot of your so-called blacks. They're mad because they're not making money. They're mad that their dollars aren't worth shit. I've already talked about this on my channel. If you was watching, that the dollar ain't really doing shit no more. All these dudes who talking about crypto and Bitcoin and shit, and how they're little. What's that dude who just got locked up for over 100 years, bruh? Like right now, they're looking for a business plan out of this shit, bruh. And we damn
And,
sure know Biden's little dementia ass ain't gonna do it.
and Trump's gonna give you a business plan.
Listen, you have any other? You got anybody else?
Yeah,
Who?
you got dude. If you go outside of Biden, you got people like
No. Give us a name. Give us a name, bro. You know how this works.
wait, are you talking about who's running or just someone in the party?
Somebody who's running.
Look, oh well, I mean Biden's the only person running. But okay, look at BFT. If you look at someone like Bashir in Kentucky and what he talked about when he won re-election the other night against Daniel Cameron, he's talking about, hey, I'm getting our teachers raises. We're building these battery factories out here, 2 of the biggest in the world. I think some sort of carbon plant they were building as well. They're talking about how low unemployment was. Like, he got a business plan.
Okay, true. Okay, now is he running for that? That's like you have a good shift leader, right? Let's say you have a Subway, right? You have a good shift leader, but you have a shitty owner of that Subway. Now, granted, you could be a good shift leader of that shift, of that, second or first shift, but you're not the owner, bro. You're not the owner. And so at the end of the day, yeah, you're doing good in your state or your area, but we're talking about the vast majority. Like this Gaza shit right here. Can you tell me out of and from your heart, do you think Biden and Kamala can handle if this war were to break out? Do you really think that they can handle that shit? What's their war table right now?
Yeah, but I have more faith in them than I do anything Trump would have together.
So you got more faith in Biden? This
Yeah,
nigga this nigga been talking to those
to handle the Middle East over Trump. Yes, Trump don't even care about learning the politics.
It's Trump's policies why you have this conflict going on right now.
What okay, so I'm just asking you. So just tell me what did he do that sparked Israel in Gaza? Could you tell me what he did?
The Abraham Accords.
Okay, so the Abraham Accords. Now you do know that they were already having this issue down there with Gaza, like before Trump was even in office, right? I knew about this when I was overseas.
We're talking specifically this conflict.
Okay, so they've been done already. We're having this kind of conflict before. I'm telling you, but I have pictures because I was over there.
He doesn't understand.
No, BMT. What he's saying is that, like, specifically when you look at Trump with him, with the capital being moved under Trump to Jerusalem, or
yeah, I know, I remember that.
Him doing that. The ongoing expansion, because Trump was big buddies with Netanyahu. Netanyahu has been taking settlements his whole time there.
He gave him a lot more money too.
Okay. And you don't see, and so the Democrats aren't giving them money either?
That's not the question. The question was the context of the conflict itself.
So okay, so you say y'all believe that Biden is going to be a better suit to handle this
than Trump, yes.
So what has he said? So what does Biden say?
Wait, what do you mean? What does he say?
So what is Biden? What is Biden comments on what's going on in Gaza and Israel right now?
Nah, it's been very pro-Israeli so far, but I don't agree with
what they're doing.
What's up?
So he's for what Israel's doing.
I mean, I don't know if he's.
You asked about but you asked about the war cabinet.
No. I'm talking about Biden. I just said Biden.
No, you asked 30 seconds ago about Biden and Kamala having a strategy for the Middle East.
Okay, so what has been his quotes, or what has he been doing to address it?
No, I told you he's had a pro-Israel stance. What's his name? Blinken has been over there. I know they're in talks with the Arab world as well too. And they've been pushing for they haven't gone ceasefire yet, but they've been pushing for aid to basically a temporary ceasefire to go and allow aid to flow through to Gaza, as well as they were pushing to stop the military, the ground invasion, to give people out time to get out.
You do know Biden already got special forces already over there, right?
Yeah, I know. He sent like a submarine and the Ford and all of that. Yeah.
That nigga stupid. Nigga sending submarines over there. That's how you know he dumb as fuck.
A submarine is a part of a carrier fleet, though.
What? Dude, no.
Yeah, a submarine is a part of a carrier fleet.
Dude, I'm trying to tell you, you would been bet you would. Okay, so that's literally okay. I'm now going to go over holding the team.
I mean, would you have rather him put boots on the ground?
Are you arguing? But while you're arguing that there's no submarine as part of a carrier fleet?
Well, boots are already on the ground. Boots are already on the ground. If you got a special forces, if your special forces, which is already on the news, it's already shown landing there. That's showing.
No.
When I
say boots on the ground, I mean literally like involved in the conflict.
That is involvement. If
like,
your special forces, listen, dude, I'm telling you as a soldier, if your special forces are there, then that's your boots on the ground. You sent a soldier there. You sent a soldier, a weapon. A soldier is a weapon. You sent a weapon over there. You didn't send a diplomat. If you would have sent a diplomat over there, say, hey, I'm over here just to talk with y'all.
Yeah, you had Tony Blinken go over there.
Okay, then. So guess what? You sent over there. Did you not send the special forces over there? What do you think they're doing? You think they're diplomatically talking?
The diplomatic talks already happened weeks ago.
Okay, so guess what? So they're not trying to do peace now. That was Biden showing you that, hey, where he stands. If I'm sending special forces over there, you're not sending special forces over there to do diplomatic conversations.
You already have special forces over there. I'm not sure what you're arguing.
Listen, when you announce openly that we're landing special forces over there, you're letting the world know where you stand. That's like me. If me, you, and Renaissance are talking, and then all of a sudden I pull out a gun and aim it at you, and I'm aiming it at you, and I'm standing on Renaissance's side, I'm letting you know where I stand. Once a weapon is already pulled, then you're not pulling back from that. You just showed where you stand. That's why a lot of people are second guessing America, like, yo, bro, so you're standing with Israel?
Wait,
like you're telling, when you're saying stuff like that, that's what I'm saying. Like,
but I'm saying that you saying that the special forces are there. I'm saying like, if you look at, say, the Korean War, like there are forces over there in North and South Korea on the border. There's no fire going on.
We weren't in North Korea. You know how North Korea is.
No, we weren't in North Korea, but I'm saying you have soldiers that are stationed on the border that have been there for the longest.
Yes.
So I'm saying just having people on the ground doesn't necessarily mean you're fighting a war.
Okay. I'm here. Okay, let me help you. I'm gonna help explain that slowly. So when you have a station off base or FOB, right? That's a forward operation. In other words, you're on a standby click, right? So if something were to go off, then yes, then that means they're activated. Now, what happened was when you announced to them that we're landing special forces in response to what Hamas is doing. Okay, so when you say something like that, you're showing that, hey, I'm not going there no more to talk. You would have said, I'm sending a diplomatic person there
to rescue American citizens.
We're not adding that shit in there. And listen,
that's the purpose of them being there.
You believe that shit?
No, Mike, you're so funny. You're so funny.
Why is that funny?
Because he's clearly saying that. He clearly said that he's gonna deploy those. He deployed about 1,000 troops there.
Yeah, but you always have troops in Israel. That's nothing new.
No,
deployed. When you're deploying, that means you're sending them there.
Yeah, but you always have troops in Israel. That's never been a not a case. I'm not sure why this is some kind of surprise.
No, I was gonna say like Israel's to his point, Israel's a close ally. Like you can send special operations forces to go train.
Okay, there's
you send police officers to Israel all the time.
You're okay.
Listen, we don't want to openly say like just like we heard saying.
Yeah.
Y'all just don't want to say that we already picked our side, bro. We already picked our side.
No, I said he's been very pro-Israeli.
He's always been pro-Israel. I mean, before he even got to the.
America
But you
is
can't.
pro-Israel.
Right.
Simple. That's their ally.
So
We
you
send
can't
them
say we're
money.
going
We
over
send
there for
them $5
diplomat.
billion a year.
Right. You can't say we're going over there for diplomatic stuff. We're going over there for war. That's war. That's
I,
being war. That's a war
but
front being
no,
We
but you
already had soldiers in the region from day one. I'm not sure why this is
okay.
somehow
So
new.
okay. That's
Mike,
okay.
stop.
Go ahead.
If they're sending soldiers to a conflict, how are you saying that? What are you saying? We're saying
Because
that
there
they're
are
sending
American
additional soldiers.
citizens, there were American citizens that were kidnapped, right? You
Okay,
understand that part?
No. That
okay.
okay. So if that's
Hello,
the case, go
hello.
ahead.
If
Go
they're
ahead.
deploying soldiers, listen to what I'm saying. They're deploying soldiers there. That means they're sending addition. There were soldiers there. Yes, Syria,
Already.
Iraq. Yes, we all know this. Everybody knows this. But if you're
Right.
deploying people, you're sending additional people there because there's a
To the front.
conflict.
yeah,
Right.
and you have
Thank
people
you.
there.
You have American
So you
soldiers in
so hold
Africa too. Does that mean that they're at war with Africa?
No, well, they're fighting, but they're not at war.
yeah,
It's not
actually
state of
they
war.
are doing fight. So
They're
here's the thing about
fighting
it.
though.
So when you say you're sending, that means you're adding. So
BMT, how many? Okay, how many did he send?
I'm good, man. I'm out of here, man.
okay,
According to
thank
the
you.
reports, they had said initially 900, then they sent additional 500 troops. So I don't know how much officially is there,
So
but
if you send
that's the truth.
1,500 troops, that means you're full blown invading. Like I'm just
Against
Well,
40,000
I mean,
Hamas members, like it
because
doesn't make any
IDF
sense.
already has their troops.
so what
Israel already have
do you
people
know
there.
wait,
300,000
hold on.
troops
Do you
there.
know the devastation of us? You know the devastation of a squad of special forces can do? Do you know what they do?
We just
so
saw
you
what happened. Just saw what happened. 900 soldiers already got hit.
No, hold on. So listen, when you send in a special forces squad, right? They're made to go do ops. They're not going there to talk. Like that's like you're sending your hit squad
he didn't
to
say you
go
have to
do.
necessarily go there and talk. He was saying you have American citizens who were trying to get
Okay,
out of Israel,
okay.
and you
So
have
let
American
me.
citizens that got kidnapped as well
Okay, no,
too.
no, you need to
So
be correct. The American citizens are out of Israel. It's the
they've been
American
out of there.
citizens in Gaza that they're trying to get out. Because the
And
regular
so
Israel Americans have got them out long time.
right, and so and here's the thing. And here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it because India already showcased. They had it with India showcasing them getting on the planes. They had the Americans showcasing getting like these things are already videos of them already have left. Like they already done gone to their respective stations. Like the whole and the other thing about it was this. So when you have it where they're going into the red hot zones, like they're going in there to go do damage, bro. They're not going in there to talk. Like this is the contradictory of it, right? Is when it came to Afghanistan, they weren't sending special forces to go get Americans. They say either be your ass at the fucking plane or you get left. So they weren't sending
But
nobody to go
BMT,
pick up.
but BMT, Afghanistan is different because you don't have Americans
What?
that go to Afghanistan like that all the time.
Yeah,
You
the
have
Taliban were taking the whole
you
fucking
literally
thing
have
away.
Jews who go back and forth to Israel. Like
They
even
had
that
aid
Yahoo.
workers though. They had aid
They had aid
workers.
workers, bro.
Just like the UN people have people that works there. There's people that do Red Cross. There's different people there that's
But
administrating
more
things to
people are
Gaza.
going you're going to have more people that go to Israel back and
So
forth from the states, and you're going to have that go to Gaza
Yes,
or go to
but the
so
Afghanistan.
people. Okay, you're not. Let me just say this real quick, and then I get
go
off
ahead.
and you can talk. Israel is fine. The people that go to Israel is fine. It's Gaza we're
Right.
talking about. The people in
Gaza don't got
Gaza,
no
the
army,
the
bro.
foreign nationals in Gaza, is the people who needed to be escorted because they couldn't leave, and they just let them out last week.
Now, and here's the
Okay.
thing about here's the thing. And see, here's the thing about it. What you're saying on this miss. The reason why a lot of the world got mad with Israel, they're like, "Yo, bro, you're the people of Gaza only have rocks. You're just bombarding them. You're just hitting them with bombs, bro. You can't tell me you can have a precision aim with a bomb. You're just bombing shit. So it doesn't matter who's there. They're just getting bombarded. But see, America hasn't demonized Israel on what they've been doing, but they want to go in on Hamas. And I'm not saying I'm fucking with either side of them, but I do see that. See, you can't tell me that they're holding Israel accountable. Why? Because they are already in bed with them. So
Yeah, I know. I agree. I'm saying we're not. I don't think we disagree on that. I think the argument is: do you think Trump and the people he would put around him are going to handle this better than Biden and Harris will?
Yes.
but, see, that's the thing about it with me, and that's what me and the lady on the panel are saying, like, yo, bro, like Biden right now, the whole world is looking at him sideways, like, oh, bro, like your blind allegiance to Israel. is not calling out the humane.
And you think
atrocities that
Trump
the
would have called
UN
him out?
Who the UN has called them out?
No, you
Different
think Trump would have called out Israel when he was buddy with Netanyahu?
Hold on, bro.
No,
Hold
I
on now.
think that Trump would have better diplomats than Biden are having. Blinken is retarded. I'm sorry. You don't go to Israel and say, "Oh, I'm coming as a Jew." What? You are a diplomat. You're not even supposed to speak like that.
Why would you even say that? If you that's so biased. Like that's
You
so
are
biased. Like
biased. You straight up biased. So you're supposed to be a diplomat, meaning that you're supposed to speak like both sides of your tongue. You're not supposed to represent one side. We know he's biased, but you're not supposed to vocalize it to an international audience. Come on, this is ridiculous. Biden is not doing a good job. I don't care what nobody want to say. I don't care if they dox me or whatever. Biden is not doing a good job.
this is why that's why when we're asking like, yo, do you think if because mind you, we understand this. Iran is looking at this. They're talking about they're starting to send their stuff in there. Again, this is a conflict that is not going to go away. It's picking up more. That people are now starting to choose their sides because Iran is starting to send. Okay, America, you want to send 1,000 people in? Send your 1,000 in there. Okay, let me go start sending some tanks in there. Let me go start sending some motorized vehicles in there. Let's go send some troops in there. Whoa, Iran, you can't do that. Well, fuck y'all. Y'all done sent special forces in there. Y'all done sent that in there. Y'all didn't do that when Putin was fucking with goddamn Ukraine, but y'all doing that with Israel. So what changed? What changed now? So you see the irony of that? You're still sending money, and you see the only thing different about it is with the
Wait,
Ukraine and Russia
when you're
thing,
talking about
how
sending money, you think that like Trump would not be sending money? The right is the ones who want to cut off Ukraine and not and demand money to Israel.
Okay, they do send money. We strategically we are sending money. We've been sending money for decades to
Yeah,
Israel. No one is saying that.
yeah, they're ally.
Yeah, but what he's trying to say, I'm not speaking for BMT, but what I'm trying to say is the way they're handling the whole
it's
conflict,
wrong.
it's not right because they look so biased. The whole entire world is protesting the way they're treating these people. Remember, they're poor people who don't have the resources Israel do.
And they want
Israel
to
look
fight
like the
back.
big bully beating down a small kid, like a big 9 foot tall man beating down a 4'5" man. That's how Israel look to Gazans.
You
And the world is seeing this, and the world don't like it. That's why there's protests all over the world. Not only in America, not only in London. I mean, all over the world. People don't like what's going on because you seen babies, true babies, not no 40-beheaded babies like they lied, but real babies dying in hospital. How you gonna blow up a hospital? How you gonna blow up a church? And you're supposed to be Christian, and they're blowing up churches. So one of the oldest churches in the world they blew up. So it's not even a Muslim Jewish thing because they're attacking everybody. There was a nurse there. She's from the UN. She's not Israeli. She's not
Yep.
Palestinian or Gazan, and they
Speak
was
on it.
almost gonna blow her up. She came on TV, CNN, saying that she just it's like she don't know how these people are surviving the way they're just bombing them. Just it's like they're doing things just to be wicked and just you want to. It's ridiculous. It's just sad.
See,
Sorry for
here's
being emotional.
no,
that's
it's fine. But
cool.
here's the
Can
thing
I?
about it. Here's the thing about it. It's like we we talk about the humanitarian that we talk about the humanitarian high ground, and the thing about it is, this is why some people are now like at this point. It's just like how we had with the civil rights. After a while, when they started getting the footage and the world started seeing like, okay, this is just cruel. Like y'all can say what y'all want to say about the blacks, but we're just watching a man get torn apart by a German Shepherd. We're watching people get hit. So after a while, you can't annoy the voice of the world. So when people are seeing fighter jets that are being sponsored by your country being sent over to another country, and they're saying, "Well, we're doing this in the Jubilate of God," and they're just bombarding whole buildings where they're pulling body parts out, and they're like, "Well, we're gonna do it again." Like y'all, and mind you, the president just
The,
told somebody. The problem. Let me finish. The president of Israel done told the UN, "Fuck y'all. This is my country. I'm gonna do what we're gonna do." He said that he cursed right there to everybody. Say, "We're gonna do what we want to do. Y'all stay out of this." So he already told you he don't give a fuck. So once he said that and he kept on doing it, mind you, These people don't. I mean, these people are fighting with AKs and small arms. Small arms don't beat mechanized arms.
Yeah,
So
no,
like,
BMT, I get what you're saying, and that the Biden has looked bad and all this in his response. I'm just saying, like, to think that Trump would have a better response or a not even stronger pro-Israeli response would be to ignore everything he did that was blatantly pro-Israel in his last administration.
but you know why we can't use that renaissance is because we haven't seen it. We're going off of alleged versus what we can see.
We
Right? You understand what I'm saying? That's like somebody saying all
no,
black people do this, but we haven't
dude.
seen it. So if
If
I
I
see,
wait,
go
BMT,
ahead.
if I look at your policy and I say, okay, you had a policy of, you were pro police when you were a governor. Is it wrong to say, okay, you're probably going to be pro police if you became a senator?
Okay, right. All right. Now I'm gonna use you. I'm gonna use that same there. I'm gonna use that same. I'm gonna stay on that. Right. So there's a black, I think a black mayor in Texas, right? In Texas, that was for Biden and defund the police, who came on the news and said, "Hey, bro, these people have been threatening me and harassing me." He's like, "Yo, I'm not for this shit. Like, yo, like I want my people safe." Now he's not. He's no longer supporting Biden anymore because he's seeing that these people are tearing up his city.
You
Now,
you 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 talking about Eric Thomas in Dallas, and he trying to jump and become a Republican, but he's trying to
okay,
run for a Senate seat.
okay, but I get it. But was he wrong for saying that what they're doing? Is he wrong for saying what's going on in his city?
I
Because
I,
he showed the threats. He
I
showed how they were tearing up shit in his city.
I think it was. I'd have to look specifically because honestly, I didn't hear that part. But I thought it was just pure political calculation on his part,
But
and that then he's using that to try to pivot so he
okay,
can get a statewide office.
now I can believe in my heart that yes, Black lives do matter. I will say that. I do believe that, and I'm not going to take away that Black lives we do matter. But I'm also not going to be on for, hey, let's go ahead and fuck up and tear up shit or tear up our stuff and our taxpayer dollars. We got to pay for that later on, or let's go ahead and burn down this school, or let's burn down this because the white man. No, dude. At the end of the day, we still need that shit, bro. We still need these things. Like if you want, like, the destruction does not. How is the destruction helping us when we're already hurting for dollars right now? So I'm trying to figure, like when I said, hey, and I set up when I came up on this panel, like, hey, bro, I'm not for this Israeli and Gaza shit. Right now, the world is right now looking definitely at, yo, anything you American got to say about telling us what to do, fuck you. We're going to listen. We rather listen to Russia and China because right now they're showing that they were right about y'all. That y'all are just bullies. So I'm telling you right now, man, the swaying of the guard is definitely happening. People could try to pretend like it's not happening, but we're getting dragged down with Israel. They don't give a fuck. They can try to say anti-Semitic shit all they want, but you can't silence and Google hate speech the whole world. They at that point, you know they do. They replace you. They're gonna say, like, you know what, you guys are pieces of shit. But that's happening in South America, Europe. I mean, they got the thing going on in London, in DC. I think I saw the thing. They're all out there. Not even Palestinian. Just people are out there now saying, "Yo, bro, what they're doing is fucked up." And if y'all ain't gonna say nothing, then guess what? We're not gonna fuck with you. Told you, man. This is why people are not going to support Biden like that. How he's moving. You know what I'm saying? I get it. Biden probably would do better, but sending soldiers show where he stands. Like he just showed you where he stands with this. Like y'all have to tell me how y'all gonna get another Biden and Kamala after this.
And the thing too, though, they're lying to us. They're lying to us because when those soldiers got injured, right? No one knew until like a week later that the soldiers got injured in in Syria, in Iraq, and when those soldiers got injured.
Mm-hmm.
People were saying that, reporting that for days, but of course they was quiet and they didn't want people to know what was going on. Um,
Oh yeah.
and I wish they would be more honest. And that's the problem. The mainstream media is so pro Israel and lying. And it's the massive protests all over the world that got them to kind of change a little bit of their coverage because they were so, oh, these Hamas did this. And now it's coming out that out of those 1,400 Israeli people that died, majority of them probably got killed by IDF soldiers of the crossfire. It wasn't really Hamas did do damage, but the damage that they claiming was majority of the IDF soldiers, not knowing, just shooting people indiscriminately. So, I wish, and then and now they just letting reporters into Gaza because how people was getting out, it was like regular people on social media showing what's going on. And I think Al Jazeera, and then maybe I think one other news outlet was near, because Israel wasn't letting people go in there because they didn't want people to see what they were doing. And it's sad, man. It's a sad situation, and we look so bad. And Russia, you're right. Russia and China is like they taking over. We look like we're not even in control. We don't know what we're doing. Our diplomatic corps is there. I don't know what the hell they are. I don't know who told them what school of diplomacy they went to because clearly they're getting shunned by the leaders. They don't even want to see them. It's just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous situation. I feel bad for those people though. I really do.
Like one of the things about it, I want you to understand this. So when Mike V brought up the nuclear sub, right? But that was something that was interesting brought up. First of all, special forces, Green Beret, a lot of your higher octane um soldiers travel by sub. They don't travel by battleship. Battleship is how you carry your vehicles, your groups and everything. When you're sneaking in ops, when you're sneaking in op groups, right? You would send a sub. Biden's dementia ass said that shit out loud. We're gonna send a sub. Who else goes on a fucking sub? You would send something that can sneak under borders. And guess what happened not too long after? We got special forces running around in the desert of Gaza. Wait a second, hold up, bro. How the fuck did y'all get there? How'd y'all get there? Because we definitely didn't. Who said that? Because at that point now you're starting to say you ain't saying you was war, but you're damn sure done put some people. It's like I'm not for violence, but then you're putting guns down in front of people to hold firearms. Like that's not making sense. So if you're saying that you're trying to end the issue, and this is why I say, hey man, we probably need to worry more so about what's going on in the West because that BRICS thing, that BRICS Concord that they're trying to get past, where it's saying fuck the U.S. dollar, we're trying to go over to something different. They're trying to find reason to show you why. Listen, y'all sure y'all need that king, that U.S. in charge? Y'all see how they're doing stuff? See how they try to crash our dollar? I mean, our ruble. You see how they're trying to help them bad Israelis? Y'all got to pay attention to the ops of when people do certain stuff and how they set up and do stuff. It's no secret, and I'm a soldier, that the U.S. is infamous for starting controversies and paying other groups to do it and say, well, why are y'all fighting? Y'all should work together. Well, dude, you just give them the fighter jet? Did you not train the Taliban? Did you not give the Israelis the fighter jets that they needed and then turn a blind eye and say, well, Israel did it, not us? Like, so you don't, this is not new. This is not new. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, every president has doggone been okay with Israel. But we're looking at when they're doing their shit openly and they're fighting and they're destroying non-combatants. But there ain't nobody no a hospital is you're not allowed to attack a hospital. Last time I checked in Warzone, you're not allowed to attack a hospital. Hospitals, schools, those shits are supposed to be off ground. So it's not like Israel don't know better. But
And it's
what
not
else?
even the Gazan schools, it's the UN schools. So they're blowing up UN schools, not even schools that's run by the UN. That's like a travesty because the UN is supposed to be the arbiter of like peace around the world, right? They're supposed to be the ones that do aid and help people in conflict, and they blowing up UN schools.
Like I said, things are happening. the people who fled and went over to Russia, the Russian security and police had to protect the Jews because all them Palestinians were upset over there when them Russians when the Jews got off the plane, and you can go look at it up on the news. They were like, "Yo, we all these all them that." So
But
somehow,
they said it was a psyop, BMT. A lot of the foreign press is reporting it as a psyop, saying that
okay,
there's a Ukrainian guy that paid these people to go there and do that. Because it was only
okay,
60, it looked like it was a lot of people, but they said it was like only 60 people was there. And even if you Google it, like look into it, you'll see that they were saying that they was paying them to do that to cause stir problems because Ukraine, Ukraine and Russia already. And you know that the guns and stuff that Hamas got, they said they got that
yes,
from Ukraine because Ukraine was selling the weapons and stuff that the NATO and the Western countries was giving Ukraine to all these terrorist organizations, to the Afghanis and to the people in the Middle East. And that's how some of the weapons
Mhm.
end up in Gaza.
Y'all better hope to God that them doggone Middle Eastern people do not start giving them Gaza people them MRAPs and them MATVs that we left in Afghanistan. Y'all better hope to God, but we left a lot of weaponry, and if they give that shit to them, this fight is going to go a lot different. It's going to go a lot different. But I'm telling you right now, Israel got on all their sides. They don't have that many allies right now. So I'm being honest. I'm just saying this. Look up how many people are joining the U.S. military, and ask yourself. But I know people saying, "Well, we got it, we got it, we got it, we got it." No, it's like a boxer who's a champion who keeps on telling himself, "I got it." But see, every time you get into a fight, you can only take so many blows to your skull. After a while, you start getting drunk punches. So listen, the last thing you want to do is get involved with drone strikes and bombings. So ain't nobody trying to do the nuke game, God forbid, and ain't nobody want to do the holy art the now Hail Mary bombing game. When you're using a nuclear sub, you're just sending. That's a weapon of destruction. That's a continental destroying weapon. I know what I'm talking about. Nuclear subs are not efficient for doggone ending conflict. Well, they'll end the conflict. They'll end it. But see, if you're going to send a carrier, if you were to say you're sending a carrier over there, that's over there for foreign aid, I would probably give you that. But then they'll say you're setting up a base operating. But you wouldn't have set it up in Israel. You would have set it up on somewhere else, a foreign, and then say, hey, we're just here to get people out, and that's it. They did not do that. That's what me and the missus are saying that are on this panel. As I said, there's a backwards play going on. Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see. And I'm telling you right now, they're going to start making U.S. Are you going to fund us for this war? Watch. I'm telling you right now, they're going to ask. They're going to ask these politicians. So who's going to fund this war? And if you
It's
say
the
yes to
funny
that,
thing, sorry.
Mhm. Go
No, I'm
ahead.
sorry. What I was saying is a funny thing when you just said that they don't have allies. I don't know if you were watching Erdogan. Erdogan is the prime minister of Turkey, right?
Yep.
He gave a speech and he was like, "Oh yeah, um, the Hamas people are mujahideen. I can't pronounce that word, meaning religious fighters.
Mujahideen. Mhm.
Oh yeah, we're gonna protect them, the people of Gaza, the people they killing all these people. We're gonna apparently I just found out that the Gaza originally was a part of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is an
Yes.
organization he's a part of. And then I'm hearing too, I don't know how true it is, that some of the fighters are Turkish. The Hamas people are Turkish because people hearing them speaking Turkish. I don't know how true is this because it's a fog of war. A lot of stuff that getting reported is not always accurate. But I'm wondering if they go into the fight, what's gonna happen? Will it really start World War III? Because everybody's saying Iran, 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 and Iran is like, well, we didn't sanction this. So what if Turkey gets involved? What happens now?
So you have it where look it up, the Islamic states, and if one of their brothers is going to bang, they're all going to go. They're going to all say, "Oh shit, you mean we can get Israel back?" See, y'all talking about an old holy war, an old holy war, and I mean this is something that them old British white men done made a promise. They made a promise that hey, you can get this land or you can get this land, and they're like, well, y'all made the promise, and so they want to know who gets it. So I'm telling you right now, those Islamic states want to know who and when. And they see the thing about it, they want to know. See, the only thing that stayed them back was the world power. Was that U.S. world power was staying us back, was a little bit keeping them at bay. But if you have two world powers that are willing to say, "Hey, U.S. fall the fuck back," no, 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 I'm telling you, stay back. You don't got us. What you gonna hit us with? You can't. You ain't gonna run up on us. You ain't gonna do nothing to us. And I know a lot of y'all gonna say, "Well, you talk about America." No, we can't. Stop it. We're playing a full game because it's not. It's no hidden secret that recruitment in the military is low. We definitely know the efficiency rating, and damn sure we don't have the manpower right now. That's why the generals are like, "Yo, bro, we got to figure out how to get new soldiers." So we can't really afford a war right now at all. At all. So right now, Israel, you're kind of on your own. It's kind of like the fourth quarter, you're blowing steam. You can't do nothing about it. So
But
guess what?
BMT,
Let them have it, bro.
the only thing, like I said, going back to it, the right, you had members of the Republican Party who introduced a bill to basically reject Palestinian applying for visas to the United States and even try to revoke some of them that have them. That's why I'm saying, like, I hear the criticism of Biden is warranted. I'm not pro-Israeli. I think they definitely got it wrong.
Right.
But I'm
No, no,
saying the alternative is going to be even worse.
fair enough. Fair enough. Now I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna show you why. And I had a conversation about this. We need to talk about this. It wouldn't matter anymore now because the borders have been opened up. Listen, for everybody who don't understand it, them Palestinians, those Islamic people that y'all Islamophobia, that y'all have, they're here. They got subway, hotels, restaurants, businesses, hair stores. They do all kind of commerce business. Hell, you got at least a few of them that are now. You got the Muslim Brotherhood, you got mosques, you got all kind of stuff. They're already here in the U.S. So who gives a fuck if you support them or not? Because guess what? They're getting their U.S. dollar, and where they want to send their money, if they want to send it and fund fund their people, they can do it. They can do it now. They don't they don't need you like that now. There are other people, other groups that are willing to support them to see you lose. It's like Spider-Man versus the hateful six. They don't need you. Russia done proved that. America, we don't need you. So yeah, the Republicans saying, well, we don't want them Palestinians. Well, they're already here. Just like y'all talking about the Asian. Guess what? The immigrant dollar is almost now competitive with the American dollar. And if y'all don't believe me, trust me, go up north. You will go do more business with them before they need your black ass, before they need your white ass. You will do business with them. You can't get them out of here because they are a part of this shit. They run the shit now. When I go to doggone Walmart, I see Nigerians, I see Dominicans, I see a whole plethora right now on Sunday. They're shopping. You think Walmart gonna turn them away? Think Amazon gonna turn them away? It's too late to talk that shit now. They don't need you. Like I said, look what doggone DeSantis try to do in Florida. Let's get rid of them. Let's get rid of them immigrants. What they do? Disappear. What happened to Florida? Took a major economic hit. What did the residents start saying? Hey, get them immigrants back here, bro. We need them back real bad. You think New York can afford to say that kind of shit? No, no state can afford to say that. That shit don't matter, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all, like, the politicians are not the politicians. It's not what it is, bro. That's what I'm saying. The old guard is just about dead. It's just about dead, man. The gates can't be closed. Hinge has been taken off. So the Republicans saying that shit, I promise you, Republicans hire goddamn immigrants to do their work. How does that work? They hire them. Texas, hello, as much as they all American, What you talking about? Florida? What you talking about? That's what I'm saying, man. It don't make no damn difference. I was in an American. I was in the U.S. military. Every goddamn single de Mayo day, them goddamn Latinos proudly waved their flags in our face. They weren't waving no American flag. They were waving their flag. The Caribbeans, they hang their flag proudly. They're like, okay, we gonna do? Tell us to put it away. We an American. So it does again. You can't
Wait,
sit down and
BMT
talk
did.
about.
Did you hang a Geechee flag?
Did I hang my Geechee flag?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't even know what the Geechee flag was at the time.
Would you do it
I didn't
now?
start getting. I didn't start getting more. I didn't start getting more culturally connected until I came back from like my third go about, and then I said, you know what? Let me go find out more about myself because everybody else, I got to see the Moors. I got to go walk the path of the Moors. So I said, well, let me go see what we got. So instead of me having to go connect to Africa, there's an African village in South Carolina, right? There's an African village in South Carolina. There's all kinds of stuff in South Carolina. So now that I got my Geechee flag, yeah, I got my Geechee stuff on my vehicle. When I go to the VA and stuff, just like them Irish people. When a New York police officer die, do they have an American wedding? No, they have a Scottish wedding. They have an Anglo-Saxon wedding. They do the bagpipes. I don't see nobody running out there telling them what the fuck to do. Am I lying? Y'all go watch a politician or anybody die in New York. They will plop them damn bagpipes and walk down that damn street.
You're right. You're right. I'm in New York, so yeah,
They will do that shit.
you are.
You a whole black police officer and they playing bagpipes for you. You know
They
damn well
do.
you ain't.
I just want to apologize to Mike V. I didn't really want to run him off. I just got. I'm so emotional about this damn issue. I need to stop watching like Al Jazeera
No, you ain't gotta
because that's
apologize about that. You don't
yeah.
have to.
Because
No,
I
this
know
is called conversation.
I
This is
I
called
know I came
conversation.
in strong though. I don't mean to. I just when I heard him saying, "Oh," it just kind of irritated me because it's. I know they're not us. I know some of them never stand with us, but we have to remember, like, I grew up watching the apartheid situation on TV, right?
Right.
That was BMT saying
And
that.
I remember Nelson Mandela, and then people keep saying, "Oh, Nelson Mandela's a hero now. Is a hero now." But remember, he went to jail. They used to call him a terrorist. People like Malcolm X. They always try to vilify people. Like I said, Hamas. We don't. I mean, that's the people that's there. We're not there, so we don't know the daily struggle that some of these people have to go through. But with the stuff I'm hearing about what they do in Israel to the regular people, and we also need to know that it's not only Gaza, it's the West Bank. They literally just arresting people nonstop. They don't get. I hate this. They say Israel is a democracy, right? And they go for the rule of law, right? So if you're going by the rule of law, how are you gonna arrest somebody and don't tell them what you're arresting them for? That's what they're doing to the people in the West Bank. So they're bombing and killing all the Gazans, and in the West Bank, they're just picking up people, arresting them, raiding their homes, and these settlers too are killing them. Like the people from New York, the people from Europe that goes there is trying to take over the people that land. What they do to the black Jewish people them that's there. We need to really look into this issue and not just make it only about them people and us in America. We have to. Our taxpayers is paying for all of this. We're helping them kill those people. We have to actually wake up and not just be like, oh well, it's them people over there and we're here. No, we kind of responsible because our money is paying for this.
Well, that's why I said what I said. Renaissance one, ma'am, you don't have to be apologetic about when you push against ideology or standpoint. You have that right. That's your constitutional freedom. That's your amendment. This is a free open panel for men and women to say, speak until change verifies. So You came up here and you spoke your truth and you knew your information. Don't have to ever feel apologetic. Okay. Now, I said what I said because guess what? I fought in these conflicts. Okay. I fought there and I've been there. So when I say, hey, this is not something that we need to get involved in, that's something I mean and I stand by. Because we get involved with too much shit as Americans and we think that we're always right. Okay. Now I done shed blood, I done lost blood, and I done taken blood. So when I say, hey, we got to stop inserting our shit and thinking that, hey, we're always on the side of right. Okay. That's their problem. That's their issue. And guess what? The world, see the thing about when Americans get involved, everybody believes, well, because America's involved, they have to be right. You understand me? So when I say, listen, let Israel get caught. When they get caught doing their shit, which they're getting caught doing their shit now, they can't say, well, the American, no. Everybody sees you what you're doing. Now we need to be focused on our shit. Stop giving them that fucking $5 billion. Take that money and reinvest it into what we need. We need to do what we need to do. I'm not wrong and unjust for that, but I don't ever, but see, other countries, they're going to make sure that their motherfucking people get their shit first. So it's not wrong to say, hey, man, we got shit over here that we need adjusted. We got shit that needs to be taken care of. So until we get our policies and our shit refixed, structured, and start getting some of these things recontort, like we still haven't even fixed goddamn, that $5 billion could have gone into goddamn minimum wages and shit. Goddamn, old people ain't even getting their goddamn retirement. So we got enough issues right now. That war, that's their shit that they're doing. I understand that we threw the rocks, but we're not even throwing the rocks. Ukraine, we're not throwing the rocks. They're throwing rocks. That's their issues with those powers that be. And a lot of people don't like us saying that, but guess what? We're gonna have to open, we might have to crack open that Keystone pipeline when shit start getting hot. But I can tell you right now, if you think them other countries gonna be like, hey, you think you're gonna get to walk around here freely? Unless you're gonna fight your way to get to that damn oil, fuck you. Because last time I checked, them princes in goddamn Dubai, they don't fuck with Israel like that. They don't. So guess what? You might choose wisely who you want to actually start picking on, what kid you want to pick on. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, listen, bro, you might want to go get that oil rig in the Gulf, get that shit back open. Now everybody can say, well, BMT, you talking reckless. No, I'm telling you right now, it is going to be what it is. I ain't have no problem with them people in Haiti. They started getting rid of their criminals the way they did. You know, France said, hey, y'all shouldn't be doing that. Fuck France. They didn't give a fuck when them people were being terrorized by them people. The French didn't give a shit when them Africans in Nigeria were getting doggone terrorized and shit. It took a goddamn Islamic reporter that lived in Nigeria said, hey man, you're spreading false news about the Islamic State in here. So yeah, they did that. You know who went over there and helped them? The Russians. The Russians went over there and did that. So now guess what? Now Nigeria is supporting Russia now. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, Russia and China is moving around very strategically, and they're doing things. They're taking pieces of the board. There's a Russian battleship in the Caribbean right now. You can go look it up.
Yeah, I heard that.
Do you see America saying get it the fuck out of here? Why not? Why they got a battleship here, so close to us? That's within shooting range too.
Good. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, but you hear the music in the background.
Oh, okay. Like an echo? No, it's an echo.
No, we hear music.
No, I'm saying, is there echo right now? Or still good?
No, there's no echo. You banning me off?
Nah, why would I do that? Nah, man, you guys have your opinion on it, and yes,
I want to see you weigh in. I want to hear what you had to say about Gaza.
I mean, you notice me and Paradox have kind of stayed off of that because we just we put it like this.
Yeah, we don't want to jeopardize our platform because I know how they are cracking down on
No, no,
people
no, no,
who.
no. I would say this. You just have to understand that the Israeli Palestinian situation was decided to be a pro, no matter what particular political party is affiliated with.
Stood on. Yes.
That's going to
Exactly.
be the military strategy. Period. I think Mike brought it up earlier. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the Abraham Accords that did happen like 3 or 4 years ago when
Yeah.
President Trump was in office, and he basically weaponized Israel to become pretty much almost like a mini nuclear power. They already had it to the hilt, but it was pretty much brought to the forefront that they was weaponized and subsidized by the U.S. government. I mean, everybody knew, but it's written as far as the deal now. So it's pretty much written down that protections will be put into place and that anything doing something to America on American soil. You guys understand that, right?
Yeah, we
What I'm
do.
saying
I
to you?
mean,
So
yeah.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the person is. That's the reason why when you get someone, even that's part of the Republican side, they're saying the same thing. You know, kill everybody in Hamas and stuff like that. And let me just tell you that the Palestinian conflict, um, there's people space that you just should not be in. There's a group of people that shouldn't be there.
Correct.
That's really all it is. And if you ain't talking about removal, you're gonna have that conflict. That is the solution. That's the solution. So without doing that, then what do you have?
But that's why I said, DC, listen, bro. The best course of action is to just stay our hand away from this. Like,
I just and you should know this already. That has already been decided. There's a
I know.
reason why the US has interest in Israel that goes beyond the Palestinian conflict.
Yeah, I mean it's the only democracy in the Middle
It's
East, and it's
I don't even want to really go deep into detail about it, but there is a reason why they're there.
I know strategically. I know that, DC. But what I'm saying is, what's going on? It's like the entire world is being troubled by it. Now I know strategically, Republican, Democrat, whatever, is always going to be Israel, Israel, Israel. We know that.
Right.
But my point is, Biden has Blinken going there instead of being a diplomat. Just I understand that he has to speak two sides of his mouth, but he's not acting diplomatically. You don't have all these. You don't have the unevenness of like 5,000 kids dying, or it's not probably 5,000. It's probably 5,000 now. You have. Okay, they said in Israel, what, 40 kids died in Israel, allegedly. We know that's not true now, as opposed to 3,000 babies and kids. And you're a diplomat there in the region, and you're not being sympathetic to that. You just, Israeli. Okay, yes, it's sad that all those people died and Hamas is bad, blah blah blah. But you're a diplomat. You have to know how to speak. And his whole thing there was just like so one-sided and not even keeled. Even though strategically America has to be on Israel's side, but the world is watching, and we're supposed to be the cop of the world or the father of the world. We're not acting like a parent.
You thought that was a real thing? Okay, let me ask you a
I
question.
know. I mean,
Seriously.
I know
No,
it's not a real thing, but
hold on. See, this is what I'm saying about black people in particular. We want things to be a certain way. We have to understand that they have decided this is a military strategy that is always go time. BMT knows that. I mean, there are plenty of places that America should not be. If you want to talk from a practical point, yeah. But if you look at it from the world point of view, or the grip of how strategic that territory is for them to uphold certain type of promises that they have made to other countries that they are supporting, by the way, strategically. When you have a situation like that, that group of people, because it was written out after World War II to put them somewhere, I mean, let's just get to the reason why they're there initially. Once people decided Jewish people were going to be a protected global class of people, then that's done. You understand? That's the only hold on. That's the only way that I can put it without doing anything else. It's going to be leaned in their favor. There is no right and wrong to it. Only interest at this point. You understand?
Okay, I get that. I know,
so they are looking at it like this. If we do not bomb you into oblivion, be thankful.
Right.
That's how they look at it.
I get that. And I get the strategic thing. But my thing is also strategy is there's more of them globally than that type of people. And yes, we're not bombing them to oblivion. I mean, they kind of are, but whatever, fine. They could do worse, right? My point is, though, the rest of the world is watching. We have to do the illusion of democracy, right? The illusion of we're peacekeepers.
So you think that, let's just say, Russia and China would be friendlier in this particular situation, the opposite side?
I think Russia and China would okay, let's talk about Russia, right? Everybody says Putin is a crazy man and he's this and
No. Forget the crazy part.
Right.
I'm asking you very simply, do you think that the amount of violence would be any less if it was basically strategically built upon from Russia and China side, going opposite side? Do you think that it would be different?
I think I think it would be different because look at Syria. Russia's in Syria, and look how Syria is calmed down. It's still violence there, but it's not like it was before with the civil war. So yeah.
But what happened in Syria, though? You have to be totally upfront about what took place. You know that there was U.S. operations there.
I know, and we still have a base there. We still have people there. They said 1,500 people still there.
Right. So that's here's the thing, because this is what me and Paradise get down to, because this is the real, believe it or not, this is the real shit, by the way. This is the real thing. When you talk about real politics, this is real politics. War games, right? So if I make a chess move, people understand you want to have self-annihilation, right? You put a piece in the middle of the board that can't be moved. Technically, that's what Israel is. Okay?
Right.
Think of it like that. If you want to remove that piece, then it's declaration of war on our part. You know we protect these people. Hold on. It ain't right. Okay? It's wrong. We can say that it's wrong, it's evil, you're doing the wrong thing, you took these people in, yada yada yada. But they took America too.
Right. No, I get that. I'm not.
If you want to really, no, I'm saying, but see, that's what I mean. You gotta understand what this country is. Hawaii recently, Panama. I mean, I gotta kick the ballistics to you like this, because I'm not trying to save grace here. Me and Paradise, we shouldn't be talking about this, to be honest with you. To be perfectly honest with you, BMT knows this, but I feel like it's important because our people don't live in reality. We believe that benevolence. Hold on. Forget about the fatherhood talk. This world is brutal, and if this is to a sense of, if somebody wants to destroy you, and I say, okay, I'm gonna put this middle piece here. We're gonna give them a small piece, but you can't touch it. I don't care about the people there. You're gonna have to move them up out of there, and we're gonna have our interests in play, and it's gonna be mutual destruction. You can't take that piece off the board, though. You take that piece off the board, then you basically call it's a cause for what we call the triple digits. You understand what I'm telling you on that?
Right.
That's a triple digit
I'm
move.
worried about that. I actually feel that this. Well, okay, I was saying Turkey. I'm watching a lot of stuff on Turkey because people are saying like people saying Iran, whatever, but people are saying Turkey strategically has a stronger army, right? Turkey has a pact with
Stronger army than who?
Then okay, stronger than in the Middle East, like one of the strongest army in the Middle East. If you include them, because they're not Middle East, they're NATO, but strategically they're a part of the Arab or whatever nations, right? So they saying strategically Turkey has that army. Now, what I know, he's a politician, and I know he's going to say one thing to his people in this country, and another thing to us in the West or whatever. But they're saying that if he has the mutual destruction, he has a pact with another nation, Pakistan. So if Israel used their thing, Pakistan will give Turkey their thing, and you know what I mean. So I'm worried about this could blow up. So I know you're saying Israel can't be moved, but we don't know what's going on.
I'm saying that I'm surprised that it took this long. To be honest with you, it was a conflict that was going to never be solved. You understand?
Well,
it's a conflict that was going to never be solved. The only way you solve that is if one group leaves. One group has to leave. That's the peace.
Yep. I was going to say, DC, I'm assuming you've read what Malcolm X said about Israel in his day.
Absolutely.
I get what you.
Yeah, what he wrote in I believe it was the Egyptian Gazette, and he kind of laid it out of, hey, this is what this is for, and this is why it was put where it was, because that was not the only place they were looking at putting the state.
Right. Right.
Like I said, man. Like, look, that's why I told y'all, like, I'm very fluent about that space, about that rock. And listen, to be the king of that mountain, somebody got to get pushed off of that rock. And so guess what? You're not gonna allow your little brother to get pushed off that rock without you swinging that stick. So everybody knows that, hey, so it's gonna happen. Again, if anybody ever played Risk, I'm not sure if anybody remembers that game Risk, or
oh yes, play it all the time.
Okay, so that's how it works in the politic world. Like when the minute I heard, oh, they sent the SF there, I already knew what time it was. I said, oh yeah, we're here now. Oh shit, I wish it was during my timeline, but guess what? I guess it's happening. This was inevitable.
Yeah, so why are you doing all this? So why are you doing all this kind of fake talking on here then about what should be instead of what it is?
Well, okay, so hold on. So you're saying what, fake talk? But I said let's not get involved. What do you mean?
You know that's not a reality though.
Hold on. I'm saying what I feel, that I don't think we need to get involved. Now,
well, you need. That's what I'm saying. That's separate than what you know that what America's going to do.
Okay.
I just told you. Hold on. I just told you, right?
Okay.
Because I just told you that this is something that's already been decided. Everybody that goes into politics that gets, when they raise their hand and stuff like that, you might as well include another place on the country, another place in the world that you are pledging the allegiance to. Seriously, bottom line.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fair. So that's to every president then that's to every president. So
yes. Yes.
Yes. No. Look at Republicans.
Do you see how much money we get? Hold on. Do you see how much money we give that place on the planet a year?
I do.
A quarter? A fiscal year?
Or look at Republicans in the nationalistic rhetoric that they embrace. They want to take money away from Ukraine, but they are demanding that money continue to go. Like that is the right on the Republican that's just doing that. That's to show you this doesn't make a difference across the spectrum.
It's so crucial. Look at how Vivek has changed his speech. Remember how he came out talking crazy about that particular place, and how he talks about it now? Did you notice the pivot?
but you can't say that. Well, you're right on that.
Did you
With
notice the pivot?
Yes, I did know the pivot.
And why do you think that was? Because it's
You're
a different,
low,
it's a
BMT.
difference, it's the difference between reality and what you want it to be.
Okay, so in that fairness, okay, so hold on. But I'm not trying. Listen,
BMT, you're
I'm gonna
low.
make sure that. Well, that, and hold on. No, I got it. I was getting a message, but I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to doggone put myself in a situation where I fuck up my doggone shit. Fuck that. Not over no YouTube. So,
See what I'm
but
saying?
listen, hold on. I'm slowing down on my speech. I don't know about some of these motherfuckers. Listen, listen, I got my ties that I can't fuck up. So, um, when it
Plenty of
comes to
people
this,
in the halls of power say the same thing, but just not about you too.
okay, hold on. But I have to pick my words correctly on how this goes about on this conversation. So, when I'm talking about a surgical precision, that's why when I brought up about when they drop in a certain group, that is to doggone destabilize and remove certain board. It's like a surgical knife. So when I said that, I was speaking on how layers of things happen. Like when you are invading or doing certain stuff. Like it's kind of like two groups are looking for a reason to fight, and somebody says, finally, I can give them a reason. So that way we can get that land. So we gotta get rid of this gang. This is how we're gonna do it. The best way I'm seeing it gonna happen right now, yeah, DC, you're right on saying that. I'm not gonna just say it's just a Republican thing, because when all presidents, all politicians swear in, they all swear their allegiance. They all make this allegiance doctrine towards this group. This is
Yeah,
not no secret. This is not no
man.
just a Republican thing. This is how it is. When them rabbis come up there to that White House and they go sit in that room with them politicians, they're not making a promise with you. They're telling you this is what it is. This is what you're going to do. This is how much you're going to sign. I understand that very well. That's why I'm very well traveled in the world and I know my place. It's not something like, oh, you're a black man. No, no. If you know the world, you understand how the world works very well. And trust me, that's why when I heard the thing about, well, why didn't Obama say anything? What could he say? What could he say? He signed a contract. Every president signs a contract. Every person who signs up and swears in signs that contract. It's not going to change.
But the thing about Obama, ironically, is that he did not have the best relationship with Netanyahu during his presidency. I
You don't think
mean,
so?
you at one point Netanyahu came to the States and gave a speech in the House, and I don't even know if he even stopped to see like Obama. Like, do you know the level of disrespect you have to come to a foreign state and give a speech in their legislature and just bypass the president altogether?
But
I
now
mean,
I'm a
they did not like one another, and at one point Netanyahu wanted to go and strike Iran and he thought the U.S. was going to back him, like
I'm a
preemptively strike, and Obama was like, "Nah, we can't go that far."
I'm gonna say it like this, Renaissance, like how my commander told me. You don't have to like that soldier over there to work with that soldier. Like I'm not paid to like you. I'm just paid to do a job. Like there are plenty of devils that we doggone lay in bed with that we know damn well. And I agree very well with, listen, man, it doesn't matter what world power gets this contract, it is a contract. It's gonna be fulfilled. Like this is what I'm saying. Like when it comes to the political thing, bro, like listen, that's the whole thing about it. It's like you're on, when we're like board members on the thing. Listen, the CEO knows at any point any of your board members can try to knock you off. We know this, right? You're as a CEO, you know that all your board members, they're there working with you, but they'll also get rid of you if they see a sign of weakness. So guess what? America understands that. They got China, they got the whole accords and all this shit happening. So they're looking for a weakness. So Russia's like, hey, bro, what's going on? How you gonna handle that? If you can't do it, I'll do it. No, 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 I got it. And China's the same way, man. That's why I said, like, This is not being dismissive. I appreciate how DC tapped at the ice, even though he didn't want to touch the ice. But this is a that's why I said some of this conversation, you really want to have more of the military and government people touching on this, because then we can only talk about so much shit. You only gonna talk about so much. Ain't nobody gonna reach their fucking job security for this shit. Fuck that. It ain't worth it. No. I could promise you, the next president is going to choose. The next president is going to choose how he's going to run with this shit. That's a definite. Everybody is going to tell you.
But
that.
now BMT, you do acknowledge though, like, and this is where I was kind of getting at with Trump, is that, like I said, I don't like Biden's response, but I think there are enough people in there that know, hey, we can't let this situation spiral out of control into something bigger than a regional conflict. I don't know if Trump would. I don't know. I seriously doubt Trump would have those type of people around him with that type of fidelity to like really operate in a way that we could actually like not have a full blown conflict in the world.
I'm gonna say it like this. Because I know MOT just came up. Like, regardless of that, listen. Once you spend your special forces over there, and anybody who knows about the military knows, they're not going over there to babysit, bro. Like, they're going there to do a job, bro. They've been already told what they're going to do, bro. That's like when you get called to the red carpet. They've already told you what they're going to do. So, like once Biden didn't have a choice in doing that. That wasn't his choice. They'd say, hey, bro, send those special forces guys here. Once they go there, that was it. That was it. You're now, when the military gets there, then that's kind of like the after cleanup crew. That's just it. You don't need to get the Air Force in there, because they already got their own Air Force. That'd be overkill. What's up, MOT?
Yeah, you're on mute, MOT.
Yeah, what's going on, man? I mean, the problem is with this conflict is that no one wants to have the conversation from the begin point until now. Like, Netanyahu knew that he couldn't do anything under Obama, because Obama was straight up about ostracizing this dude from day one. This is why this stuff didn't happen under Obama. Period. Once you lean toward what's going on over there, you're setting up what is actually happening right now. The response, like, there have been worse attacks that didn't require a ground invasion of Gaza. It didn't require that, especially if you know these people ain't got the ability to leave. You're committing genocide at this point. And you know you commit genocide at this point because everybody over there isn't in the leadership of what's going on over there. I don't understand why it's so hard. Like, look, once you have the conversation from the first beginning, the only thing you have to do is draw parallels between Jim Crow and what's happening in Gaza. It's too simple to draw the parallels. Okay? Cannot have any economic activity. People on the other side study expanding actual settlements outside of the so-called agreement. Is going to actually build resentment, so that way you'll have a quote-unquote uprising, which is rockets being thrown one way or another, even though they have a missile defense shield. Look, when there was an actual mass shooting, the next day you found out who the people were who died. When Israel, quote unquote, was hit and all these Americans died, you didn't see no Americans' faces up there, did you? You didn't see who got killed or whatever. Every time they came out with things, they were debunked immediately. So what I'm saying is that there's never going to be peace in this region until you disarm both sides completely. You have to assign borders, have the borders be assigned by a regional group, and that's going to be the end of it. Otherwise, I don't want to hear shit out of evangelical Christians' mouth or anything else, because they're over there for what's happening now. The people who are celebrating the slaughter of these quote unquote people, are the same people who claim they care about pro-life shit in the United States. Same exact people, right? So I'm just saying, look, none of this stuff is even that hard to figure out if you understand the history. If you want to start the history at October 7th, I have nothing to say to you. Nothing at all. But if you want to go back to how this stuff started in the first place and what economically could have been built in that area, given everyone country's input into the actual area at that point, then I'm willing to have a conversation. Otherwise, we just got to leave this shit into those people's hands and let that shit be their issue over there. We got our shit to worry about over here. They got their issue to worry about over there. I know our government is providing these people certain type of resources, but at the end of the day, this shit is not that big of a deal for us to be spending this amount of time worried about. We got our own problems right here within this country to worry about. So.
Yeah, but the problem is we are involved. That's the problem.
I mean, we always have been involved, and that's the whole point. It's kind of like we've been involved only for religious reasons. Outside of religious reasons, there's no reason to have Israel as an ally, period. If it wasn't so many evangelical, definitely not American citizens who don't even care about our rights as personnel over here, but they care about Israel's rights over there to do whatever they want to. So as much as they've been doing stuff over here against people in the United States here, they support the same type of BS going on against those people in that area over there.
It's because of A, as we talked about earlier, the influence, but then B, if you're talking about the Christian angle, it's Christian Zionism as well. They're looking at, oh, this is the fulfillment of the Bible.
Yes, and that's why I say, like, look, these people are in they've been in a no-win situation since the state was created. And all these people who claim that they care about them are unwilling to take in these refugees inside their area. But at the end of the day, you got to just let those people do what they do in that area, because they're going to start losing support with what they're doing now. There is no way they can keep just clearly shelling civilians and they keep the United States port this high. There's no way that that's going to be able to happen. No way.
I mean, you're seeing cracks in it even on some of these university campuses.
You are.
You're seeing people who are alumni who are pretty much saying, "Hey, I don't like the university's response. You know, I'm gonna pull my donations," or "Hey, y'all didn't respond quick enough." Or so. I mean, like I said, between the protests you see in the street, around the country, and around the world, and even what you see, the pushback that people are having to give on college campuses, like these people know they're losing a PR war here.
They are, clearly. It's no different than the Vietnam War and how the people was losing the PR war here in the United States as they ratcheted up McNamara's morons to where they would send anybody over there to fight the actual battle. When at the end of the day, everybody knew that this was an unwinnable conflict. Even when Colin Powell said it would take 100,000 extra ground troops to win this, nobody cared about what he had to say. But at the end of the day, that's how we got the Powell Doctrine after that. What if you and that's how it got to be discussed about. If you're going to go over there in an actual wartime situation or to support people, you got to have clear goals. There's not a clear goal with why they went into Gaza other than genocide. There's no
and they don't have an out, and that clearly goes against Powell Doctrine, because Powell Doctrine
that too.
Says, it clearly says you got to have clear objectives. You got to basically use all the options available to you,
diplomatic resources before you go in with military force.
And then you do it. If you do go in, you do it decisively and you do it as quickly as possible to minimize.
Walk in with overwhelming force, no matter what that force is, and get the conflict over, like in the actual Kuwaiti situation, in the Grenada situation. I mean, there are ways where you may have agreed or disagreed, but it wasn't a disagreement for long because the situation was over very quickly. And when you have this stuff that's not over with very quickly, and now
you don't have out.
Public resentment. You don't have an out. The only out is let these people commit genocide until what thing? Okay? You allow people in there for what 4 to 6 hours a day after you bomb them for 20 hours a day. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Like, what are we allowing to happen here? And it's like, can you really expect to keep this up over how long can you keep this up before you start losing support at home?
Or before you exacerbate a greater regional conflict, because there's already data coming out from information coming out from the intel community and the embassies, diplomats who are basically saying, hey, the people in the Arab world are pissed the hell off of the way these people are being treated.
And they're being paid well. I mean, all right, forget what I just said, but they're being supplemented right now. But the stuff is going to go beyond being supplemented by the government to where the people are just not going to take the shit no more. And they're going to want something to happen, right? So it's like, okay, you can go over there, you can pay Iran for the things that they've been investing in for a while, okay? You could do that for a while. But at the end of the day, if you don't have an out that is very quick, you're going to ignite the entire region. And once you ignite the entire region, it's going to be like North and South Korea. We had overwhelming force. Guess what they have? An overwhelming ground force that can surround and overwhelm that place in a heartbeat. And there ain't no way you're going to be able to get past that. Listen, when other people decide to get involved, there is no way that small place is going to be able to stop all of those people that they pissed off for a long ass time.
Not to
There's
mention,
no way that's going to happen.
No, you're going to be asking more and more U.S. getting drawn into it, or you're going to see basically Russia, China, them get involved, and then you turn into a global conflict, East versus West.
Correct.
If you're not careful.
And that's why you have to get this stuff over with quickly. I mean, I know Biden been over there or whatnot, but this shit never would have happened under Obama. It definitely would have happened under actually Hillary Clinton. Probably worse would have happened under Hillary Clinton, by the way. But at the end of the day, if you don't know the history of the region and you only want to start the conversation at October 7th, then there's no way we're going to be able to have an actual clear and structured conversation, because people want to come in with their idea of what they think should happen without taking the whole history into account. It's kind of like the George Floyd situation and shit. Like, police been out of pocket way before George Floyd was choked out over them 9 minutes, and nothing really changed in law enforcement since that time. We didn't pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. Everything is literally still in place, right? But at the end of the day, if this stuff keeps happening, at the end of the day, they're gonna stop thinking that we are a place for democracy and all that kind of other shit. Especially with this, we can't get the court system right shit under these federal indictments and local indictments under the previous president. Like, we're losing the idea that we can spread democracy anywhere because it ain't working here.
Yeah,
you just can't sit back.
Yeah. No, you talking about Trump?
We're hypocrites.
It's been reported that Trump is literally saying, "Hey, if I get reelected the first day in office, I'm invoking the Insurrection Act." And
He's saying that up front, while under federal indictment, while threatening judges, while other judges are just soft shoeing what he's doing, and no one's trying to get her off the actual case. Like, bro, we've lost the ability to be able to check other people, including Israel. We allow for them to run their actual intelligence apparatus in our country for I don't know how long. We've never allowed another country to do that. And Donald Trump actually invited the actual Saudi Arabia to be able to run their intelligence apparatus inside our country by shutting down the State Department for 4 years. Like, people have no idea how they're setting up this guy to be the next president of the United States, thanks to not following simple rules and laws that are already on the books. But we expect Israel to follow it. Like, they know how far they can go. They can go as far as they want to. But this is just where we are, man. Like, I don't know if there's a way out of it for them at this point, because you have to charge them with war crimes at this point. Because there were worse attacks in previous years. There was never this type of, okay, we're going to do a ground invasion type of counteroffensive against what happened. Like, no. Military actual targets are military targets. They're targeting civilians. I'm sorry.
I mean,
that's what it is now.
Well, I mean, you had what, a top Israeli military official literally 24, 48 hours after the attacks happened saying, "Oh, no food, no water, no power for these people." Like
Yes,
dude,
out loud on
yes,
TV.
yes.
I mean, that's a war crime. Like, bro, like you have to understand that there are clear war crimes happening here, but we want to ignore it because it's Israel, and it's like, bro, the response did not require a ground invasion. If you're taking out military targets, certain assets, certain resources, certain buildings that you claim things are in, that's what the limit of the actual discussion has been. A ground invasion where you just going shelling people from house to house. How do you
Oh,
know who's who if you
oh,
do a ground invasion?
or
You
here's
don't
the other
know.
thing too. Didn't even say anything about the hostages because these people took
No,
hostages, and people are like,
I
well,
mean
they took all these Israeli hostages. I'm like, dude, I haven't heard y'all
that's how
even
you
talk.
knew.
You haven't
Like
even heard these people talk about it. I don't even.
Renaissance man. That's how you knew it wasn't about the hostages because they wasn't trying to rescue the hostages to end the conflict. In any other situation, what started the conflict would be the reason why you would end the conflict, which was the hostage taking. The moment they decide to, you know what, we're not gonna go after the hostages. Actually, we're gonna drop bombs on the hostages and the hostage takers. Dude, you
Yeah,
have no legal, legitimate reason to do exactly what you're doing. What you're doing is actual genocide at this point, and it has to be treated as such. And anybody who says that it is otherwise, they should be able to explain it. Look, if this was a hijacking, a clear hijacking of any type of aircraft, and the aircraft land and the hostage negotiators negotiate with the hostages on the ground, and they was like, you know what, breakdowns and the actual negotiations have happened. We're going to kill everybody on board to include the actual hostage takers themselves. They was like, how come they didn't send the special forces out there to come deal with this issue? Because this is a special forces type issue. It is an intelligence gathering initiative, and then you have to go and get these hostages back. You don't expand the war beyond the hostages and then try to use the hostages as an excuse to why you expanded the war this far. That's not how wars work. Wars have objectives, and killing civilians that has nothing to do with the hostage takers is not an actual clear objection for war. It just isn't.
yep. And oh yeah, another one in the chat too. You break it, you fix it. That was another thing Colin Powell talked about.
Boom. Same thing.
What they say again?
Yeah, it's very true. You break it, you fix it, just like in Afghanistan. We walked out of there after Charlie Wilson's war, left those people to their own devices, and boom, something else happened that was way worse. We should have spent a tenth of the money refixing those people's things, and things would have been fine. But at the end of the day, if you don't know the history of the area and you're just trying this off the cuff drink champ style bullshit debate about what the fuck is going on over there, and you're just trying to just say, "Oh, I stand with Israel," without even understanding what the history is, you're going to be on the wrong side of this. You're going to be on the wrong side. Like most nativist people would say, you know what? Screw those people. You know what? Because there was riots in that area, that doesn't mean those people deserve justice in the first place. I'm like, yeah, but there was something that happened before those things happened. Right? We caught police on camera actually doing things and we didn't even follow up on that. But if you just want to find any excuse to do whatever it is that you want to do that you always wanted to do, then none of this stuff means anything. That's just the way it is. I mean, like most of these people don't even know what they're talking about. We have this idea within black society that the most ignorant people should fucking speak and say shit. We're too tied to hip hop and fucking entertainment. We don't even trust people who actually went through the process, went to school, went to actually understand this shit, have a history of knowledge of the area. The only one thing we want to hear is damn fools and actual nigga exceptionalism. It doesn't work. This situation is way worse than people can ever imagine. And it can easily happen here during the next administration. Easily happen here. Damn, everybody left?
Yep. No, I'm still here. Paradox, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you
All
share
right, so
that
what if
link?
I said that that's wrong? Like, what?
No,
What I'm
I
saying
just
is
want
wrong.
to. Can you real quick? Can you share the link? Can you share your screen to the link I just shared in the chat?
Not on this device. It's not gonna let me do it.
Okay.
It might. I don't know if you are you on a computer.
Nah, I'm not.
Yeah, it won't let me. Not from this device.
Okay, no, it's cool.
Because I would need someone to push it to the push it to the guest screen. I can't do it.
Wait, when you say the
But let me
guest,
try it just in case. It's probably gonna kick me out. Yep, kick me out.
nah, it's cool. It's cool. No, that was a link to the. It was just a link to the power doctrine and the actual tenets of it.
Yes,
Because
yes, so that way you can understand what the power doctrine was and how we had successful military um, interactions
yeah,
between after Vietnam and before the actual Iraq War, because that's who was running all this shit at the time.
yeah, no, I'll read them off. I mean, the top there are 8 of them. The first one is this vital to national security? Is vital national security interest threatened? Number 2, do we have a clear and obtainable objective?
Yep.
Number 3, have the risk and cost been fully and frankly analyzed? I mean, that's an overwhelming no. Have all other non-violent policy means been fully exhausted?
Yep.
Number 5, is there a plausible exit strategy to avoid endless entanglement? Saw this in Iraq and in Afghanistan. Number 6, have all the consequences of our actions been fully considered? Number 7, is the action supported by the American people? And number 8, do we have genuine, broad international support? But I think maybe 1 or 2 of them is a yes and the rest are no.
Yep. And that's how you. I mean, dude, there's plenty of diplomatic channels through the intelligence agencies that told you that these people were primed to do this shit in the first place. There's too many. Too many. I mean, this is just wholesale genocide and slaughter of people who don't have the means to fight. Dude, if they're launching rockets against people who have F-16s and missile defense shields, it lets you know that they don't have the ability to fight back in a meaningful fashion. And if you do a ground war against people that have historically have not allowed weapons in the actual area to fight back, you're actually just committing wholesale genocide. That's what you're doing. It's not that hard. Not that hard to figure out, not that hard to understand. This is just what's happening in the area, in the region. But a lot of these people just want to sit here and be on this BS and act like they don't understand what's happening. Like, oh, let's stand with you. Like, okay, what do you stand with them about? The ability to fight back. They show you how the missile defense shield worked on TV. They show you how it worked on the actual TV. Right?
And you know what? There was actually rumblings. I don't know if it ever got verified. But they thought Trump could have actually leaked some of that information to the Russians about how Iron Dome worked, because they were saying they went under it, and they were like, Russia would have turned around and given that to Iran, who would have given it to Hamas.
And that's why you got to have this actual case go on about the classified documents. That's why the classified documents is the most important case in American history, because you're going to find out that Donald Trump sold this information to Saudi Arabia, who would in turn give it to who they gave it to. People in the intelligence community have already said that this is the case, but you can't really say that outside of the intelligence community unless you bring it up in an actual court filing. And our noodle back ass judicial system is allowing this guy and people who he actually appointed to slow down the case till after the election. I think, look, if Donald Trump doesn't go on trial for anything about these documents before the presidency, he's going to be president of the fucking United States. He's going to be president of the United States because his people have a lot more to win than everybody else in the country that has a lot more to lose. I am telling you, that 1 to 3 percentage points can turn to 5 to 10 percentage points, especially with people voting in actual conservative areas. They can walk in and vote. But if you're in an actual liberal area where you have to stand in line for an hour or 2 hours to actually vote, those people have way more, and especially landmass wise, red states have it covered. Landmass wise, like in the middle of nowhere, you can go vote right away. Big cities, it takes a while. Well, not in Colorado, that is. But you have to understand how big of an issue this is. You're going to find out that you have a lot of Benedict Arnolds inside the government, inside the intelligence agency. Like, there's not a way that an actual ex-president can get lawyers debarred unless they was doing some illegal shit. And we keep acting like this isn't a problem as big as it is. And this is why, look, if you're not connected to the actual political process and you walk in with this trolling shit, dude, like expect to have a response that you never had before. Because nobody has time for people who are never part of the political system or structure to act like they're holding hostages by holding their vote hostage. Like, those are not people you need to be concentrated on. Period. Let those people fall by the wayside.
Yeah. No, I agree. Paradox, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's good?
No, okay. No. I was just checking. I mean, do you disagree with the point we were making with BMT? Do you think Trump would handle this better?
Give me a second. That's DC call. I think he's having a device issue. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. You know, I would love to have this geopolitical strategist, this BGS Hitmore up here, to give us his perspective on the Israeli and actual Palestine situation. I mean, he skips out on issues like this. I mean, this is where he can show his actual chops when it comes to the geopolitical situation without black women being involved, if he actually want to do that, right? I mean, if he's so good at everything.
I mean, at this point, like I said, this would probably veer into conspiracy theory once again, because I'm kind of like, hey, at this point, the stakes are too high for people to be, citing books from 30 years ago that are kind of based in conspiracy theory for trying to interpret like real geopolitical events. Like that, like that's what I'm telling people. Like people sitting here acting like, oh, this is cute. Like, you saw what happened when you got a first Trump presidency, and like the damage this guy did with people in place, basically trying to kind of always playing him like Richard Nixon, where, oh, okay, he say something, go fire this person. Oh, okay, like we'll just go do it, and like it'll get stuck in the administrative state. Wait, can everyone hear me?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I had to drop out. I had DC was having a phone issue.
Oh, he was trying to get back in.
Yeah, he ain't gonna be able to get back in at the exact second.
Oh, okay.
His phone keeps going out on him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw he kept dropping and going in. I don't know if he was like driving somewhere or if he was just somewhere bad signal.
Yeah, I think he's got a bad signal.
Okay.
Because he was having issues sending out text messages.
Oh wow. Okay.
So I don't know where he at.
Okay. Nah. And if you want to continue, I'm just asking. Like, I missed a little. Like, I was arguing with BMT that I think the Trump administration would be a lot worse on this issue, but I don't know if you disagree because you're the other fellow conservative.
Yeah, I mean, shoot. Who knows?
I mean,
who knows what that would look like? Lord have mercy.
And I say Trump in a second term, who's already stating that he basically is going to invoke the Insurrection Act as soon as he gets in.
Yeah, I didn't know he said that. I missed that. When did he say that?
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh yeah. He said that. I think it got lost kind of in the media. I think over the last week or so.
Yeah.
But yeah, he I mean, that was the plan. I mean, between that and
you hear about his Trump school?
What Trump school?
You hear about that? You hear about that in the media?
Another one?
Yeah,
Or
he wants to do the University of America.
yes. I did hear about
Okay, yeah,
Wait, what is?
that. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, he just throwing everything at the wall, whatever sticks. That's how it works.
And the
I
problem is
mean,
that the media is letting it happen because they're trying to run this horse race politics based bullshit, which we need to be able to make the media a nonprofit organization as soon as we possibly can. Because if we have this access journalism shit go on, the polls are never going to work right. Nothing's ever going to work right unless you reform the entire system of how information is dispensed and dispersed. Because right now, with the right wing and how they do things about misreporting things on purpose, it's like, dude, like this was never supposed to be covered under the First Amendment. Lies and abject bullshit was never designed to be protected under the First Amendment. You got to have an engaged and informed society in order to be able to do business here.
Yeah, I ain't gonna argue with that.
I mean, just imagine, like, I'm here, like, South Dakota, and I know not to talk to these people about it, but you can see it you can see the desperation on the cars, all this Trump shit, and it's like, you ask a simple question about where do you guys work, and it's clear that all these dudes are on public assistance
oh
in
damn.
one way or another. It's very clear because I've already looked up the actual numbers for the county, and I know there ain't a job here because there ain't no way where for me to get loaded here.
Mhm.
So I know full well that everybody here is on public assistance. But to them, they're all hardworking American citizens and all that other stupid shit. And it's like, man, bro, how can you keep bullshitting yourself over the years and to keep buying into this system that you know doesn't work? It's crazy.
That's funny you said that what you just said is exactly what I told DC before we got on the call.
But that's what
Is that statement right there is that they have been conditioned somehow to believe that they're hard workers. It's
Yes.
genius. It's masterful, actually.
no. That's
I mean,
but
shit,
paradox. That's what
I
I was
mean, no,
trying to tell
it happened in Mississippi. Well, like everybody would
It's masterful,
like
bro.
all the like all the corporations were leaving the area, and we was wondering how these white folks across the highway were still existing. No, they were all on public assistance. They all were on a disability. That's how they survived. They live 3 and 4 to a trailer on like, how are these dudes affording all this property? Yeah, you can afford all this property all you want to. Most you have 100% medical benefits through the actual VA and actual 100% disability benefits. And they used to apply for both at the same time. So that's why over on that side of town, their median income could be $40,000 a year without working. Because if you have two sources of disability coming in and everybody else is working for minimum wage on the other side of the highway, you're going to have a better outcome on your side of the street than clearly other people did.
and probably
That's
doing
right.
whatever
Which is why Republicans will never cut social services or whatever you call them.
Hell, no, they would never
Social
cut-
programs.
They would never
But
cut them
Parad-
social safety nets. As soon as they do, them people coming
I
out.
don't know. Trump came out and declared that when he first ran.
But
I will
Paradox,
not touch your benefits.
but paradox. See, that's what I was telling BMT when I was saying, when he's saying, oh well, Trump's America first. I'm like, you really think America? Do you think American
What
first
America?
includes you? Like, I mean, I have to ask you. Do you think America first, when they say that, actually includes you as a black man?
That's you trying to put me in the
Rural America.
like a vice grip.
I know. I'm just asking. Like, I hear that, and I'm just like, oh, like, okay, like.
Yeah, I mean it's a dog whistle. Obviously, I mean I can play the game. I can play the game and say obviously they mean bringing jobs to America or something. You can spin it.
I'm just
However you
like,
want to spin it, but
I'm just like shit. Even if you want to be,
I put it this way. I would tell you this. I want to see it happen. I want to
Wait.
see Trump or whoever. If anybody on the Republican side, well, it's really just Trump and Vivek who believes in America first. But anyone who wants to push that thought process, I want to see it play out because I don't believe it. I think corporate America and very powerful people are gonna they're gonna there's going to be some unwinding in the global economy, obviously, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be a pretty slow process. I think that there's too much money in the world. You don't turn stuff off. Like, it's kind of silly when you think about it, honestly. You're just pandering to people to make them feel good at the end of the day. But you can't just turn this off. It's we're talking about hundreds of trillions of dollars here, right? It's on a scale that's beyond an average American talking about America first stuff. It's so much bigger than that. So you can kind of play that game just to have fun, chopping it up. But it's the scale of it is I don't even have the words for it at the end of the day. It's so massive.
When you say America first, when has America truly been America first? Because the gripe from people in the 60s was, hey, Black Americans are sitting here messed up in the cities, and you're in Vietnam and all these other places around the world,
right?
It wasn't America first then. Spread democracy.
Apparently.
Yeah, so I'm just like, when you say America first, I'm like, at the very best you can hope for is they're talking about bringing back jobs, and it's like, okay, we won't fully block all the black folks from getting jobs in these factories. That's why I want to see it. That's why I want to see it play out. You're gonna be. It's still gonna be like last hired, first fired type of deal.
They don't even train, and they don't even. Well, like you said, so many layers to it, right? But they don't train. They're not even training people now, honestly, to work in high end factories, in my opinion. So they're still trying to find people for that. But I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I'm not gonna argue that point, because what I would want to happen is just fantasy. Because my thought process is, if you bring anything back, people need to have the opportunity to build their own. But that's just, again, like I said, kind of fantasy thinking. And what I mean by that is, if you're gonna bring so-called jobs back, which is not really what you want, if you want to bring industry back and give people access to build industry, then to hire people, I'd rather hear that conversation, which you're not going to really hear, because I don't know why you wouldn't. I guess on one part you wouldn't hear, because then you had to give non-whites access, right? Because I don't care about jobs. I care about developing businesses, right? And those people hiring people, right?
The other thing too is,
but they don't want to talk. They don't want to talk about the entrepreneurial piece for some reason. They just want to talk about jobs. It's kind of weird to me.
Well, here's the thing. Because the other thing with it is jobs. It's technology too. It's displaced. So
yes,
even if you bring these industry back, like, they're not going to bring.
It's going to be mostly computerized and robotic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
A lot of that'll be Mexico and South American stuff in the future. So.
Yeah, because they're not going to bring.
By the way, when we bring jobs back, we're talking about the Americas. From my research.
Well, it's not.
When they onshore a lot of things,
like Brazil and Central America before they bring them all the way back here.
No, because they've got reshoring and then friendshoring. Like, they're basically saying, hey, let's take it out of China and put it into another low cost, cheap ally type of country.
Right.
Or even
my understanding is,
like Puerto Rico or something.
Yeah, well, you need some things, right? You need skilled workers. It's obviously some layers to it. You got Mexico, which has a lot of high skilled workers in North Mexico, so you can put some stuff there, which everybody's doing it already. Obviously, it's already happening. They still have issues with the cartel stuff, so we'll see how that rolls itself out. But like you were saying, also developing Central America and South America's some things I've been hearing that's been on the table as well, to kind of bring some of that back over this way as well. And of course, just America in general, especially that the Midwestern corridor. Was it Ohio, Indiana,
yes,
Michigan? What am I missing? Minnesota, Wisconsin. There we go. So that they have a whole big plan for that, and I think it's the Carolinas and Georgia got some plans too. Anyway, I looked at some stuff a while back. I can't. Yeah, separately.
Similar, but not similar, but separate.
Yeah. So there's some things happening, obviously that they're planning for, I guess. But I don't know. My issue with that, my issue from a race perspective, is that, are you structuring Black people, which you're not, of course, to be able to take advantage of the business part of it and not just trying to get a job? Because it's almost like, we're going to bring the jobs back to hire me, but am I in control of anything? Am I getting more access to anything? And that's the disconnect for me, be it the left or the right. Huh?
Well, I don't even know if they're going to bring it back and hire you. I don't even know if they bring it back to hire you.
I don't know that either. Me neither. They be hiring Latinos. I don't know. Indians, Latinos, Asians, you got all kinds of people in this country.
You can have
it's going to be
like
fewer
Black
jobs.
Americans running but they still have the overseas apparatus in place. So until I see like some concrete stuff on the ground where it's going to be owned, ran, picked, packaged by people in the U.S., I don't believe any of this shit.
Yeah,
Well,
black people
I'm
can't
just
even
like,
get black people can't even get control of the music industry. So it went
Yes.
from from
Or the
what,
entertainment industry either.
what are those people called? It went from the music people to the tech people. We just got
Yeah.
skipped. They
yeah.
they took it from there and they moved it over here and they're making billions of dollars. They still paying you cents on a stream, and you know.
I mean, like I said,
And that's
the
not
only
even
way I can
counting
see it
the
is if it
actual.
would be like, if it'd be like, I know MOT, you said you delivered down in like what, Augusta, like the John Deere factory down there,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
like something like that, maybe. But I'm still like, well, even if you look at the demographics of America, you're talking about fewer jobs, and then these people, you know, the demographics are changing. So it's like, okay, maybe
You have
some of that, or
150
maybe,
million non-white people.
yeah. But then it's also like, well, if the demographics are changing, but there are fewer jobs, are we just going to end up in a situation where, it's funny, all these people who look a certain color, who are about the same size of the population, by half the population, have all the jobs that came back, and you still are unemployed.
It's gonna be very strategic. You know, it's gonna be very sophisticated the way they're gonna do it.
That I
And
mean,
like
that's why
That's
I'm
what
why I
like,
you
say
just said
that
is if you're
unless
not,
it's
if we don't
written in the law.
if we haven't figured out, if we haven't, and I hate to say we because I'm not sure if that's the thing, but if a group of us have been able to figure out a way to do something that needs to exist, because I don't think we have access, which I know we don't have access to do industry
We don't.
unless I'm missing something there.
well,
We need the
I was gonna
keys,
say,
man.
We
well,
don't.
I
And
mean,
at the end
if
of
you
the
want to
day,
do,
okay.
if you want to do industry, I mean, honestly, I think you're going to have control of a state if you really want to do industry, like to be able to attract, recruit, and then
Well,
develop.
no, not only that. No, not only that. I mean that we have black people going to universities, high end universities, HBCUs, etc. Right? And we have black people graduate from high school, etc. Right? What is the disconnect between saying we're going to pour X millions of dollars into this guy's business idea that's going to be able to hire, say, try to grow it to be able to hire, say, 100,000 people? That process doesn't
It has
exist.
to
We
be
need
a
that. We
pipeline.
need
It
that. We
has to
need
be
that process to be created. We're still not. We're just not there yet. We're still living in this
No, I
other
mean you
world.
can do it through this SBA. You can do it through a lot of different ways that are actually
Well, I know not
here.
there, not theoretical, but we've been here for hundreds of years, and so we
So
have
you're saying
great
basically,
engineers and scientists, and we have CEOs and
you
we literally do everything in this country, right? We in Alaska drilling for oil. We all black people. We do everything, but for some
yeah.
reason we're iced out. It's obvious that we're iced out. We're iced out
Well,
of the
I mean,
stock market. We're
well, I
iced
would
out of
say
the farming industry. We're iced out of the manufacturing industry, entertainment. I mean, just pick something.
Well, I think that when you say iced out, I think it sort of boils down to like
Or
to
locked
get to
out. Is
those.
that a word?
Well, to get to that, even to that space of a critical mass, you know, or even well, I'd say to get in the door, it involves a lot of black people leaving their communities and leave. I mean, rightfully so in some instances. So you kind of get, you know, dispersed out, and you never really hit that
Do
critical
we
mass
even
if
know
you're a
the? But do
minority
we
within
even
a
know?
group.
But do we even know the process? Are we? And like you
Probably
said,
not.
if we do know the process, then will we, like you just said, will we sacrifice? So, for example, this is going to be a bad example, but take Tyler Perry, who has the studio in Atlanta, right?
Atlanta, yeah.
And I'm sure he's doing a lot of stuff. So I'm not taking anything from what he's doing, right? But is that a pipeline to build quote unquote black studios like off of his setup? So he sets it up and then he sets up 100 more, and he has a feeder system coming out of black universities or any universities where black people are learning the arts and flooding them to Atlanta to
I,
start to being directors, producers, etc., and
You
then
know, like
pumping out all versions of black movies like they're doing in India and South Korea and China and stuff.
well,
Africa,
Because he would
Russia.
technically be I guess the linchpin or the starting point, right? To say, okay, let's take this and let's grow it to this. Because now we have industry.
I don't think he's a big enough, because I mean you got to think he's a billionaire. I mean, you would need other capital, and you probably need other people to start studios, because I mean realistically, how many people can Tyler Perry hire?
He can make phone calls all overseas, call the Saudis, call the Europeans, whoever I don't care. Call whoever. It's money all over it's trillions of dollars all over the world. So he got investors in this country that can invest in it. Whoever, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying he has that appetite to do that. I don't want to put nothing. I don't want to put anything on him.
I think
you got to start with he's the seeder though. He already got the first one started. Then you do the next one. Isn't that normally how it works?
I'm saying, no.
Hollywood didn't just pop up.
No, but Hollywood was a group. I'm saying like Tyler Perry would need like a Tyler Perry, a Spike Lee, a Will Smith. You would need like a Lee Daniels.
There you go.
You need no.
But they have to want that though. They have to want that.
Yeah.
Now, I can't make them want that, but they would have to want that. And they don't want that. I was using it as an example.
No, they don't want that. I mean, they'd rather work with somebody else.
Well, I mean,
and you can see that in sport. You can see that, for example, when Jay-Z asked everybody to come retire, they said, "No, we good. Thanks, bro. Deuces. We're gonna stick with Apple and Amazon and YouTube, and that's just what it is." So our reality is that we prefer to participate. So I have no qualms with it either way. I'm just looking at how our behaviors are versus what some people think we may want to do. We don't want to do any of those things. Clearly, our smartest people or our most qualified or our most exceptional people prefer mostly to participate.
No. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say in a sense of, here's the thing. I think what the fear is that, hey, if you have something like that come together, you know,
you can lose everything as your fear. It's risk when you're doing business.
Well, I mean,
all risk.
No. Well, I mean, there's risk there, but I think also the perception of, oh, well, they're coming together, because a lot of these people, with the exception of Tyler Perry, Spike Lee, you know, a lot of these people have white audiences. So if it's like we see Will Smith coming together, like, oh, I'm going to build these black studios, you know, they're concerned about that being jeopardized, or you know, kind of even the symbol.
I think. Well, I think you would add this to it. You need a proper.
Like, I don't want to be a Negro scientist.
I got you. You need a propaganda arm as well, because what you said is exactly true. You're gonna have to deal with black people who have relationships with non-black people and them being uncomfortable about it. So yes, it's a lot you got to layer in there. But you need a propaganda arm with whatever you do when you're trying to do industry, because you're going to have to deal with what you just said, for sure. You're going to get that heavy, especially now. Because the thing is this, the moment you say we're doing it just for black people, now we're racist. Now we don't like white people. We don't like Latinos. Now, you see what I'm saying? So then they're going to move us into that multicultural game. They're going to leverage that against us at this point, right?
Well,
or include everybody. It's like, well, no, we're going to just do this. But like you said, how it's done, I'm not smart enough though, but how it's done has to be very strategic, very smart. It has to be done very cleverly. You have to put a lot of energy making sure, because you understand what's going to happen. We already know what's going to happen. So that's the good part, right?
No, I was going to say, but even if they don't explicitly label you like that, like, okay, they tried to build a black city in North Carolina called Soul City, but they were like, it's an integrated city for everybody. But as soon as they found out like black folks were coming together to build a city, they deemed it a segregationist type of city, or like, or white residents were like, well, I'm not going to want to live there, you know, even if they want to do it. And that's what I think the stigma of it. Even if they don't say it,
we probably one trick is one thing you got to do is practice deception, right? So use all the deceptive language you need to use. Because this is one thing I do know, being in the area that I'm in. People prefer to be around their own people. I think it would naturally take care of itself. So you don't have to put a ton of energy into yelling out, we're doing this black thing. Just start doing it. People will stay away from you naturally. I mean, last time I checked, no one is trying to necessarily be around us like that, are they?
Well, like most of these entertainers who are billionaires at this point could have easily taken over the South if they had the brain to do so, but I don't think that's what the fuck they are.
No, they just don't want to do it. Yeah, they don't want to do it.
I mean, like, in a sense, like, I mean, okay, you could argue like something like hip hop that happened organically, but then people are like, oh, it's successful, we won't in. And if you were to say no, like, we try to keep this, then you would get the labels. So I think sort of initially it would be like, okay, if you go and do it, that's fine. No one will pay attention. But then if it becomes successful, it's going to be like, oh no,
we're gonna have to hire some of them. That's a fact. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
you're right. I'm not gonna argue with you on that. I won't argue that point, because they let us in a little bit. They let us in just enough, so if we ever do anything, we're gonna have to let them in a little bit. You know, you don't got to open it all the way up though. But you got to be conscious of what they're doing. You got to be aware of. You have to really look at the race part of it all the time.
Because I was gonna say, look at a HBCU. You have what white faculty members on staff there. Even white students to the
too. And I think the one HBCU I don't want to say is Kentucky. And Kentucky, I forget what state it is, where it's more whites than blacks. I think.
Yeah, I think there's
a
one.
couple.
I forget that school it is.
To be actually revived.
It was either Kentucky or West Virginia. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's Kentucky. What you're talking about.
But yeah, it's open. I get it. I mean, that's one of the things you have to deal with. I think it'll be a small problem though. I don't think
NBA is another example. That kind of happens organically.
Yeah, NBA. Yeah.
But then look at what happened. It's like, hey, we need to open the game to a global game now.
They went Europe on us. Very clever, right? That's what I mean. How they move like that. Yeah, we're gonna make the game more European. And they literally just did it, right? Boom. But it's still not working. They're trying. Yeah, they tried.
Well, no, I was gonna say,
but the best European is what's his face? My boy from Milwaukee.
Jokic.
Yep.
No, he's with Denver. But then you got Luka too at
Dallas. No. I'm talking about the brother that plays for Milwaukee. It's a long name. Giannis. Antetokounmpo. How do you say his name? He's Greek.
Yeah. Oh, the Greek. Okay.
He's European.
Greek.
Yeah, Greek.
That's true.
Him and his brother. He's the best player in the league. I mean, he's a European. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean, but
yeah, they tried with Luka and them guys, but it didn't. It ain't working it ain't working out like they think it's gonna work. And I think Europeans and white Americans have a problem connecting when it comes to basketball for some reason.
No. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. When Denver won, there was a whole lot of white folks who became interested in basketball.
You think so?
Yeah, only at that point. Yeah,
I saw the. Yeah, I mean, first of all, Denver. Denver, ironically, is a very progressive city, even for black people. But the following of that team is going to be largely white just because of the demographic. But it just seems like the sport. The message boards I read that talked about sports that are normally conservative, didn't care about the NBA. All of a sudden, everyone was like, "Man, Luka's the greatest of all time." Look at his stat line. So
yeah, the NBA is woke, so they don't want to watch it. I got you.
Yeah,
and Luka's bringing some of those people back. Yeah.
I'm sorry, not Luka.
Jokic. Yeah, the Joker. Yeah, if Joker was American or probably Canadian, he probably would connect. Well, probably American. He probably connect a lot better, or had some sort of American swag, or didn't maybe not had an accent. I think for some reason with basketball, those guys don't get what I feel like they should get.
Like
when they're playing great.
If it was a linebacker for the Broncos, they'd be all over.
Because Steve Nash is Canadian. But I figured he would be more popular in America because he played so well, but it just didn't connect. People who watch basketball just did not connect to him like that. I'm trying to think of the white guy that they love the most outside of Larry Bird.
I don't know if there was one outside of Larry. People like Dirk, but
yeah, he's still a foreigner though. It's like there's a disconnect. Yeah. Because normally they take those guys and elevate them up way through, make them super, just elevate those guys in other industries when they do something great. But basketball seems to be one of the places where I noticed that these guys probably should be way more famous than they are. And I don't know if it's the foreign part or not. I don't know what exactly it is. Or I don't know because we have so many great black players. Maybe it causes a conflict because people love LeBron James. White people love LeBron. White kids love LeBron James. And Steph Curry and stuff.
You got plenty of parents plenty of conservatives can't stand them.
Oh yeah, because of the politics. Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. He's too woke for them. Way too.
Yeah, he's too woke.
I think part of it goes back to once again demographics. Like, because when you look at baseball seems to be very much still a sort of a white sport in the sense of like viewership, all of that, people going to games versus like. I remember reading a letter, or I think it was like an internal memo that the Hawks kind of caught fire for that you know, they were saying, hey, we don't have any white fans at these games.
That's funny.
Yeah, but they were like, well, and someone literally said, well, you know, a bunch of white Southerners probably are not going to feel comfortable, you know, in an arena that's 70-80% black. You know, some people caught some flack for it, but I mean, that's what they were kind of thinking of, like, what do we need to do to attract, you know, because, you know, Atlanta is a diverse city, and black folks may be the majority in the city limits, but, you know, not really the majority in the metro area. So, like, some of the sports can just, you know, the NBA has got the NBA, when you look at it, like, even if it does have, you know, a European or a white player that's very dominant in it, it's still very much the culture around it is still very much shaped by, you know, more of an urban / you know, segment of the black community type of, even more progressive type of culture, where everything from the commissioner, you know, how he operates, to, you know, the amount of influence that the players have, to, you know, just the music and stuff, of the atmosphere of a game, like, all of that is All-Star Weekend. I mean, all of that is sort of shifted to, like, you know, very much influenced by, like, hip hop, urban culture, black culture, versus, like, you know, baseball is not really like that.
And football is a mix.
Yeah, football is a mix.
Yeah.
Really, I think the violence, the masculinity of that's tied into football, sort of, you know, that's what keeps people plugged in. But that's why Kaepernick was so problematic, because, you know, they're like, hey, like, you're alienating a large portion of our, you know, conservative, you know, probably military, you know, even church going conservative base.
Yeah, they ran so much propaganda on that boy.
In their state. Yeah, even if
he didn't have a chance. He didn't have a chance, bro. He didn't have a chance, man.
So
the way they orchestrated the way they, anyway, I don't want to criticize him, but the way they did that is just not could have been done differently, but unfortunately it was what it was, I guess.
I mean, yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it seems like he just wants to play football at this point, because
it's too late for that.
Yeah.
I don't think that could ever. I don't see it.
No, I mean, he's past his prime at this point. I mean, not in the NFL, maybe CFL or something like that, but I don't know. Like, it seems like it kind of faded, in the sense of, you know, he was talking to town for a while, took the whole activist stance, but, you know, people move on.
But everybody's sort of hooked into him and just used him, in my opinion. But I wish if he would have handled it the way he probably should have, he would look like a kind of a sellout. So that's probably why he couldn't move in that kind of way. He had to take a hard stance versus sort of trying to play both sides of it.
Well, I mean, too, it didn't help what what people like Jay-Z did, coming in and, like, you know, pretty much saying, hey, you know, essentially,
if I was about to come and said, I love America, and these things are wrong, and that's it. But once some politicians got their hands on it, the politic world got their hands on it, it was over.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, he was never gonna. I mean, the only way, in my opinion,
because you can't do both. You can't do both.
No. I think he was done the second he even said anything. Like, because I mean, I don't know about you, but I know the spaces you move in. Do you really feel comfortable about talking about race?
Nope.
Yeah, because you can kind of sense the tension of, you know, even if I try, unless I'm going to talk about it in the sense of, you know, hey, you know, we've overblown this thing too much, and we bring it up too much, and people are just people. And if you're talking like that, but if you're trying to have like a deeper conversation of, hey, you know, this needs reforming, or this needs change, at best, you're kind of like, man, I better tread lightly, like, you know, walking on eggshells.
Well, like, you have too many poor white folks, and I think the problem is too many. The way this culture is set up, a lot of black people are around middle class and upper class liberal white people that got money, and I think it distorts a lot of people's realities.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. You're taking.
But if you're around real white America, it's not something. Some of the things you're saying about struggle is not going to work.
Oh yeah,
because they're struggling. You know, so it gets very tricky because a lot of liberals who got money tend to adopt black people and then create these political things, and it's just be like, man, this thing is crazy right now. Because you got people thinking that white folks got all the money in the world, all the access, success, all the hands up, boots, you know, all of the you know, the whatever they call it, climbing the ladder, getting everything. Everything is disproportionate towards them, and individual people don't care about that.
Well, I mean, part of it is the way these people vote. They kind of act like they have it. I mean, when you see their individual lives, you may be like, you know.
Well, but you know, one reason why is that we're feeding into the lie. We're all feeding into the lie. Every time you would hear, this is probably a bad example though, but I would hear black comedians over my whole lifetime tell me how great white folks are. I always thought that was strange.
Wait.
They would always do They would always do their stand-up bits. They would always do little comparison bits, and you know, black people do this, and white folks do this, and black people do this, and y'all do it this way, and we do it this way, and y'all, and it was just all the time. I'm like, you talking about one group of whites that are like upper middle class, suburbanites. That's like, I don't know, 30% of the country, maybe, if that.
No, you're talking about basically top 20, 30% of white.
Yeah, and so a lot of those. Because the thing is that white people in America get to explore. And so you'll be in the comedy club talking to a white guy. They parents live in a mansion or something, or live in a big house. You see what I'm saying? So you tend to find in those spaces that these people come from successful backgrounds. They just chose to do comedy instead of being something else. They chose comedy, like in a sense, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe they don't have a lot of money, but they're not poor. And they chose comedy for whatever reason. Their family going through whatever it is, right? And so I always love to find very, very, very poor white people around very, very poor black people. It's going to be a different conversation. But for some reason, we crisscross. We keep missing each other.
Oh, I don't think.
Okay, so I be hearing stand-ups. I hear stand-up almost all the time, and it's kind of talking about how we're hood and how they're successful.
Well, you know what?
They treat their kids better. They treat their kids better than we treat our kids. You know, and all that type of stuff.
Well, you know what? I was having that conversation the other day, and I was telling someone, I was like, well, you know, I think what happens with a lot of black people is they go from a messed up black environment to like a middle class environment that's predominantly white. And they missed that whole. They missed that whole.
You got it.
Because the person I was giving the example.
You got it.
That person came from the hood. And then they went to college.
You got it.
So
you got it. I went to a white college.
Yeah.
Went to a white college.
You went from a dysfunctional black environment to an upperly mobile, you know, somewhere where you're going to find the top 20, 30% of white folks.
You got it.
Oh man.
And then when you make it, and if the 1% out of college make it to a league like in sports or to a high academic, you know, engineering, whatever, sciences, whatever, you're going to be around really, really successful white people. And so all your thinking is that we don't have nothing, they have everything. And I've heard athletes, I've just heard it all the time, like just all the time, bro. I just be looking like, what are you talking about? But I can't correct their experience. You know, you come from a very, very poor black area, and like you said, you end up going to a high-end university, and then you become a doctor or become a football player or whatever. You never see it. You miss it the whole way. You never see it. You never see it, experience it, don't know where it's at, don't know how to find it. And even if you think you can't even recognize it when it's there. You look right past it.
No, I think part of it too is just geographics as well too, because a lot of us live in the city who are upperly mobile, or live in like metro areas. So, you know, those places tend to be doing well. And it's like I don't know about you. I'm not venturing really through the Midwest on a cross-country type of drive, you know, go through these.
I have many times.
These small towns in Missouri.
I have all over. Yeah, they're all over the country. Yeah, I've seen it. I experienced it all my life. Though I've never had that. I've never had that in me though, because I've seen white poverty since I was a child. So I never thought about it until I got around certain folks in certain areas when I start to hear how we're poor and they're not. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't hearing that at first. I was like, oh, I mean, because I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean, right? We talked about it before. We talked about it earlier. We went on the call. We were talking about shows like Roseanne, or like Al Bundy, Married with Children.
Yeah.
Shows like Shameless that did 10 seasons on Showtime. White family in South Side of Chicago
Oh, okay.
that never got recognized, strangely enough. Shows like Honey Boo Boo. I mean, it's just endless amount of white poverty shows all over the place. But I don't even know if people really even interpret it that way.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say a good one too is
Jobless shows, don't have jobs. It's all kind of white shows where a lot of the characters never had jobs, but played the buffoons that were white people on white shows to never get their life together. I mean, I was thinking about Beavis and Butthead, Ted and what was it called? Ted and what's the name of that old silly show with Keanu Reeves? That movie. I forget the name of it. Something Ted and Adventures. And they had they were just weed heads basically, right?
yeah.
I used to see commercials in the white world where they would talk about the white boys used to smoke weed and just sit on the couch in the basement in their parents' house and stuff back in the 90s and stuff like that. So many self-help books, so many motivational speaking. Matter of fact, just yesterday, I listened to a lot of the just all type of just white shows and podcasts, right? I got this one show, all white. They was talking about how they don't have dads and stuff.
Oh wow.
Then they're having fatherless issues, poor education, high school dropout. We just don't get that information.
Well, I was gonna say too, I'll never forget when I was at work one time, when I was in college, one white guy said, I don't know how the stereotype that black people smoke weed is out there. He's like, white people smoke a ton of weed.
Way more, by the way. Way more. Way more.
He's like, well, somehow that's stereotype to black people. I was like, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we absorb in America. They have trained everybody through propaganda for us to absorb everything negative, and it provides them all cover. It's genius, to be honest with you. And unfortunately, we feed into it because our comedians, our speakers, our authors, our academics, they should be telling us the opposite, and they feed into it too. Yeah. It's crazy.
Well, some of the authors, I've heard the authors like, hey, if you don't. I've heard them say basically, or one person I know who works in academia basically say that, because another person was complaining that, hey, if you do not talk about race and talk about it in a specific angle, context as a black person, it is a lot harder to get published. So you end up with a lot of people who are, quote unquote, they don't want to be a black author talking about racism and how it affected them, but there's really or it's a much more difficult path to just be like, a nonfiction author or a fiction author.
No, just write books about white people. No, don't talk about us. Just write about poor white people.
Yeah,
that's all you do.
Or
don't even talk about black people.
Or if you do, it's not like there's room for different types of blackness, because the thing is, like, when you look at black people in the greater context against white society, black people are viewed as a monolith. But if you ever get all of us in a room together, you can see like the opinions are way different. The tastes are way different, all of these things. But it's not until you're in that all black space to figure that out and talk about it.
Yeah, they do a good job of simplifying non-white groups to keep it very simple. You're just Asian, which doesn't even exist. No such thing as Asian. You're talking about what, 50 different so-called countries, but another hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of little groups within those countries or whatever.
Yep.
But it's easy just to say Asian, right? Just keep them all boxed in, nice and clean and simple, and they all do karate. you don't need to know nothing else about them as an average, as a civilian, right? You don't got to know nothing else. Just keep it simple.
Oh no, and then it gets weaponized against you as a black person. Hey, this is the model minority. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yep.
I'm like,
oh yeah, and they leaning into that too. By the way, it's hilarious.
I'm just like, if you look at China, not all these people are scholars over there. A lot of these people are living in poverty.
Well, you got a lot, like 80%. A lot.
Yeah,
they got 500 million people in central China that are poor podunk farmers and people struggling in central China today, all day, every day. No infrastructure, no nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, the numbers are insane.
No, and then I always have to tell people the selection bias as well, because a lot of people don't know that, hey, after the U.S. Saw Sputnik, they basically invited a bunch of engineers from Japan, South Korea, all
You
these
got
places
it.
to come to the U.S.
That's right. Brain draining, baby. Get them over here.
Yeah, and then you had some Japanese that actually sent, like, the ones that didn't do well, they sent them back.
Yep.
Or in some instances, they actually contributed to the brain drain. They sent their best.
Mm-hmm.
They're like,
Yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad for India because we brain draining them. Us in Europe is just sucking India dry of all their engineers and scientists and doctors, just sucking them dry.
Yep. Black America. I mean, you could argue Black America too, but I mean that's
for sure, all day.
That's kind of going back to what I was saying about, like, hey, in order to get to those places to open the doors, like, you have to leave Black America for better or for worse. Some people would say, hey, some people,
the level of sacrifice is astronomical that you got to do. It's a hard thing for individuals if you're not sort of bred that way.
Yeah.
You create a tragedy in the Black community. Some of us will come together, something like that, or if you can find some things that'll pull us. But for us to give it all up, I think it's an impossibility. Unless they did something to us to force it to happen.
That would,
we have more loyalty to church. We got more loyalty to, sororities. We got loyalties to so many things, bro. To our jobs, to careers. We got loyalties to everything outside of just us. We're so far past that, honestly, in my opinion.
So basically kind of what you're saying in the sense of that, hey, almost the worst thing, that the biggest mistake these people almost made was segregation, in a sense. That, like, if you want to force Black people to push back, like, make them stay together.
I mean, I would say you can't replay history, unfortunately, but it probably takes a very, very long time to do what these groups do. I think it takes a very long time. I don't know if it's fair to us. I don't have the expectation because it's probably not gonna be fair to us to be like, well, why don't we come together? Well, it probably took countries and nations and people 1,000 years to come together. It had to probably be a lot of fighting, a lot of civil wars, and you know what I'm saying? I mean, I think Europe fought for about 1,500 years before they finally decided to stop killing each other and start to explore the world or whatever, right? Something like that. And they still killing each other. They're doing it right now in Ukraine and Russia, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, they had to stop. They was literally mass murdering each other, constantly fighting, toppling kings every year. New kings here, invade here, and for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you've heard the book by Eugene Robinson called The Splintering of Black America. Yeah, like he has that same theory. Like, hey, you basically have Black America. He argues, like, he was talking about after Obama, But I mean, I guess to his point, you all would know this more than me. The Black elites, the Valerie Jarrett's, what was the guy who was his body man, his point man, Reggie. Gosh, I can't remember his last name now. He was like his personal assistant during the first term.
Okay.
Was it Reggie Love?
Don't give me the line.
Okay. Yeah, he was basically, his point man and another Black. But I mean, once again, lots of, they did get criticized for some of the diversity, but we had lots of Black folks who were now, one way or another, via like, their job, a political organization, somehow, they somehow had proximity to power. You may not work in the administration, but you may have someone who, if you're someone who's a congressman and you're, all of a sudden, someone who's working in their office and you're on a key committee, you could end up in the president's office or like with the president or something like that. So, all of these people have access. So he was basically saying, hey, that has almost created like a Black elite coupled with like your media people, your athletes, all of those people. And then you have a middle class where the majority is, and then you have the underclass, which is by like 25%. But then he also says, hey, there's an immigrant class. So he breaks down those four. and basically says, hey,
Okay.
it's splintering along those lines, and that, you know, basically things are, I mean, I wouldn't say it's dire, but I mean, it's kind of interesting to see, like, you know, what black people will look like, what sort of, because once again, I think without any sort of forced segregation, you know, Black America will sort of develop its distinct groups in and of itself. I mean, you see it regionally. I mean, when you start
You
talking
sure
to people
do.
from the, when you start talking about people from the South, and you start talking about hip hop from them, and you talk to someone in New York City about it, and, you know, someone on the West Coast, I mean, we had beefs in the whole
All
90s.
different tribes. All
Yeah,
different tribes.
exactly, over the same genre of music.
Yeah, very tribal.
So yeah, so I think the tribalism, like, you know, will sort of, in that sense, unless there's, like I said, external pressure that, and it's really, the external pressure would have to be something in the sense of it affects all of us, because
Mhm.
I mean, I think
We don't have anything. We think, well, okay, you have scholars who say something different, but I don't think we have something. I don't think we have anything that really binds us together.
if you believe in
And
link
so,
fate,
say, huh?
they claim that if you're like a middle class Black person, or higher, that you believe in link fate.
Okay.
That's basically where you get the whole idea of, hey, you know, this Black person gets in trouble, we need to go circle the wagons.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think if we had something that, because it has to be maybe something negative that pushes, right? I think if we all had the same religion, the exact same religion, and we were
Right.
all teaching the same thing, that might, not now because people are way more secular than they used to be, but
I was gonna say,
in the,
even if you did have people going to church, you know, you got what, you know, different denominations. You got
oh
non-denominational
yeah,
ones popping
yeah,
up.
yeah,
You
it's
know,
endless. It's endless.
Baptist, Church of God in
All right.
Christ, AME,
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, which is where all their money goes. Billions of dollars a year, by the way. And it's all spread out all over the place. You know, it's not funnel to build a hospital or to build anything, or to, it's all in its own little world. And I don't know what it takes to, because they will exploit George Floyd. They'll do that in churches, politicians, activists. They'll take advantage of certain deaths that happen that gets them attention, right? But even now, no one's doing it now. We're not trying to find, and I don't know if it's even, like I said, I don't even know if it's possible to find that one thing that can bind us. We're all communicating on the same frequency, regardless of your economic status. Understanding that we're all together, we're all a group, we all understand. You know what I'm saying? We have a mission, we have a movement, we all work. You know what I'm saying? Just the whole process. I don't know. We do it in small pockets, all over the place, of course.
The only thing I mean, here's the other thing I would say,
but
like,
not on scale.
I don't know how much was Black history emphasized to you when growing up.
Oh, not much. I was indoctrinated into church.
Yeah, there you go. No, there you go. Like, I mean, no, I was the same way. It was more of a church, and then it was like, oh, okay, well, like, you know, you learn about like Martin Luther King at school and things like that.
Yeah,
And then, like,
yeah.
if you really wanted to get deep into it, it wasn't until either, you know, you went off to college and took like African American studies class.
That's right.
You just started studying on your own. And, you know, then there became a little bit more awareness coupled with, like, you know, awareness in the world. But, you know, even that's a gap. Like, I think that's really the only thing you have is like, hey, and then you have to construct.
But if I taught everybody, let's say if we taught everybody Black history, you think that'll change something? I mean, as far as binding us, you think that would bind us?
I do.
Okay.
I think obviously
Okay.
you'd have to have the narrative of what you wanted to and like kind of agree. But I think it would definitely put more like awareness because
you would be more conscious. I will say that you'd be more conscious, and maybe that conscious would bind you somehow, right?
Yeah. No, I think
Because now we're all at least we're all on the same page, right? We have a foundation.
Yeah.
At least. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I think that's what the whole pushback with CRT is. I think they're like, you know, I know. I think it's more like, hey, if we let these people really get like, you know, that sort of unified type of thing, it's got to be, because that's the thing. Like, you can get immigrants to come to this country and basically say, okay, like, because they will not bring their culture if they do not come in mass, and like their objective will be to assimilate into it, so they'll just become Americanized.
Yeah.
You know, Black people, we have enough history, enough remnants of us here that, you know, there are enough people who kind of push back to be like, no, like, you know, we're going to maintain, we're not going to be, you know, colorblind in the sense like that. And I think really we're kind of the only group that does that, because, and truth be told, maybe I'm wrong too, in the sense, because if you look at where things are lately, it's kind of like, well, I you know, maybe black folks have gotten the bug of, hey, I just, you know, I want to be American as well too, in the sense of, you know,
It's getting weird. It's getting weird out here. I won't lie about that.
No,
Because the thing is that I thought about this earlier today. I ponder it all the time. How can you just be American, right? It's pretty much an impossibility. Even though I would love for it to happen, it's an impossibility. It's just, the history is the history, right? You just can't, no matter how you, maybe 1,000 years from now, but you just can't. You can't. It's too sticky. You know, you can't do anything with it. And what we should be doing, what we've been doing, which is assimilating people from Africa, the Caribbean, or wherever, and just into the culture, keep it moving. It should be, to me, what we should be doing, probably, because trying to make things about just being America, I just think it's just ridiculous.
I mean, I feel like that. I don't feel like it's like
It's just not possible, bro.
Well, I feel like it's not the aversion. I mean, I don't see black people running out here, you know, pledging allegiance to them, you know, waving American flags, things like that, you know. But
I don't have an issue with us. I don't have an issue with doing that. But when you say American and you're not informed, you can set yourself up.
No,
That's
I
how
agree.
look at it.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more along the lines of, maybe I'm thinking in the sense of like, okay, when you look at what hip hop was, say in the 80s, 90s, and like now you fast forward, it's like, okay, like there's an element of consciousness, you know, you were outside of the mainstream, and you know, now it's like, okay, the biggest thing you can do in hip hop is like have a Rolls Royce and, you know, buy some Gucci, go on a splurge of the Gucci store, or the, you know, whatever the other high-end brand stores are. And, you know, buy a Birkin bag if you're a woman. And it's like, wait, now it's like, wait, all European brands are now going to be the, you know, the standard in this, you know, this black originated culture.
Yeah. I think that it's tricky, because I think that, well, for one, we definitely should be assimilating people into our society, black people, when it comes to other black people, right?
Yeah. But I mean, you even have that now. You have that xenophobia that's popping up now, where people are like,
I know, that's what I'm saying.
it's like someone was like, well, you know, those people are from the Caribbean, so. And I'm just like, wait, when did this start becoming it? And I mean, I understand there's been some tension, but when was it like you start looking at a Caribbean like they're Mexican?
It shouldn't be any tension, really.
It's like,
but like you said, it's tricky, because when you start talking about resources and who's getting what, and I think you can be manipulated, and they can use that to create division. Even with Latino people, it doesn't really matter to me. We should be very careful with some of that. But I mean, like I said, I don't control anything. But
I mean, to your point, I mean, even with Latino people, some of those you're talking about Dominicans. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're talking about some of those who are technically your people in the sense of, you know.
Well, they're gonna get assimilated to somebody. I'll put it that way. And so strategically, you know, should we be trying to assimilate people into our culture? I don't know, because they're gonna assimilate at some point.
I mean, first
well, maybe. Let me not say that, maybe, because I don't know.
I mean,
you're talking about a few 100 million people coming up here from the South, so maybe we'll be speaking Spanish, actually. So I don't know about that one. That could go either way. Because I was even thinking, I'd be thinking random things like, I mean, we could integrate with them and all become mixed black Spanish people too. So I don't know. It can get weird out here.
I don't know, because
you got three groups of Spanish people, right? You got the white Hispanics, which are light skinned people, and then you got the black Hispanics. So I don't even understand that yet, still. You know, so the black ones are going to default into our group, but I was about the light skinned one. I'm like, okay, which side are y'all gonna go on? Y'all gonna go with the white folks or with the black people?
Oh, they're going. Oh, come on, they're going with the white folks. I mean, look at Ted Rafael Cruz. I mean.
Ted Cruz,
even Nikki Haley. I mean, she's Indian, but her name's Nimrata.
Man, Nikki done sold straight out to her Indian culture. So I'm good. I'm a white woman, because y'all think. Cause they think I've heard people say that she's white. I was like, she is the furthest thing from being white. Her father and her mother Indian.
I mean, she could pass for it. I mean, that's all that really counts, really.
They may have some English blood in them, though. I don't know.
She do. She
I don't
come
know.
off. She come off and where she at? She a white woman. And
Wait,
Ben said this. Make them
wait,
participate.
BMT, you're really, really low.
You can't hear me?
Nah, we couldn't even. I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Nah.
Why not? How about now? Can you hear me now?
I mean, I can, but he's super low.
Put it together.
Oh, I guess he's gonna come back in.
But yeah, Nikki's trying, and yeah, Ted Cruz. Because the thing is that it's gonna be up to white people to decide, I guess. But Ted Cruz and Rubio, I'd be looking at them like, are y'all in? I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
I mean, but here's the thing:
because they do not talk about Latino stuff on purpose. Even Vivek Ramaswamy, he makes sure he don't talk about himself being brown. He makes sure he don't mention race. He makes sure he don't mention ethnicity, about his old culture. He keeps that separate.
Yeah, BMT said he's back again.
Okay.
He
is very careful.
Yeah, he does not talk about.
You're still low. Can you hear him?
I can hear, but it's very, very, very low.
All right, I'm gonna have to just yell a little bit, but it's okay. No, I'm all for it. If you come to America, you have to participate in being a citizen. You got to go take courses, classes, and you have to give service and time if you want any type of benefits, schooling, anything. You got to participate and give some type of service towards that of the country. You got to, and you also got to take a course in constitutional studies. Now, this ain't no, well, what about the Americans? Nope, fuck that. Nope, nope, nope. This is I want an integration process. And I
your process
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Your BMT, your process will have you have Americans scoring lower than these immigrants.
I don't give a shit. I'm already American, so I deserve that right.
You have these immigrants trying to lecture Americans about the Constitution and history.
Yeah,
and
some of them, listen, bring back economics, bring back world studies, bring back a lot. There's a lot of courses I wish that they did not take out of school, that they bring it right back on in. There's a lot of stuff. I don't give a damn about learning about how my wee works and shit. You need to teach them about constitutional study. Listen, I had a very hard teacher that was very hard on us. He made us recite that fucking Declaration of Independence shit.
Man, I had a teacher. Man, I had a teacher that made us on a test literally made us recite and write down the Pledge of Allegiance, like all the punctuation, everything.
Yeah, I did too.
We had to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Then our music teacher made us do the Lift Every Voice and sing the Negro allegiance song. I'm like, why I need to learn two damn songs? Like,
don't talk bad about that, bro. Talk bad about James Weldon, man.
I don't feel listen, I don't feel bad about it because you know what I'm saying that you know what I'm saying. Hell, I was very proud when I saw the kids at the Charleston River Dogs game. They had them white kids singing the Lift Every Voice and Sing song. I was sitting there smiling ear to ear. I'm like, yes, let me stand up and take my hat off for this damn song. I said, good. They got white children singing it. Taylor Swift.
Paradox.
Paradox don't know that song.
Yeah.
Our boy went full supernova, man. He went full Saiyan today, bro.
Yeah, I watched it. I'm watching it.
That's crazy. Go ahead. What are y'all talking about? Continue.
No. We were just talking about different like blackness and how it's changing. What's keeping us together?
Do you think immigrants are redefining blackness right now?
For black people?
Well, yeah. What is a black person in America?
I mean, I don't, but that's just me.
Would you, do you think that immigrants are redefining what is a Black American? But I would say yes, they are.
Based on what?
Politics, based on economics, on how our culture is, or whatever our culture is supposed to be. Because honestly, they got more sway on how our money is spent, how our currency is used, what we supposed to take as serious. So if you were to be, let's say you as a Black man were to start talking about Black American father issues or Black American male issues, some other group is going to insert their policies or their grievances into your shit. So right there, that's altering your voice. Because you can't say nothing without them being added into it.
I haven't seen that.
Well, I would say if you look at white society, and as new whites came to America, or the Europeans, and became white, right? I would probably look at that. That's probably. I think things are probably going to mirror that to some degree.
Yeah.
But doesn't WASP culture still dominate?
Yeah,
That's what he's
fair
talking
enough.
about. Yeah.
But that's what
I
I'm
think that's
saying
what you're
is
talking
that.
about, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, some of the richest people in this country are white immigrants. They're not white people. They're not.
Right.
A lot of white people have been here for 4, 5, 6 generations are poor. And the
Absolutely.
other whites run industries and run the banking and run all that stuff. These are new people.
Yeah, but
that's exactly it.
But
That's
WASP
it,
culture,
Paradox.
but don't they still adhere to WASP's culture for the most part? I mean,
No,
Elon does.
that's what he's saying. They're white people. They're becoming like refreshed, but the best of them, or the ones that are like so called the kings of industry or the kings of economics right now are generally not your WASP. They're people that are
Yeah,
from
like
other countries,
70%. Yeah.
or they're second generation immigrants, like
Yeah,
like
first and
like
second.
Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Donald Trump parents are his father was born here, I think, but his mother definitely wasn't born here. You see what I'm saying? And his grandfather on his father's side definitely wasn't born here. You see what I'm saying? So he's a second. He's like a 1.5.
Oh, he cut out.
DC, I look at it like this. When I watch them Trump meth addict rallies and shit, I said, why the hell? You know what I'm saying? I thought this was some veteran meetup. I've seen a bunch of smelling funky trailer park trash motherfuckers meeting up together, getting high and shit, and throwing on MAGA hats. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Isn't that America first, though?
That is America. That's my America, damn
it.
Hold on, Renaissance. What the fuck you saying, bro? What you saying about my country?
Hey, if those are your people, go right ahead.
Listen, I don't want to hear shit. When we see y'all Democratic goddamn parties, it's like the Source Awards. Ain't shit much better. Y'all ain't got shit much better. Y'all got over there. Y'all literally be putting plies and rappers on the stage with a bunch of old white men that don't even know what the fuck they saying. So y'all ain't much better. We may got Kid Rock and Paris Hilton, but goddamn it, we'll take that. We'll deal with that. That's fine. We know we could trick them.
But no, I will say to his point on even with Trump, Trump's beef is that the 1%ers don't accept him. So he wants to be assimilated into WASP culture. It's just they look at him as like, hey, you're too brash, you don't follow the rules, this and that. So like I said, unless you're Elon, someone like an Elon, maybe like a Peter Thiel, and you all are kind of like, I think that's kind of what drives their whole embrace of the right, is that's their grievance, is they feel slighted by what they feel is their elite group, and then they rally and use that as a rallying cry for poor whites who feel slighted as well.
Let me say this.
I think the challenge. I was
going to say, why do black men gravitate towards Trump the way that they do?
He's free.
Oh, I think they have a. I mean, don't take this personal. I think some of them have a revenge politic.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I definitely think Clarence Thomas does. He doesn't gravitate to Trump, but
we can't just be Americans, damn it, can we? We can't. Just
but
be
I think some of them have a. I think whatever their grievance is with the community, it can be a wide range of issues. I think that's one of the common linchpins on the right is that there's almost a revenge politic.
And then
it's not enough. It's not enough to matter anyway.
Thank you, Paradox. We're gonna ask y'all the flip question on the Democrat side. What made y'all gravitate to Hillary Clinton?
And Nancy Pelosi.
Woo!
And Chuck Schumer.
God damn, where you throwing all these things?
And Pete Buttigieg.
I know you trying to throw.
Hey, y'all need to answer that question. Y'all don't get quiet, Renaissance from DC. Y'all, there's a lot of people we need to ask. What gravitating y'all?
Oh, I'll tell you what. I mean, hey, I'll tell you what's on the Democratic side is, hey, they may not be perfect, but they're not just outright hostile to me as a person.
Oh my God.
They're dangerous, though. Good luck.
All right.
No, I agree. Malcolm said they're dangerous.
Hey, boy, maybe that. I guess a lot of black people, y'all felt safe when y'all saw that gay white man adopt them black children, and y'all said, well, they're gonna take care of us too.
Come on, man. Come on.
It gotta be tough though, bro. Hollywood culture you support, all the debauchery that you support. I don't know how y'all sleep at night.
Black kids, you see how they be adopted.
Absolutely.
And then, man, they're gonna take care of us.
Wait, don't act like there's not debauchery on the right now. I mean, y'all
listen, ain't no rich white man adopting no damn black kids.
Democrats believe in black genocide, bro. Stop playing.
Wait.
Y'all are on the wrong side of history. Trust me on that.
Doesn't Mitt Romney have?
Y'all love y'all Bill Gates, boy. Y'all love y'all Bill Gates.
Wait, doesn't Mitt Romney have a black grandchild?
That ain't proven.
No, we doing that. Oh man.
I mean, you brought it up.
I ain't know we running the legend.
It's not even close. The comparison is even close.
No, you said
now while we at it, we need to check Bush bloodline too. That bloodline, all kinds of mixed now, especially that new side. You got Ricky LaVita Loca, Ricky LaVita Bush over that motherfucker.
That's all white folks over there.
Ricky LaVita Loca. Antonio Bush over there, jump.
That's all white people over there.
I think like you said, I think it proves is that we probably need to get what we need to get out of this and keep it moving because, like I said, I don't know how y'all can do the left, bro. I just rather just not participate.
No,
the left is that bad to you?
That's real.
Yeah, I absolutely hate the left.
Wait, even okay.
With my core.
Even economically.
So
no. I would say. Let me not say hate. I do hate them actually, but
no. I'm saying economically.
You hate You hate the kind of white people on the left. Hold on, just be real specific. You hate the white people on the left. You want to just be real specific about where your hate
my
derives.
bad. Well, I thought that was already.
No, that's not understood. When you say that, because we got so many self-hating black Negroes that listen to
no,
that they think you're talking about black people. Yeah.
No.
Am I right, Renaissance? Like when you say it like that, people think that you're talking about black men, black women that vote left. Like you hate them too.
Yeah.
No. Of course, ridiculous.
Okay.
So Paradox, what is your issue
but y'all
with
not
him?
gonna y'all that's that Democratic bullshit.
We can't hear you.
I hate the listen. Y'all ain't
No.
twist. Y'all not gonna twist the words of a
BMT, I haven't talked the whole program, bro. Y'all been going on just shenanigans the whole time, bro.
I know you're live.
My service been getting got cut. I am.
You should have been talking about. You should have been talking about Israel so much. That's the problem.
No, Paradox. Is it just like? Do you feel that? Is it the stereotypical thing of, hey, these people are like you know, they're condescending, the way they talk to black people, or they kind of treat
They're,
them like
they're,
that,
they're
something like
monsters.
that.
They're monsters, and I hate I hate how they use the black imagery, the black plight, the black culture, the black people, everything. I absolutely
So
hate
wait. So
Democrats,
let me
bro.
ask you this then,
Why don't
because
the left don't say
You
shit
hear
about that?
you hear his vitriol. You hear the voice. You hear the vitriol in his
No,
voice.
there's no
The way
vitriol.
you
There's
feel
truth
about
in that.
the way you feel about the white left is the way that I feel about both. I feel the same about the white left that I do about the white right. Because
But
the
the
white
people, the
right,
white
you know,
right
hold
ain't
on.
bothering you, bro.
No,
They ain't
no, no,
bothering
no,
you.
no. Yeah,
They ain't
look,
bothering you,
because
bro.
because guess what? We ain't there. That's why. If our ass was there in present, guess what they be doing? Get
We'll
your
be
ass
good.
up
We'll be
out of
good
here,
Christian
Negro.
folks.
Oh hell no! You already know. Go. Let's go. Apple picking. Now Paradox know what I'm talking about. Let's go bobbing for apples and shit. Yeah, let's do shit like that. Hey, it's gonna be fun. Let's have a picnic. No, I don't fuck with y'all like that. You see what I'm saying? No sir. You already know. You already know. You already know.
Man,
Hey, am I
you
lying?
pushing it.
Am,
No,
oh,
you
I'm
ain't.
not twisting it. I'm not twisting it.
You
Hold,
ain't
hold on.
lying, but you gotta be. Come on, bro.
Oh,
But come on, bro.
oh man, are you for real?
No. What I'm saying is this: I'd rather for you just have to be a part of politics.
We have to be a part of politics, bro.
Yeah, we got to.
If we're gonna, if
What the
we're going to
Democrats
be,
have done, what the Democrats have done, and what they're doing to our image is horrific.
you know,
We're
but you
not gonna
hold on.
we're not
Do
gonna
you
be able to
do
fix
you
this for
do you
100 years,
do,
bro.
Like,
do you know why? Do you know why? Because
No,
because
I
good
don't.
because good brethren like you yourself that know you
I'm trying to
know
save you.
those. No, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Don't let your apathy take you into a black hole. It's enough of us where we can make a change, but you guys want to be like, man, I can't stomach it. I can't stomach it, so I can't be around it. But here's the thing, though. We're in the room, and there's not enough of us real brothers that are there to make our voices heard. That's the problem, Paradox.
Y'all are show ponies in those
That's
rooms,
the
bro.
problem. Oh my God, bro! You see what I'm saying? So you want to talk shit in the
Yo,
room with us. No, no, no,
I
no, no, no,
said,
no. Let's be for real. Let's be for real.
we
You
got
want to talk
pause.
crazy while you in the room with us with all the whip, with all the thighs, with all the dopes, with all the
Demo,
AKAs, all the Howard University. Hold on, all HU, all BWU, all buoy up in there. All Eastern Shore University, all up in there. You want to be in the room, be like, man, this is some devil stuff, and you already know the reason why we ain't represented is because dudes don't stand on their square and be strong in the presence of that particular situation. And you know what I'm talking about, bro.
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's the reason. That's the reason why we have such a weak black politic here. Is because black men will not stand up and be in the room present where we are allowed to have a voice. We are allowed to have a voice in that room, but we're not trying to fight that overwhelming presence that's in there. So they just take over because we're not there. If it's just one or two of us, we're gonna get overwhelmed, bro.
Wait,
If it's just me and you in there, we're gonna get overwhelmed. You know that.
wait. Now, Paradox.
I know that for a fact. That's for sure.
Paradox. What imagery are you blaming on a Democratic Party? Like you're just gonna take 100. Like what do you like? Can you give me some examples?
I'm trying not to,
or
because
no,
it creates a whole nother conversation. But I'm just saying, I just say just in general,
because
the
I was gonna
way
say
the
if
way
we're
that
talking about like pop
the way that
culture image, how is that
I'm
tied to
sorry.
Democrats?
What culture?
No. I thought when you said that, my mind went to sort of pop culture
Yeah,
and the
pop culture.
image.
Okay.
But I'm like, how is that tied to Democrats though?
Democrats don't run pop culture.
No, not the
Really?
apparatus of the party.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna let it rock. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Look, black people,
Come
stop
on,
voting for
man.
Democrats.
The old network,
Oh,
man, y'all better stop with them damn lies, man. Y'all know damn well what's gonna happen if you say some. You can't say
You
something
know,
bad.
y'all know. Yeah, I put it this way. It's bad though. You know it's bad.
it's horrible. But you
And
know why it's
I
horrible?
get
Hold
it.
on. You know
They
why?
pass
You know
policies.
why
They
it's
do a lot of
horrible?
things. I trust
You
me. I get it.
Wait, is this
you
going into the
hold
four
on.
letters
Hold
again?
on. Now paradox. Now paradox. Let's be honest. So in those rooms, who can't stand this? Who cannot stand to let things slide? Who don't let things slide when people are talking crazy like that?
Black women.
No. I'm talking about when we're there, when we present. Who can't take it and who would say something? And I'm one of those. I'm gonna fight the power and I'm gonna fall on my sword. And ain't nobody gonna follow me. You know, Paradox gonna be
I
like,
take
man,
it. I take it, and you can't.
Paradox, Paradox like,
But I played
but,
nice in the
but,
sandbox though.
but you gonna talk crazy. You gonna talk
I'm on the
crazy.
internet. You're supposed to do that on the internet. Isn't that the whole point of this?
It's not, dog. These people don't understand that. That's what I'm trying to tell you, dog. They don't understand this.
Now I got a question. So we're listening to what
I'm just
y'all
messing
are saying.
around.
We're listening, but there's truth in a lot of this. Now,
Oh my God.
no, man. Because what I brought up was the people that are speaking for the black household have no intention on seeing the betterment of the black household. Can we agree on that?
I disagree wholeheartedly.
Man.
Do you know? Hold on, BMT.
The
Listen.
Democrat, and look, when I say Democrats, I mean all of them. I'm really talking about the progressive left, but it's really all of them though, right?
Yo, Paradox is not
God
trying to be
damn,
easy
dog.
with y'all, man. I'm just trying to have a conversation. Paradox is shooting
You
arrows.
just and you love every minute of it. I'm gonna let y'all rock though.
Look,
Y'all
man,
can have the whole program. I'm
look,
gonna let
man,
y'all rock.
I'm a good Christian,
I'm gonna
bro.
let y'all rock. I ain't gonna even say. I'm not gonna say anything because you know that's my boy. I'm not gonna do it, dog. But you know he knows he
Well,
can have his day
Renaissance is
though.
caping for the Democrats. Go ahead, Renaissance man.
No,
Really? Oh, come on, dog.
no,
Really?
Paradox. You know, I've always been critical of Democrats, but I do
I know
cape for the left.
black over everything, baby. I got
No,
you.
stop
I'm just
it.
messing with you.
Stop
There's
it.
so much lies going on right now. Y'all might be
I'm
trying to
messing with you. I know it's black over everything. That's how I am. Black over
Stop it.
everything.
No, I'm not even on that for real.
I wish you could share. I wish you could say that to some of your other conservative brethren, dog.
Nope, not
They
my
don't.
brothers.
They do. They.
Nope, not my brothers. I'm solo. Don't do that. We don't do that.
BMT with you.
I'm a
BMT
code
said he
breaker.
American.
He's a
BMT.
code breaker.
BMT
I'm a code
American
breaker.
first.
But hold on now. BMT has stood up to conservative on these panels. Y'all can go check the record. I've done gotten on these panels. And
Yeah, you have. You have. I ain't gonna sell you out like that. Yeah, you have. I ain't gonna. Yeah, you have. You done your thing.
I'm not. You know what though? We're not doing. I'm not like you saying this. I'm not trying to do the. They doing the politics. They doing the Fox News stuff on those guys doing Fox News stuff, bro. What I'm talking about is
these guys hate black people. Paradox. They
no, I'm not
hate
talking about black people. I'm talking
black
about
folks.
Hollywood.
I know who
Put it
you're
like
talking
this, bro.
about.
If you look at white Hollywood, you look at white porn industries and all that type of stuff. All this is getting pushed out of that place. These people are all left wing people.
Yeah,
It's not good.
listen.
And I don't support it.
Listen.
That's all I'm saying.
My hate, but you know which side that we can talk crazy to. We can talk crazy to them.
With now the banking world, you could say more conservative. The greedy corporate bastards are more corporate are more right wing, and so you can hit that part.
Let me say this, man. Let me say this. I'm being real.
I give you that. Okay? I give you the banks, and I give you the corporations.
Let me be real honest. When the last time you seen a black conservative give it to one of these old white conservative families about them not being basically
they don't do it.
Right? Boom. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying.
We're trying to get along to play along.
And that's what I'm saying. So you have to alleviate race. You can't talk about Jim Crow, Negro. Here's the rules. Who's the rules, Negro? America's not racist. Hold on. America's not racist. America's not racist. Oh, come on.
You can. They just don't know how to do it. That's what I'm here for.
Nah. They know not to do it.
Unbelievable, Paradox.
They know not to.
You and me already know. You already know. And I hate the contract that we're in as black men politically. I don't like it. I don't like it because when I say
if you believe
when
if
I
you
when I
believe
when
in,
I
if you
when I
believe in
when
the
I say
things that
when
you
I
should
say the
believe in,
lesser of two evils, niggas think that I got shit on my face. But what I'm telling you is that's what it is.
I got you.
See,
I'm just
but
messing.
they
I
don't
got
but
you.
they
I
don't
know. I
but
know.
they don't want to
Democrats
hear
take care
that.
of us. I know. They take care of us. I
No,
got you.
see, don't be condescending. Don't
Obama
be
saved you,
condescending.
Paradox. Obama saved you.
Don't be condescending. It's just not enough of us that's putting in the work. We got to be able to put in the work, but there is a voice over there on that
No,
side to be heard.
Democratic policies, on balance, benefits black people more. So I'm not gonna argue that point.
What type of black people?
They elect
Oh,
us.
come on.
We get in office.
No, that's American.
We get some benefits. We get some
No, that's
access.
Americans getting that shit.
I don't know if it's worth it. And that's what I struggle with. I just don't know if it's worth it. Is
Yeah,
it
I
worth
got you.
is it worth selling our souls to get what we get?
That's another discussion right there.
Access to
Yeah, that's
Hollywood,
that's
access to
another
this,
discussion.
access to that, access to this, access
Right,
to all these things.
right. You gotta
Is it
you
worth it?
gotta yeah, you gotta fall under the big tent, and the big tent is
Yeah, you got to
compromise
fall in
when
the
it
big
comes
tent.
down to
Yeah.
yeah, you gotta fall under.
And we're compromised and we're mad about things, but it
No doubt.
doesn't we have to
No
deal with
doubt.
it because that's what we signed up for.
And that's politics too. And that's the
Politics.
devil's bargain. And that's the devil's
Yeah.
bargain. No doubt about it.
I
Yeah.
watched that movie. I watched that movie Crybaby. That old ass movie Crybaby.
Come on, man.
That movie it was real.
You a trip, man. B&T, stop with the shenanigans,
That movie
bro.
was real. That one of us, some white man must have did some coke and say, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just tell the truth. So that way
Don't have me start to sing my G.I. Joe song on you. You know what I'm saying?
You could cause like you said, you could guilt. They basically use guilt. White leftists use a guilt strategy
Yeah.
somehow to get us to get us things.
Survivor guilt.
Yeah.
Survivor guilt.
True.
We are downtrodden. We need a hand up, and they've structured the system to do that for us, and I hate it. But we get a lot from it. So
Okay, but now I'm gonna use. Let's look at that.
We are
Nobody
destroying the Giant Paradox. Destroying them, bro.
So I'm gonna say this.
Jeez.
I don't. So nobody don't look sideways when all the other groups use the survivor's guilt. Nobody. I mean, every other group gets to do it, and they get a doggone.
I mean, they play. I mean, if you're talking about a certain group, they play from a much higher position of power than we do.
But they still get Asian community get to do it. Are the Japanese still getting reparations for that shit? They're getting it. The Indians get it. Small.
yeah, everybody got their hand out. That's a fact.
So I don't feel bad at all. This is coming from a conservative Republican. I don't feel bad at all. You're not going to shame the black boy when he reaches his hand out for a piece of Spam and some cornbread and say, "Hey, can I get some?" Well, why are you asking? Don't you? No, fuck that, bro. Like, no, it's mine. I want my food. Everybody else get to get a piece of ham and bread. I want my fucking cornbread and Spam. Like, you can't shame me out of something that was fought for blood, sweat, and tears that you don't want to pay to me. Like President Johnson and them, yeah, I know about this stealing that shit. I go straight down into the courthouse almost every other month. Now, what I'm saying is we have a replacement issue happening. And there's nobody coming in and filling in the gap to good black men. So if nobody's filling in the gap, so when those court cases happen, there's no DC Paradox or Renaissance going down there to say, hey, so is anybody going to contest us taking this land? Is anybody going to contest us about this this wrongdoing? Oh no, nobody's coming. Well, court's adjourned, and that's how it works. And so it really, I mean, I'm just being honest, man. Like the fill-in for the replacement, I don't even think the black community is even in the middle class anymore. I think we at the bottom now. I mean, you can't use that saying that we're in the middle class anymore.
Renaissance man, do you think that white Democrats will ever free black people?
Good question, very much. Good question.
When you say free, what do you mean?
His compliance was his answer. That was his answer.
Free us. They should be freeing us.
They're not gonna do that. Come on, Perry. You know they ain't gonna do that.
You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I mean.
If you're talking about in the sense of like create the environment where like blackness, in the sense of, you know, black people are kind of free to be their own selves and have equal treatment and all of that in America, no.
Yeah.
I don't think that will ever get. I don't think that'll ever get there. I think at best, what you're looking at with the white left and like an alliance there is that you get some level of economic benefit.
Yeah.
That essentially they want to reform the system in a way where, and honestly, that's my problem. Even some of the black Democrats is that, you know, when you look at someone like, you know, really even a Clyburn, and you know his endorsement of Biden. And I'm just like, if we're looking at policies here, Bernie is a much better candidate for black people than what Biden ran on. Now, granted, I'm not saying that, you know, if Bernie's president, everything happens or, you know, race disappears. But if you talk about the economic reforms that he's put in place, black folks are going to disproportionately going to benefit.
And I will concede some. I'm gonna concede a couple of things because, you know, these make me feel bad. I'm gonna concede a couple things.
Don't give him shit.
I don't want to give it to you though. I should give it to him.
No, go for it. I want to hear this.
Take everything.
So in Prince George's County, right? We just got we just got the FBI headquarters. We just landed that deal, and we stole it from Northern Virginia, right?
Congratulations.
Oh wow, I'm betting
that's going to be about 50,000 jobs, probably.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And it's probably gonna be all black.
Yep.
And Trump said we are not putting the FBI building in PG County.
Wait, now,
absolutely not.
No, paradox. Do you credit that with Biden and the administration being there?
Yeah.
Or do you think that can happen regardless?
Nope.
Okay.
The FBI director's pissed about it, but it's too late. DHS. What's that department? What's that department called? They've already done it. I forget the name.
DHS.
Is it DHS?
Yeah.
DHS.
Security.
Yeah. Department of Homeland Security.
Can y'all answer to me why are Black Americans so anti-government? I mean,
nobody's dude.
So we're gonna get the FBI building, and I'm gonna give you one more piece.
What else we getting?
At least, well, probably in the whole country, the federal government, they have the most black employees, federal and state. Am I right about that, DC?
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I think the federal government and state government is the biggest black employer.
So yes. Overall, you're talking about for the whole nation, right?
Whole nation. And so when the Republicans want to shrink the government, all I think about is, are you doing it because so many black folks work for the government?
You know when white Southerners, like red state Southerners, when they come to the city and they see how many black people got security clearances, so like, what in the hell is the big Negro doing here? What is this Negro?
That's a lie.
You play ball? Shit. Bullshit.
We rich. We rich here.
I ain't gonna turn on our Southern like that. They don't see us like that. They get happy when they go.
No. I'm saying people that don't really come to DC that often, like new representatives and shit like that. Yeah, like people that ain't never really been here.
No, it's a completely different world. If you see, like, wait, you got second generation black doctors, third generation,
second, third, fourth.
Yeah.
I did kind of freak out when I went down there to DC, and I was like, "Why are these damn Negroes in the goddamn in our capital? Like, how the fuck?"
Because we run it.
I was thrown off. I thought it was the wrong place.
Chocolate City.
Making $200,000 a year. Rich. Big boy houses.
Yeah.
Now hold on now, Paradox. Because see, they don't ever bring up those numbers of that kind of black success. Why is that?
I hope they. I hate that I'm talking about it. I wish we would never talk about it.
I mean, no,
And
I was
keep
gonna
it
say
secret.
You get what I'm
that's the
saying,
thing
right?
you don't want to talk
See what
about.
I'm saying?
No, you're saying it 1,000%. Yeah, 1,000%.
Right. Why don't they ever bring up those numbers? That's why I be saying like, yo, bro, like, why are y'all
Because
talking about
it's gonna fight the
the
democratic narrative that black folks need white people.
No, don't do that. No. What's gonna happen is
Funny.
that it's gonna fight. It's gonna push the narrative that the Democrats are helping black people, and it's gonna lead to some resentment and a backlash.
Yeah, I think you're right, Paradox. I think if half of the nation knew, like, because white people that ain't never really come to DC like that, if they knew how the government
If they
really
really
ran,
knew,
oh my God, oh my Lord, it'd be bad, bro. We would probably have it would start early. Whatever fear we got, the fear you have, it would be the next. Trust me, it would be the next week. We would have to have some things in place, like you talking about Turner Diaries. We talking about Hunger Games. It would be bad
oh,
if
we
they
got black
knew.
people that got $500,000 security clearances and stuff, bro.
No, but listen what I'm saying.
Crazy.
If they knew how it
Yeah, so I'm
looked.
saying they knew how much they
You
were
know what I'm
making too,
saying?
by the way, how much it was worth, the value of it.
Because like the white people here, they're used to it because they know they're still in power. But
Yeah,
them,
yeah.
they would be like, what in the hell is going on? Y'all let these niggas around here ride horses and talk crazy and all this. What is going on here?
But see,
It's pretty funny.
that's
I
why I
mean,
don't like the.
people.
Home,
We used to
home,
have hold on. We used to have go-go's in a government building here.
I know.
In
The
a
Reagan building.
government building.
The Reagan building. Beautiful, by the way. Beautiful.
That's crazy.
I know. I used to be down there all the time.
I think that's where we're looking at. Whereas to, I get a frustration of people saying we can't. But I'm like, I'm not sure if you're in
That's
the
not
right.
how I was raised.
Like, well, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm not sure if you're in the right room because you're saying we can't when we're already. That's why I don't like the victim.
Facts.
I don't like the victim talk or like
Mm-hmm.
the victim politics. But I'm like, bro, like, go down to a state office building. Like, you're gonna run into some old black women sitting all in the goddamn cracking on the computers and shit. Like, when I go
Right.
down there to the VAs or government offices and need some paperwork done,
Yep.
I'm talking to somebody's auntie. Like, so I'm like, okay, so when is it that we did not, we're there? My thing is, I don't think we're properly utilizing the system how we need to be using it, or we're just like, it's like the door to get out is how, like, what's that proverb where you put an elephant in a cage and then you take the elephant out the cage, but they still see themselves in the cage. That's how
Yeah.
I'm seeing it right now for black people. Like,
I think
Nah.
I think some of those ideologies are being fed to us on purpose. Like we talked about it earlier before. Where
Yeah.
poor white folks think that they got money. Think they hard working.
Now, Paradox, I'm reading right now with the FBI thing. I haven't been paying attention to that. You got the senator from Virginia saying he wants a federal investigation, and
Yep.
they're
Too late though. They hot.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
the FBI director saying, "I'm not sure about this."
Yeah.
Man, Northern Virginia got everything in Northern Virginia, but they
got
solving us.
everything in the NBA, man.
Shoot.
They do.
Man,
Bro.
some.
They do. They're like the technology corridor of the DMV. Crystal City, Pentagon City.
Yeah, all the way down to the CIA building in Langley.
Arlington. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, they have to be able to kind of share a little bit of that. That's all good, bro.
We'll trade them the Redskins Stadium. They can have the Redskins Stadium down there.
Well, I was gonna say the other thing is, like, it's gonna get political too, because you got to think of like who works for the FBI, what type of profile of person that's in, that's law enforcement. So
yep,
at this point, you're talking about these people who are kind of on the right, very pro police,
yep,
law and order type of people. And what, I gotta drive into PG County to go to work every day?
Mm-hmm.
That's not.
But
Yeah.
all of us work for the government or government contractors, so it's normal. It's funny, like you said, it's always funny because in a lot of ways, a lot of people would not really talk to a lot of us actually outside of this area just because you work for the government. And especially in the white world, but even in the black world, that's not really a good thing once you're outside of certain areas.
Oh yeah, no.
And folks find out, well, how can you be pro-black? Or how can you be for black people? And you say, well, that's just life. I mean, I can't, it is what it is.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that's you have to eat, pretty much.
Right. Right. And a lot of us work in law enforcement, if you want to call it that, you want to include like DHS and all the other
Oh yeah, that's
security
definitely
systems. I mean, tons of us, tons of us.
yeah. DOD.
Yeah, DOD is for sure.
Yeah. No,
But I think it's still a disconnect, unfortunately. But and I don't know how you solve that disconnect.
But yeah,
Because on one hand you're being told you can't have anything and you can't do nothing, you can't do this, all this stuff. But then on the other hand, a percentage of us are doing those things. I think that's the conflict really. Because one thing that exposes these areas is that you still not organizing and getting people out of the hood, as an example, right? So that stuff does get a little strange when you think about it. Is that we can't, for some reason, we don't know how, or you can't do it, or it's not designed that way to say extract that wealth out of the DC area and say flood it into Baltimore City, as an example. Does that make sense?
Yep.
We're going to make Baltimore the Mecca because we have so much wealth in these areas, these counties, that we're going to collectively shift that wealth to Baltimore City and buy it up.
I mean, yeah.
It seems like we play the same economic games where you have the hood, then you have sort of the outer city, then you sort of have the suburbs, and you sort of have the outer suburbs.
Well, let's see the
yeah, black mega churches. You have all of it, by the way.
Well, now I was gonna say the thing is the thing is too, like, to your point on, hey, people start shrinking government. I'm like, that's the thing. I mean, to y'all's point, a lot of people may not know this, but once people who are in the know, I'm sure people in Northern Virginia, they get, hey, let's cut back on if you're a Republican there, full well when they say, hey, government has gotten too bloated, inefficient. Like you have people who are outside of this area who probably don't quite get that, but people inside know exactly what they're saying of, oh, it's bloated and inefficient and mismanaged. All of these things, and it's just kind of like, yeah, that's kind of my point.
Yeah, when I say stuff like I want to treat the government, I'm telling my family I want to cut their pensions.
Yeah,
literally.
Benefits
which is why they be mad at me.
but to the greater point, Paradox, that's my whole thing with, even if you start once again talking about a leftist politics, is that I mean, obviously you have, the only place that sort of rivals DC is Atlanta. It's kind of a different economic model there, more based on like entrepreneurship, versus DC is more, hey, I'm gonna move up here, get a good government job and move up that way. That's a little bit different, but that's why I kind of come at it from more of a leftist politics, is that, hey, if you have a more active government, a more that's involved in economic development and things along those lines, that that you will see a better Black community, at least economically, versus if we go with more of a bootstrap politics and things like, because I mean, that's
well, I think in reality, you joking around. I'm joking around with the politics stuff, but in reality, the system is designed to mess with people, because the thing is that even on the left, the government, when they're giving out money to these corporations, there is no Silicon Valley without the federal government. You understand that, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
it don't exist.
DOD,
okay.
Stanford University,
Tesla. There is no Tesla without the federal
absolutely.
government. Period.
Absolutely.
And we can just keep on going down the list. Raytheon, Lockheed, it doesn't really matter, right? The politicians, it don't matter. Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter. They're going to make sure that those startup companies and those big boys are fed, right? Well, there's a benefit to the social media part, obviously, for the federal government, of course, right? It was a beautiful play that they did with that stuff. Using private companies to collect your information. It's crazy. But just people are so stupid. But anyway, it's interesting that they won't give us that money though. And that's the problem. I have my disconnect. It doesn't matter the party, right? From a black perspective, you have black media companies. They shouldn't be getting 1%. They should be getting 13%, 15%, 20% of the money that comes in to grow their companies.
Well,
they don't. They get starved, and the companies stay small.
You sound like Roland Martin at this point.
Uh-oh.
Well, you know what? But people like him complain about it, right? They complain they're a Democrat, but you're still not getting the money from the government. But the Democrats supposed to be government. They're supposed to be feeding.
No. Well,
there's something deeper going on the left, by the way, and they're not. There's something else that they're trying to do, by the way, because they're anti-capitalism, really. So
I mean, I can't speak to how much he's really pointing to government. I know he really goes after industry. And he's really like, hey, Pepsi, all these companies, like, hey, y'all are used to someone getting, a few advertising dollars here and there. And he's like, that's not going to satisfy, And Roland, rightfully so, he does take a lot of arrows, but I think he has a point there. Now I can't speak to how it works for. I mean, truth be told,
Roland wants his own cut, man.
The thing is, you have to look at every industry and say, well, what industries where we can start a business and we make sure the government funds that business. And for some reason, it doesn't matter if it's a Democrat in office or Republican, for black people, we're getting 1%, 0.5% of that across the board. And the government has to spend, I forget how many billions a year on stuff like that. And the money is just not getting to us.
Well, I mean, like, no, I get it.
It could change. It could change our lives overnight, really.
Well, no, but he even criticizes the political. You all know this. He even criticizes the political consultants. He's like, hey, Democrats basically, hire these political consultants.
Yep.
They have their favorite ones. A lot of them, are white owned, or have a sprinkling of black folks in there. They get all the contracts, all the work, and their messaging is not really what it needs to be to hit the target audience, or they're not in the places that they need to be, and that becomes sort of a problematic of why we see Democrats sort of struggling.
Yeah, the black progressive left talk about it all the time. The guys that I follow on the progressive left, they run campaigns all the time, and they're angry that they only get a little bit of budget, and their white counterparts get these huge budgets.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, like I say, it's got its problems on that side too. But once again, at the end of the day, you're talking about both people. Once again, it's control, and then it's kind of almost okay. You kind of concede. Hey, if you're on the right, or if you're in the system, you kind of concede a certain level of control. It's how high are they going to let you rise? How much?
Yes.
How much are they going to take their foot off your neck?
Well, the thing, take a telecom company, say like AT&T, right? AT&T has to be able to run cables, set up towers all over America, right? Well, in different regions in America, right? All that has to get approved by the government, right? And then even though AT&T and the other companies are what do you call them? Monopolies.
Yeah.
To offset the monopoly, they all have about 300-400, maybe even more than that, small cell companies that eat off of their company to make it not be a monopoly, I guess, or whatever, right? We don't have any of those for the most part. We don't even have access to be able to build out things like that, because you need your local, county, and state governments to approve all this stuff, right? So if you got a black telecom company trying to come along and come up, all the doors are closed. That kind of thing kind of happens over and over again across the board, regardless of doesn't matter, Democrat, Republicans, at the state level or the federal level. And some people will think, well, maybe black people are dysfunctional, or we're having. It's just like, no, we're just locked out. Really, I mean, we have all of the degrees and the experience and all. We have all that stuff. But you got to get that leg up though, like all the other companies, because they fell. I mean, Tesla was going to go bankrupt like 5 times. He kept getting bailed out by the government.
Yeah. Well, I mean, once again, people do not know that, and then Elon Musk is sort of a fanboy of the right at this point, even though his products sell to a bunch of leftists.
Well, yeah, that's a whole bigger thing that's going on with that. That's a whole global shift from a right to left thing, all over Europe, Australia, everywhere, and all over America and Canada, where a lot of straight white men, more or less, are finding themselves pushed out of the left wing party.
I mean,
they're finding safe haven on the right side, even though they don't want to be over there, supposedly.
Well, I'm saying
traditional liberals and stuff like that.
No, are they getting pushed out though?
I mean, they could change and keep going along with the game.
No. I'm saying, are they really getting pushed out in the sense of, like, you know, some people argue, hey, these people have become radicalized and they're
getting new markets to make money off of. They're you know, like the Daily Wire and stuff like that. They're getting new marketplaces because of the push and the extraction of wealth from the left, and it needs to go somewhere.
I just don't buy the idea that they're being pushed.
Why? You know, why would you say? Do you follow those people? Why do you say that? Why don't you think they're not being pushed? What do you mean?
Like, in the sense of I'm not talking about like the individual themselves. I'm talking about like I think it's more of, hey, I disagree, in the sense of like, hey, I'm not gonna. You saw that was kind of Warren Buffett. Like, I think he's not as vocal, but you know, he's not one who entertains the idea of DEI or like the need for diversity and like.
Yeah, they hate it. DEI, ESG, they hate it. All the corporations hate it.
Well, I'm saying I shouldn't even say DEI. They don't even entertain the need for like, hey, I need to, you know, have some diversity because that'll produce like a better, like they reject that thinking. They're like, no, like if you're the good people, like if you're good, like you'll be here. So like if you try to, I mean, he hasn't gotten too much into that world, but into that discussion, but you know, the logic, people who just outright hate it. They're just like, hey, you know, I don't want anything to do with it. You know, I basically see it as, hey, you're basically trying to, you know, take me out of power and promote these less qualified people.
That's how they're framing it. Less qualified people.
You have some people who think like that, and then you have some people who are just nah, you know, it's a meritocracy and the cream rises to the top.
It's lies.
You know, this idea that, oh well, you know, there are barriers that are keeping people from getting into these institutes, like or hey, you know, I recruit the best, so you know, I recruit all out of the Ivy League, and if you can't get in the Ivy League, you must not have the grades, and you know, there's no way there can be any sort of barriers of discrimination.
Nah, it's all lies. It's all lies. I follow all of it, so I'm watching them play it out. And it's just like they're just making up stuff, but they're mad. They're mad about it, and they're leaving. They even use the Palestinian-Israel thing to leave. They're using it to pull their money out of universities and stuff. It's all connected. They're using it that way, I should say.
Oh wow, you think so?
Absolutely. Really? It's a critical mass is happening in the white space for sure.
Well, the reason I'm surprised by that,
the Israeli thing kind of put it on steroids, because that's all they needed was for people to support Hamas or Palestine. Now they're all anti-American terrorists, so we're going to shift even more people to the right.
Well, the only reason I asked that is because, you know, some of these people, a lot of these people are, you know, are Jewish who are doing this, and there is one. There is one, but I mean, there is one thing that I will say, in the sense of, when you look at the voting patterns of a large portion of the Jewish community in America, they do vote as liberals. Like that is a different person than saying,
and they're going to be in a very because everybody's being exploited here, right? Everybody's being taken advantage of from a propaganda perspective, so you got to deal with it real time, right? So they're going to have to make a decision when it's time to vote, right? Because at the end of the day, white nationalists hate Jewish people.
Absolutely.
So they're gonna have to make it. They're gonna have to bite the bullet on one side or the other. Like, yeah, we're tired of that nonsense over here, but do you really want to hang out with the white nationalists? I mean, you know, we're about to find out. We're about to find out.
Yep, strange bedfellows, man.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and You want to go ahead and lock it down, man? We've been on for a long time, man. I think we kind of like beat this one on in. I want to kind of go ahead and get.
Uh-oh.
He's having all kind of difficulties.
I will say before I go, Paradox, I did see that last video that you all broke down with Bill Maher.
Yeah,
that one was wild.
Yeah, man.
He was, yeah, he's an example of a sense of, you know, that person who's kind of probably looking for a home now.
Yep.
I mean, he was, I guess, more of a libertarian before, but you know, he seemed to
he's a traditional liberal.
Okay. You know, so you know, he's one of those people, and for him to go on that type of rant.
Yeah, they believe, you know, they believe in like colorblind societies, all that type of stuff, but now they're butthurt that we're talking about race. I just find it shocking, to be totally honest with you.
Wait, you find what shocking?
That white people on the left and the right are mad that we're talking about race out loud. They don't like it.
Oh wow!
And I'm watching a physical reaction from. I'm watching things from. I mean, it's just endless amount of articles and groups of people on. You know, big brain people, PhDs, and all over Harvard, and they're all online just running their mouths about all this stuff. I mean, all type of people who got influence in politics and politicians and executives of corporations and stuff. They're all coming out talking about it. Even on CNBC. And Fox Business, they're all talking about it. It's everywhere right now, and they're having a serious issue because we're talking about race all the time, out loud. And it's been great for me. I mean, you know, that's what we do, talk about race. So I've been loving it, but it's shocking because they're trying to understand it. The word anti-white is a thing now, and being anti-white and anti-white and what's the other word?
Anti-racist.
White racism, whatever it is. All that's starting to get some. Well, just saying, yeah, racist towards white. So not even reverse, just anti-white. Like they're starting to run propaganda right now. You're going to hear more of it. I think over the next year, you're going to be hearing where it's like people in America are now anti-white. Now, you know, because most heterosexual people, especially on the right, or the ones who are leaving the left, that's all they're talking about. Is how you know they're being mistreated, they're not getting what they supposed to get, things aren't right, we're looked at as evil, we're the devil. They're using the language that black radicals used to use. They're using that language now out loud to themselves, saying they think we're the devil and we're evil and the Western world is horrible. And when the Israeli thing happened, that took it to the next level, because then they got into talking about how everyone hates the West and all this other stuff. And then there's other people going on diatribes about how great the West is. And they, you know, all that type of stuff. You saw it even on the Bill Maher thing. That's out there now, all over the place. And they're talking about how dare y'all say that, because, you know, the whole colonization word they're using with the Israeli thing reflects back on Britain and America and the West and everything, right? And so it was like a reaction to that. Whoa, we're good. We're good people now. We're good. What's going on here? We're good. And so it's been pretty funny. It's been pretty funny watching them react to, you know, having to deal with it. And they're trying to recruit Asians, by the way, because I've heard people say, well, they hate whites, they hate Asians, and they hate Jews. I'm like, y'all, that works. Those three go together.
Well, I do know, like, it was a black educator at University of Maryland. He got in trouble for saying, when they were talking about affirmative action, you know, he got in trouble for saying, you know, he said white and Asians.
They've been including Asians in everything. I'm like, what is going on?
Because he was like, you know, we need more representation from people of color. And someone said something about Asians, and he said, yeah, I said white. So something like that. Like they're included in that category. So yeah.
And my thing is that which Asians? Because I know you're not talking about Southeast Asians with all that color in that skin.
That's true. That's true.
Which one y'all talking about?
No, but
How that's gonna work? Because you know what's so funny that I've heard in the past, I could be wrong. Was there a law that they tried to pass, or some Asians tried to become white back in the day?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I want to say back in the 30s and 40s, maybe before that.
But no,
They
I
want to
did.
be included in under the white category, if I'm not mistaken.
But now I do see what you're talking about. I have heard the rhetoric, not as much from the left, of like they haven't been outright explicit, but like I know like the Young Turks, that the lady Anna Castriano, whatever her name is, that
That's her, the little
she,
Jew.
She was like, I don't know, I guess she was sort of having a sort of a debrief / taking a break. The left has gone too far, and she was really railing against identity politics and how it's unproductive and this and that. So,
because remember something, they are the Jews are now the oppressor, and they play both sides. Normally, they play the victim, and they play both. In my opinion, I've noticed.
I don't think she's Jewish. I believe that she is Armenian, Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, Armenian Jew.
To my understanding, she's Jewish. I mean, Christian. But
okay.
Yeah, I don't know of her being that, but I do know that she, TYT is a Bernie platform, so it makes sense that they would actually come out there and say these type of things, because most of Bernie supporters are actually white, and on the left, and so that's where Dr. Horn, Gerald Horn, calls out a lot of these folks for not identifying identity politics in the Israeli-Palestinian struggle, because on one hand, you have a whole entire state based on identity, which is Israel. But then when you have Black people, then they say, well, we don't want to talk about identity politics. That's identity politics. These are the sort of nuances and inconsistencies that you do hear from white liberals. They do run into these inconsistencies, and they don't know how to actually deal with it when it comes to Black people. But they seem to understand it when it comes to every other group.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. No, because I like I said, I was telling him, I have heard more of like people saying, hey, too much identity politics, it's divisive, this and that, and people moving out in that regard. No, I wasn't fully on board with his view of some of these donors, because they seemed like they were really tuned into like the conflict, in the sense of just being very pro-Israeli. But he was saying that he thinks that there's an element of these people were already really uncomfortable here to begin with, and then to see sort of the pushback that you've seen on most college, because I would argue, I think probably most college campuses, at least people would argue, have been more pro-Palestine, and the fact that sort of popped up in their face kind of freaked them out a little bit. So, wait, you still there, Paradox?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad.
Yeah,
Can y'all hear me?
I think you just returned. I can hear you now.
Oh, all right. Good. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike V.
Oh no, I was just jumping in on the Anna Kasparian piece. I didn't have I didn't have anything else to add. So.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, seeing that clip, I don't know if Mike, you saw them talk about the Bill Maher clip.
Which Bill Maher clip is this?
They played it on the last show. He basically, in a nutshell, kind of like was really going hard at really people who are pro-Palestinian, saying, oh, like these people are anti-free speech, and the West gave you all this enlightenment and all these rights and things like that, and the ability to say these things, and we have so much tolerance here. How could you, kind of, it really sounded like something out of the far right. Like you were like, wow, Bill Maher is really going here.
I love it though.
Bill Maher represents that white liberal moderate thinking.
He shifted though, or maybe the politics is shifted, because he's
getting pushed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you did not know who he was and you heard this sounded like something that should have came out of like Hannity on Fox News.
But he's always been a fine liner in that regard, because last time he had Roland Martin on there, it didn't go very well. Same thing with Neil deGrasse Tyson, didn't go very well. And so it seems like I think Paradox has some feedback. Yeah, it seems like they are being, I guess they feel like they're being pushed or unfairly attacked with a lot of these various politics like DEI and affirmative action and Black Lives Matter and these sort of political movements happening all at once. They feel like they're under attack, but in reality, a lot of these movements and a lot of these policies are meant to decenter whiteness, and if you're holding on to that identity, then and that forced classification, then you start to feel like everyone's attacking you. In reality, no one's really attacking you. They're really trying to dismantle the system, but white people are actually holding on to the system, including those who identify as Jewish.
Yeah. Paradox, you said you were a prepper earlier in this chat, right?
No, I was joking about preppers.
Oh, so you don't actually do it?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna ask.
You prep your lunch, right?
I do meal prep though.
Meal prep, yeah. No, I was gonna ask you. I mean, hearing what we're saying before we go. I mean, you have your ear obviously to the ground over there. I mean, if you're seeing all of this sort of, that resentment has been there. Like if it's blowing up now, like
it's hot. I think it's hot.
like if it's blowing up now, they've been mad about this for a good 5 years, because that's just.
Yeah, they've been biting their tongue for a while. Actually,
yeah.
I think.
No. That's how these things work with greater American dominant society. It's like you think everything's good and it blows up out of nowhere, and then you realize, oh wow, this person has been biting their tongue for however long, and they couldn't bite it anymore.
I mean, it's a terrible example, but when Israel decided to bomb Palestine, it's an example of, or when we invaded Iraq. I mean, we don't democracy and Christianity and fair. That doesn't mean anything. All this stuff go out the window, and they get to work.
And I guess that's sort of my question on
politics. Same way. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's my question to you on that side. Is like, if it's as hot as you think it is, and you know how things go. Like, where do you see this ending?
I don't know. I don't know yet. I mean, it's fluid.
Or do you see it in some sort of, because the way you're describing and what you just said there, that makes you think like, hey, I'm tired of biting my tongue and the gloves just gonna fly off out of nowhere, and you're gonna. It's
happening. I don't know if it's gonna be a physical conflict outside of January 6th. Or some of the shootings, the mass killings and stuff like that, but I don't know. I just think politics is trying to find its center again. It's looking for it.
Oh, and then one last.
And so I just think everything is just being rearranged as it goes through those cycles. I guess every 30 or 40 years or whatever.
Now, one last thing too. I'm assuming the people you are seeing in these spaces are older white people as well too, who whiteness.
I would say a lot of young people listening to these old people. I'm gonna give you that though.
Oh really? Okay. Because I was gonna say I expect the old people to struggle with the transition, because it's like you kind of got set in your ways and thought this was gonna last forever.
Yep.
If you're a Gen Z, a millennial, like you knew things were changing. Maybe if you're older millennial, not so much. But if you're
they rule the world now. They in charge now.
Yeah. No. If you're a Z, you grew up knowing, hey, like, I don't know what my granddad, he grew up in this world. It's not going to be anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I would say outside of a real war, it's gonna that's the only thing that would maybe reshape some things in a different way. But it's clear that the conservatives and people who probably may go back to the left at some point, those people are talking to young people, I mean, a lot, aggressively, on all social media platforms. I just don't know. I just don't know how the numbers are going to look and when it all plays out.
Well, think about 2016 dissatisfied Bernie supporters who, when Bernie didn't get the nomination, went to Trump. So it's not far-fetched that a lot of dissatisfied, Biden supporters, over this Israel-Palestine thing may, zigzag their way over to MAGA again.
Well, I mean, I think they'll probably sit out. I think that's the biggest concern Democrats should have, is that these people will just feel alienated and sit out because Trump has a record now. I mean, there will be some people, I think, who have enough anger or resentment for whatever issue that they may just,
Do you mean criminal record or political record?
But maybe both. Maybe both.
Well, I mean, it's teaching all of us something. I think it's showing kids and young people a lot of things. If he goes to jail or if he doesn't go to jail, it sends a message.
Yeah.
Saying how much we can tolerate death is also sending a message. I'm very fascinated by the deaths in Palestine and seeing how American young people are going to process it, because they're learning what the real world is right now.
Yeah.
Some of them even sound like it's a video game, which is kind of freaky, by the way, when I'm online on social media. The way the young folks, the big streamers are talking about it with all the young people on the streams with them. And it's because how you see the protests, people are kind of crying out about it. But I'd be wondering, how many people are really affected by this in that kind of way, and how many people who are young aren't bothered by it that much, or maybe like to see war, like to see death.
Or I was going to say the other angle too is you have that element, but then you also have oh man, I lost it. It'll come back.
But yeah, it's yeah, I won't know. I won't know until I start seeing the votes and stuff. I want to see how they play. I want to see how people under maybe 35 or 30 who's going to participate. Are people going to stay home, or are they going to engage and see who they decide, depending on who's running, of course.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's going to be Trump and Biden. Oh, and the other thing with Trump too, I mean, you have the imagery of if he gets off, but then the imagery if he gets convicted. I mean, look at the common denominator outside of the DC charges. You have all these black prosecutors who have brought him down.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, so Fannie Willis in Atlanta, Letitia James in New York, and then Alvin Bragg as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting, by the way. How that's playing. And you don't think he can't leverage stuff like that? You crazy, right?
Well, I mean, you can only leverage it so far. Because if they take him off of a couple of states like Colorado, starting with Colorado first, he could be off the ballot in Massachusetts as well.
And I think maybe is it Minnesota denied it and said we're going to leave on the ballot. I forget which state up there did it. Michigan, Minnesota, one of them.
Yeah.
And I also want to see what inflation, cost of living. I want to see all those things and how people end up playing, how that's going to play itself out when it comes to younger voters, and see if there's any impact there. Because I don't know, did they get a record turnout last time? Did young people vote last election? I can't remember.
The midterms? You mean the midterms?
Midterms, yeah.
No, not the midterms, the presidential election.
2020. Yeah.
Yeah,
there was record turnout. Yeah, there was
record turnout for young voter, right? Okay, so I thought, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually going to be a surge in demographics in 2024 because a lot of your 16, 17-year-olds in 2020 that could not vote are going to be voting in 2024. And so you're going to have 8.8 million new voters coming onto the rolls. I think 30% are actually black, and another 30% are actually Latino, and another 30% are white. And so, and then you have your other 10% that identifies anything other than those other demographics. That's a new demographic of voters coming up onto voter rolls. And so what are they going to do? Because a lot of them are not identifying with the Democratic Party as an establishment, and they don't identify with conservatism, but they identify with leftist politics.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're looking at the cost of going to school, which is student loan debt or cost of entry. They're looking at cost of living, and they're looking at upward mobility. Those are like three factors that they're looking at, trying to move from point A to point B, trying to get an education and trying to live. And they're not necessarily out of the realm for Dems, because Dems have already been kind of working on a lot of these issues. Biden was the one that pushed for the student loan debt cancellation. That wasn't Trump. When you think about UBI from a state perspective, California, New York, these blue states are actually the ones pushing this agenda, not necessarily red states, and not necessarily.
No, Republicans are speaking against it. They're speaking against both of those out loud.
And then you take abortion into consideration, or women's health, health initiatives,
reproductive rights.
Reproductive rights. They're the Dems are the ones trying to defend it and hold it down, whereas Republicans they're just out to lunch on this. I don't know what they're thinking.
I.e. Tuesday domination.
Yeah.
But you know what, Paradox? The thing is, I think like from a conservative side, I think the ironic thing is, I think if you could actually get the Republicans and conservatives to take their foot off like so much on the economic side, to concede the economics, I actually think that they would gain more traction with even younger voters on like conservatism, because I know you come at it from sort of a Christian perspective of the greater thing, because they talk about epidemics that are going on in America, loneliness, and just like what the pandemic has done for people's like social development and all of that. Conservatives, that's where like, church and family and all of these institutions, like that's where they really emphasize these, where liberals are more like, hey, kind of freedom for everybody, social freedom in that regard. That's the only way I could see like conservatives gaining and if they really wanted to gaining a stronghold again, or unless they're going to keep playing the game of trying to indoctrinate people.
No, you're right. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough on the right. It's been tough for a while, in my opinion. And they're trying all kind of tactics, but I don't know. I don't know what they can give up.
Wait, say again.
I was saying I don't know what they can give up. I was just kind of thinking about it real time. I don't know what they can give up.
I don't think it's. I think you have to concede on the economics, and then like you kind of go and play into that whole politics of kind of like you said, how they brainwash people to think like we're hard workers and this and that, and like these people are living on welfare. You fix the economics, and then you double down on that bootstrap rhetoric again.
I don't know if the young people, at least from a young perspective, I don't know if that works on them though, right?
That's true.
I don't know if it's going to work on that group.
Because outside of that, to Mike's point, the issues that they laid out, like I remember they said like Gen Z pretty much killed Republicans in this last turnout in 2022. I know that's why they were putting all the things in place in like Harris County and like limited college students from voting and stuff like that in Texas, because they were like, wait, we these places like Houston, Dallas that are going blue, we can't have that.
They just don't have the numbers. If you look at the numbers, if you look at the numbers from a demographic perspective, people who vote Republican tend to be above 45. And those who tend to vote Democrat tend to be younger and younger, even though with Black people, the largest demographic of voters tends to be your boomers. I think this is the last time this is going to be the last go around for all of that. I think after 2024, you're going to start to see Gen X and millennials really dominate, that area for voting in terms of the Black vote.
That will be interesting too, because I do think that there's something in the ecosystem of, you don't hear it as much from the boomers, but you hear a lot from the millennials, Gen Z. I don't know about the Xers of like, and we look at polling that people kind of feel like, hey, Black people have been way too loyal to the Democratic Party, and The party has not lived up to this side of the deal. So it will be interesting when that group of people takes the reins and like, you know, what their
And I wonder, do black people under a certain age care about that? What you just said either?
Oh, I mean, polling, no, they don't. I mean,
Yeah,
if you go poll black boomers, they are like, hey, we are Democrats through and through. Like, vote blue no matter who. Like that's who they are. Versus like these people under 35, under 30. Like, at least the polling says it's a different game. But I'm kind of looking like, well, you know, where are you gonna go? I mean, you may not like the party and feel this loyalty to it, but I mean, where are you going to go when you have fascism on the right?
The white. I'll go ahead, Mike.
No, go right ahead, Paradox, please.
Now, I was just going to say, I was trying to think, where would you even find young people from the right's perspective outside of Christian kids, white Christian children?
What's his name? Charlie Kirk?
Charlie Kirk, yeah. What about Charlie?
Well, Turning Point US, Turning Point.
Yeah, Turning Point, yeah.
Are the ones who are galvanizing that base, right? You also have.
I don't know if the numbers are though. They're chasing something, and I'm trying to figure out: are y'all chasing under 30 people? You think you're going to convert them to a Christian or to a more conservative lifestyle? They're making it sound good. I'm over there all the time. They're making it sound good, but I'm thinking to myself, I don't think young people in general care about none of this stuff. So I don't know who you're gonna, because you can't compete. In my opinion, you can't compete. So,
right, and I think that Paradox has a lot of feedback. I think the problem is you can't sell whiteness as a political component anymore. I think it's not a marketable thing anymore because of maybe what you could say what happened with George Floyd. Maybe you can go back further to Eric Gardner and Trayvon Martin and Michael Brown. I don't think you can sell that anymore. It's not really trendy anymore. What I noticed in the workplace is a lot of your younger millennials who you would think are white are actually not identifying with white. They're now going back to Europe. European identity now, right? They're now saying, oh, well, I'm not white. My parents are German, or my parents are French, oh no, they're from Switzerland. They're kind of distancing themselves from whiteness now. So when they fill out these job applications and these census forms, they're kind of putting either other or they're starting to identify with like European or some other form of written.
I love that.
Written in identity now. Because they can't use Hispanic, Latino, or anything like that, but they're now starting to find a different way out from white identity.
I like that. I didn't know about that. Wow.
Yeah, I noticed that while having conversations at some of these conferences with some of these younger millennials and zennials now, they're like, yeah, my great grandfather is French, and my mother is German or something like that. And, they're really running down their history now. Everybody's starting to do these DNA tests and they're trying to, go back through their lineage because they're distancing themselves from white identity and a decentering of whiteness with DEI initiatives and belonging in the workplace. And people are starting to move away from that now. I don't know if Turning Point's going to be able to galvanize a base strong enough to actually go to the polls and outdo the left or the Dems on initiatives.
That's why I was talking to Renaissance. That's why I think that's why I didn't even know about that part. That's why they're so aggressive. They've been very aggressive. When you're talking about getting black books and stuff out of schools, killing CRT, even though I have issues with a lot of that stuff for other reasons, but killing CRT, DEI, ESG, language around, white people are evil, whiteness is evil. I didn't think it was moving that fast. So I gotta go look into that more.
Wait, so you were saying you have a problem with them taking the books out for another reason?
No, leave the books, leave the books there. But my point is that what is tied to it, I have a problem with. That's all.
Wait, when you say what it's tied?
Yeah, some of the cultural things from the left is tying a lot of things together and pushing it.
Oh, okay.
And so, I mean, like I said, it is what it is. You got to just take it the way it is. But I just hate that it's like that. We just can't have things done just for us, for the things that we need. It has to be tied to 7 other things. Here we go.
Well, that's
Teach
why
American
when
history
it
and
comes to
include
a
black
lot,
people. Just teach it and leave it and keep it moving. You don't got to do all this other extra stuff.
But see, that's a common. That seems like be a common theme. Is that like, why do we have to have like a sort of a big tent in the sense of that no, that's one of the things I even hear from black men in general is that like, you know, I want to black this thing, you know. If this
I
is
mean,
about black history, it's just about.
I mean, it's not a thing, but it's not a thing. So I mean, you know,
Well, no,
it's just a want. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. You know.
No, I get what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
I've heard that comment from brothers on the right of, hey, you know, whether it be like, hey, I want a black only policy. It seems like people.
That's not real, unfortunately. It's not a real thing.
Well, yeah, people want some, but people want some sort of, and I think what you're alluding to, people want some sort of claim to exclusivity of something.
Yeah.
Like, because you even hear that people always go, well, the Asians got a hate crime bill. And it's like, nah, that's not how that works.
No, that's not how that works.
well, I think a lot of it has to do with trying to dominate social politics, right? This idea that, well, black people are kind of like, because in the Democratic Party, propping up black people tends to make white liberals a lot more anxious and even if not angry at times, because they feel like, you know, black people are kind of sucking up all of the attention and the media attention and whatnot within the party, and so they would like to, you know, kind of marginalize the identity of black people within the movement of the left or the party itself of the Democrats. So what I'm thinking here is that white people will do anything to kind of you know, steer the conversation or derail it, for that matter, when it's about the party in black people, because what that also reminds them is that your whiteness is also a part and parcel to the problem within the party and in the movement of the politic itself.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, people
It
say
is a challenge for them.
Yeah, because a lot of people are like, well, maybe you know, black folks should have got behind Hillary Clinton or something like that. But in reality, you know, whether you chose Hillary or Bernie, you know, none of these people have really had black people's best interest. So why would they automatically assume that that's an automatic victory for them? No, it doesn't work like that. It works like that for Obama because it's obvious why black people would vote for Obama.
Right.
They weren't necessarily voting for Biden. They were voting for Obama. Biden just happened to be on the ticket.
And I think black people outside of a black face, they do want, I mean, in my opinion, you tell me if I'm wrong, they do want you, at least in black spaces, talk to black people.
But
And I think Bernie Sanders made a mistake. And it really bothered me about what he did. I did not like how he played that.
Yeah, because he tried to attach himself to Martin Luther King, the civil rights movement, when you didn't really need to do that. You could have really have come up with the data, because you have the data, and you could have just said, you know what, black men are disproportionately impacted, black people are disproportionately impacted by redlining, therefore we need to have more Department of Justice investigations on these sort of things, and go down the Excel spreadsheet of data findings that impact your demographic of people that you're looking to have vote for you, and say, this is what I would do for these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items.
I mean, but I guess was he wrong in the sense to invoke that?
Invoke what?
His Martin Luther King, his participation in the civil rights movement.
But that doesn't connect with the voters, though. Right? On the ground, that doesn't connect with them. And I think that's what Terrence Woodbury maybe found in his research, is that talking about the civil rights movement, talking about Martin Luther King, that doesn't connect with younger voters below the boomers. It doesn't connect with them. It fails. And so that's why they have such a hard time, especially galvanizing black men, because they don't speak to black men's issues, because they don't affirm black men's issues. And so they kind of just gloss over them. And I think that, if you want to address black men's issues, you have to go on both sides of the spectrum. You have to address the criminal justice system from criminal justice reform perspective, And then you also have to address the issue of upward mobility from a entrepreneurship standpoint, creating more access to the SBA, minority business, what is it? The MBDA, the Minority Business Development Association, taking these same ecosystems that already exist and making it more tangible for Black men at the end of the day. And I think that, white politicians tend to have a difficult time really making that connection. I think that you see it. I think you see better action from state and city elected officials like Mayor Eric Adams or Sylvester down in Houston. Sylvester Turner, Dickens down in Atlanta, Johnson in Chicago. I think Black men connect better with those type of candidates than they do with, let's say a Bernie Sanders. That just doesn't work very well. Because who's your surrogate?
Well, he tried to use Killer Mike and Nina
Turner.
That's what he does. That was two people that I know of.
Well, I mean,
and some far left Black progressives. I can't think of their names right now.
Simone Sanders.
Yeah, Simone and all of them, and some other ones that I follow.
Breonna Joy.
Yeah, but I think his only mistake was he just didn't talk to Black people. And I watched him closely, man. I was like, you know what, you got a good chance here, but when you come around Black, you need to talk to Black people, bro. And he seemed to have an issue doing that, and I don't know why.
I don't know if it's just him. I think the party as an apparatus just doesn't seem to really connect very well with Black men below a certain socioeconomic standpoint. I mean, it's easy to talk to like Raphael Warnock, or it's easy to talk to Hakeem Jeffries or Jamal Bowman, but when you actually have to go on the ground, a lot of those same folks are actually, if you take the politic away, if they were walking down the street, a Black man walking the opposite direction of that white man or that white candidate, that those same people that want to clutch their purse, and be apprehensive to actually engage them. And I think that comes out in the politic itself.
You can feel it almost. I mean, that's why I like Cuomo up in New York. I said that's the one.
Nah, I don't know.
He's gonna connect.
I don't know, man. He got a lot of allegations up under his belt, man. He has to, he's gonna be a.
He meant
scab.
I think he meant like the ability.
Well, he came out with a book to clean up a lot of stuff. You just heard about his book he just dropped a while back, about a month ago.
Well, I mean, OJ came out with a book
to try to clean up some of that stuff, right? But
so Paradox. I was gonna say then, in that sense, I think what you're sort of getting to is sort of what we've talked about before on the Brain Trust is like, this is the appeal of an Ice Cube. Like, if you go and try to talk to a Raphael Warnock or, a Jamal Bowman, someone like that with an Ice Cube, you're not going to be taken too seriously because they're going to know policy and things like that. But for a lot of like working class rank and file brothers, you put Ice Cube out there, and even though he doesn't know anything about the actual plan, that's who they feel. They connect with him.
Well, because he's an avatar of masculinity.
Yeah.
Right. He's not the actual person that can get shit done, but he's just an avatar. And at the end of the day, avatars don't get shit done. It's policy that gets things done. It's the boots on the ground that gets things done. The door knocking and the canvassing of the neighborhoods. That's what gets things done. And I think that, Ice Cube has kind of poisoned the politics for Black men because his face is everywhere. He's always going.
I hate that too.
Yeah, he's involved in something, always showing up for something where he's not really, invited or wanted. Same thing with Killer Mike too. I would put him in the same category.
Same thing.
Oh yeah, no.
And I'm a fan of both of them, and I like what they're doing. I don't have an issue with what they're doing. I just hate that it's not balanced. I just want balance.
Well, I was gonna say no. I mean, Killer Mike
for some reason, Ice Cube can speak for 20 million Black men is insane.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Yeah, because you would.
It shouldn't be that easy. It shouldn't be that easy.
But but here's the thing: you couldn't ask them why. You couldn't tell them what is Ice Cube doing. Like if you went to those men who say he speaks for me, if you come to me and ask, hey, what are Democrats doing that you like? I can give you that. Even if you go to the conservatives, But if you go to these guys and ask them what's you know,
But how can a guy that's been a millionaire for 30 years speak for me? It's weird.
I mean, the guy who
they let Trump speak. You know, Trump supporters seem to let Trump speak for them, and they have zero connection to this guy.
But
I'm still perplexed by that. By the way, my brain still is. How many years has it been? Almost 8 years.
A coal miner
struggling with that.
Yeah, a coal miner who has zero health insurance coverage, teeth falling out, doesn't have clean water, feels he has a closer connection to a New York, hustler, for lack of a better description.
A New York Democrat with multiple wives, a naked wife on the internet. She's naked on the internet. You know that, right? Like she's naked pictures all over the internet.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with Trump. Trump worked around
sexcapades and everything.
No, but Trump worked around people like that. So he knew, because of his father's business, he knew how to manipulate and appeal to those people. And that's kind of what Ice Cube has done with black men. Because I mean, you look at Ice Cube and it's like, this is the guy who made F the Police and Cop Killer. I'm sorry, not Cop Killer. F the Police and
shit, niggas with attitude. Damn name of the group is crazy.
Yeah, the whole group. And he's the one saying, "Hey, cash bail reform is going to destroy Los Angeles." I mean, that's where his politics is, but that's where the image is with these people who have followed him over the years. And I mean, Killer Mike's kind of the same way. I mean, you listen to his politics in his music, and then you see, 1 minute he's over here with the Bernie campaign, next minute he's bigging up Brian Kemp, next minute he's he's at the Revolt Summit, like agreeing with Candace Owens. It's all over the place.
Yeah, he's elusive with his politics, and that's why he can't be trusted. Just like Ice Cube can't be trusted when it comes to politics. Sometimes there's certain things you just don't need to be involved in. I'm an IT person. I don't need to be involved in the development of agricultural farmland in the flyover states. I'm just not involved in that. I don't need to be speaking on it. I don't need to be involved.
I think individual people have what we don't know about. And I think Brian Allen did it and Ice Cube did it. They have issues with industries and stuff.
Yeah.
And I be thinking that sometimes they're on get back. They're trying to they're doing things maybe for themselves, and we don't know about that part because it's just one person. They're not we don't investigate these people. Yeah. I don't know what's driving you to do any of this stuff out the blue.
Well, the other thing, even with the Killer Mike thing, and then he's over there pro-police actually when the George Floyd riots are breaking out. He's on TV with the mayor, talking about how his I think stepfather was a police officer. So I mean, it like I said, his politics are kind of everywhere.
Yeah, but could it be that Killer Mike may have some ambitions later on, maybe in the next election cycle?
That's what it sounds like, don't it? That's what it looked like a little bit.
I mean, but it doesn't follow a logical pattern, though. I mean, like all those positions they're changing every 2 years almost, or like really almost every interview. Like I'm a capitalist. I own all these.
Well, I love for people like him to run because people think Trump is a unique character, but a lot of these people think they're going to get votes, and people voting for you is very different than people liking you. And you know who learned that one? You know who learned that really well is Jank TYT when he ran for office.
Yeah,
he learned the hard way. He's like, "Oh yeah, I guess y'all don't love me." No, they don't.
Wait, is he running now?
Yeah, he's running for president now, but it's a joke.
Yeah,
no, he's just selling a book right now. But the thing here is,
he wants to push other people to his claims that he want to push other people to be brave and actually go ahead and run against Joe Biden and don't be afraid. That's his argument.
Well, remember, Jank is a surrogate for Bernie Sanders, and he's a part of that. He was spearheading an effort to take down Biden because of the Biden, Hillary Clinton sort of thing happened in 2016 and 2020. And so what he wants to do is actually become a speed bump for Biden in the election cycle. But at the same time, you're going to burn up a lot of your credibility because all you're doing is being disruptive, but you don't actually have a end game at the end of the day. It's what are you really hoping to gain from doing all of this? Like, because Robert F. Kennedy he's not the deal. not for black people at least.
Did you watch him? Did you watch him flip on reparations? You watched that?
Yeah.
Y'all read that article?
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
no, I missed that.
Yeah, you know when he came out and said he was on
He was pro reparations, right?
my man's show. What's my man name? Matt Hoffa, the battle rapper. He was on his podcast and they had brought that up, and he basically agreed to it. And probably maybe 3 weeks later, maybe a month later, he put out a press release and said that he's not for reparations, he's for helping everybody, basically. To keep it simple, to give you the short and sweet of it.
Yeah.
Because he was uncomfortable talking about it anyway. That's what I'm always curious about, is if you do something specifically for black people, why is it such a pain? Why is that a pain point when you start to say that? I still struggle trying to understand it from even Barack Obama or anybody. It's like it's a weird thing, and maybe that's because of the Democratic Party structure.
Oh no, I think it's I think if you're talking about a politician, I think it's from a standpoint outside of some I guess like moral what do you want to say, maybe moral points. I'm sure they're thinking, what am I going to get from this? Because I mean, if we're honest, I mean,
who is he going to turn off as well? You think?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's that's what I'm saying. It's a cost benefit calculation in the sense of I'm going to turn these people off, and then to be honest with you, we have a solid segment of us that vote. We have a lot of people, and people like Roland Martin talk about this all the time, like Louisiana and places like this, Mississippi, where you have people registered and just don't turn out. So I almost think of it as like, and that's kind of my argument to people is, hey, if you want more from government, you've got to make yourself a stronger ally. You can't take the mentality of like, hey, well, if I don't get it, I'm just going to, sit out, because to me, that makes you even less reliable as a voting bloc. And why should anyone go to bat for a voting bloc that they feel may not show up?
Yeah, very hot.
Say if RFK says, I'm going to do reparations for blacks and push a black agenda, do you think he deactivates voters?
Yes.
Does he start to ostracize voters? And that's the fear when he talks to his campaign people.
For his demographic, yes. Because his demographic are basically conspiracy theorists, right? Yep. And so they don't
Republicans.
They don't necessarily identify with those sort of ideals. But I think for Biden, it's a little bit different. He can have a lift every voice plan, and no one really questions the legitimacy of it at all. But then again, they don't really market it, as a frontline headliner agenda, right? They don't necessarily do that. It's on the website, but you actually have to dig for it before you actually find it.
And you got to think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, and you got to think he ran in 2022, so that's when you kind of had that leeway to be like, oh, okay, we gotta put black people at the forefront. Because when Biden won and they announced it and called Pennsylvania, and he had that press conference, he came out in his acceptance speech and was like, hey, to the black community, thank you, you had my back and I'll have yours. And I was like, whoa, like,
Well, because the numbers read out, right? In these key battleground states, it was black folks who really came out in support for him. But that's why in those same areas, that's where Trump tried to challenge the vote in the courts.
Oh yeah, no, I get the numbers were there, but even usually when the numbers are there, even a politician coming out saying, "Hey, I'm gonna always have the black communities back," and this and that, like, I even heard rumblings from some conservatives, like, he's gonna do all these things for black folks because he even said it in the speech. So,
well, do you think that there's a lot of feedback coming from Paradox? I'm not sure what's going on. Do you think that he's kept his commitments, right? He got all those black women on the Supreme on the all these nominations for judges, right? He got that done. He put Ketanji Brown Jackson on the Supreme Court, got that done. HBCUs, they got that done.
I think he has for the most part. I mean, I think the things that didn't get done, they were not of his own doing. I mean, surprisingly, I think, you know, if you look at the record, I think, and who is going to stand to benefit, you know, I think he's done a good job, and that doesn't even include the things like you said, Paradox. This FBI, I mean, people are not going to know about that.
No, they're not.
On a national scale. And I mean, like I said, I didn't really know about it. And then even then, like, I don't know enough about the selection process to know. But I mean, you said, hey, if another administration's there, you don't think they get this bill?
Trump,
so.
No, Trump killed it. He killed it.
Oh, so he had originally killed it, and then they.
You didn't hear me say that earlier? Yeah, he killed it. Yeah,
Okay. So this was Biden coming in and restarting something, basically.
It was pretty close to either going to be. It was pretty close to going to either Landover or going to Greenbelt, and he killed it. And they was looking at trying to figure out how to get it into Virginia. So if he would have got reelected, I have a strong feeling that it would be in Virginia right now.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that with Space Command.
Yeah,
like Trump wanted to put it in Alabama.
Yeah,
and basically, I think mainly because of Tuberville and his antics.
Yep.
You know, that didn't help, but
Yep.
you know, they put it back in Colorado before it moved. So,
Where is it now?
What, the headquarters of FBI?
No, Space Command.
yeah, it's in Colorado Springs.
Colorado.
So,
Okay.
yeah, that's where it was located, and they wanted to relocate it to Huntsville.
Yeah, that was going to happen.
Expanded. Trump put it in motion, and then Biden ordered a strategic review. And you know, you've had Tuberville basically for the last almost year holding up these military promotions. So,
Yep. Yeah, so I was thinking, what else? What was one big? Do y'all remember what was a big ask? I guess collectively from Black people to get Joe Biden in office. Was it just the judges and stuff? Was it anything else?
I mean,
in terms of his commitments.
Yeah.
Oh, commitments to the Black farmers. I think that I think he's done diligent effort on that. You start talking about student loan debt cancellation. I think he's been 50-50 on that, but I think he's done more than, let's say, the last administration has done.
Housing.
You talk about housing, redlining, anti-redlining policies that's done. Take into consideration, building strong relationships with Africa in terms of the U.S.-Africa summit. I think that went well for him for the most part. With nothing negative came out of that.
Yeah,
so,
I think.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think it's honestly, I think a lot of people were like motivated by like, hey, we saw what happened under Trump. So I think a lot of that motivated people as well. But I think it kind of goes back to, once again, I think you alluded to it earlier. Black people, we kind of go into like Black agenda and people need this, people need that, and Black.
Right.
But
Right.
Black people, I'd say for the most part, are kitchen table voters, like you said.
Yeah.
Like, hey, jobs, education, quality education, affordable education.
So is that what some people mean when they talk about coming back to the table?
because I was thinking from the left. If you look at our public school systems, and you can obviously blame the left and the right, our public school systems have been struggling probably for 30, 40 years now. I mean, as far as ranking in math and science worldwide, and then a lot of public schools in this country have very low literacy rates and stuff.
Yeah.
But I was wondering, did he target any of that? Because I know you got to deal with the state, you got to deal with the teachers union and all this other stuff.
That's where Joe Biden came in. I think Joe Biden played a role in that.
Okay.
Because you remember, isn't she the head of the Department of Education?
Ooh. Is she? I thought it was that funny looking guy. I think he's Spanish, right? Latino?
No, he's head of DHS. They're talking about.
He's DHS. Okay.
Yeah, I think Joe Biden is in charge of Department of Education. So,
but they haven't rolled out any national plan or anything, right?
No, but I think they've doled out monies to all of these states to actually address some of the inequities in these issues. There's a litany of things on the White House's website from a fact sheet perspective that kind of lists all these things down.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't even have enough time in this podcast to actually go over it. But the thing here is a lot of it has been laid out. And so when people say like, well, Dems don't do anything for black folks, the office of what is it? The commission to study black men and the social status of black men and boys. That's that's the Dems. That's the Congressional Black Caucus pushing that, and Biden has basically co-signed it. So there's monies that were allocated in January for it. I think something like a few $1 million was put into it. So
do you think the issue might be something needs to be a little bit more robust, tangible, visual, emotional?
Are you saying that to really scale?
Yeah, just to connect the two. Like if I say, well, look at an educational system in America, regardless of race, and you say, well, it doesn't look that great. It's been sort of declining for years now. And we have someone who obviously is pro-government and should have the ability to move something. Would there be anything? Can you remember No Child Left Behind? How loud that was, even though it didn't really do much. But it was loud though. And so I was just wondering, was there anything that he's saying? Well, we're going to get reading levels up to X. We're going to do something that's very tangible, it's very visual.
Well, he brought broadband to a lot of black people's homes that were disproportionately impacted by not having high-speed internet during the tail end of the pandemic. I think that was part of the infrastructure bill spending. Same thing with what do you call it? Laptops and stuff like that, tablets and stuff like that, putting them into schools and stuff like that, and these underrepresented, underserved schools, that really came from them. I would like to have seen them go a little bit further with the EPA and the Department of Energy and put in, better HVAC systems in some of these rundown schools that black people tend to be attending, especially at the HBCU level. I thought that should have been a slam dunk. To address, the 102, 103 HBCUs or 107, whatever it is now. I think that's easy because compared to the rest of the 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 PWIs that's out there, you go onto their campus and it's like, where are they getting all this money from? But then you go to an HBCU and you're like, well, how come the state and federal government has been largely ignoring these schools and stuff like that. So I think Biden has done a lot, from where he is right now, but I do think that they lack the philosophical and technical architecture to really connect public policy to action on the ground. Because Lift Every Voice and the fact sheet, it is up there, but for some people who don't read, they need to visualize what's going on here. And I don't think they really found anybody that can be a visual architect and put, connect the dots for people on the ground, even though they're doing all the work.
Yeah, because when you start looking at education rates in different cities and states, as far as like competency level, reading level, math level, the whole list of things, I mean adults and children, and then look at some of the schools in different cities. Mm-hmm. That's why I was saying it probably needs to be visual, just because the education level isn't there. I think to deal with some of the stuff or to read some things on the website or whatever. I think it's interesting that you have low education but expectations, to go research stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of a disconnect.
I mean, think about how people were connecting this idea that Trump did all these things for HBCUs without actually doing the research.
And let everybody out of jail, let all the black people out of prison, everything. Like let 2 people out of jail.
I don't know how you increase that the volume on messaging from that standpoint, because how does a lie that comes out of Trump's mouth become fact without anybody verifying it? But when you talk about what Biden actually done,
right?
Even if you don't like him, you're like, oh, that's pretty dope. Oh, you mean, we're gonna get voucher, tax incentives for e-bikes that largely will be deployed into black communities and have bike lanes that go with it. That makes a lot of sense.
Obama had that same problem. Is that a lot of things? He passed some of the bill. This is insane, by the way.
Yeah,
but it wasn't loud. They didn't for some reason they didn't want to sell it. And one thing Trump is very good at is marketing. And so he knows that I can do a little bit, be loud about it, and people can kind of sink their teeth into it and kind of run with it, even though if it's a misnomer.
You know, what's interesting paradox is that they don't consider Biden to be conservative, despite the fact that he is, despite the fact that he is like completely integrated into the Catholic Church. That's the part that I don't get, right? It's like, how do you put him in the same categories, like, let's say, Elizabeth Warren, when you have Trump walking around DC with the Bible upside down, with making ducky lips to go with it? Like, that's the part I don't get that. Like, they see him as this sort of hardline conservative with no track record. Whereas Biden is the guy with the track record of conservative ideals, Reagan conservative ideals, I should say. And no one connects the dots that this guy's actually a conservative being pulled to the left because of the party's politic.
Yep.
That always blows my mind with black people in the black manosphere, that they look at Biden as an ultra liberal, and I'm like, you do realize
from it.
Well, people look at him like that until they start bringing up the crime bill. Then all of a sudden, that comes up, and then I don't know, they try to distance that from the right as far as like tough on crime policy. But then when you want to attack Biden, you want to attack him for the crime bill, and I'm like, wait. So if you want a soft on crime policy, you want him to be more liberal, then, right?
It's a good point. And soft on crime is a setup for black people, unfortunately. I hate it. I hate to say it.
Yeah, I just find these things to be interesting. I don't know if black people are like ambulance chasers or
I just think it's messaging, man. You gotta connect. I don't know what the problem is. My mind just can't get around. It's not that difficult to talk about your accomplishments and to connect it to black people if it's for black people, if it's helping black people.
But there's no policy coming from Republicans or the right, whatever you want to call it, that would articulate that they have the best interests of black people and specifically black men. Like they'll connect Governor DeSantis's bill on or legislation on not 50-50 custody, alimony. Oh, that's a victory for black men, even though it doesn't say anything about black men or black people in there at all. They'll connect that, even though it's not pitched to black people or black men. But when it comes to public policy on the left or coming from the Democrats, that does look out for black people's interests. Oh, you guys always begging for reparations.
Like you saying, you gotta ask where it's coming from, because the thing is that if 80 to 90% of black people vote for Democrat, I don't think there's an argument. So if people are on the internet talking, I mean, a lot of it's just talk at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, the black vote is captured. So we can yell and scream all we want from the right. It doesn't really, they don't have any real weight to it. You can say whatever you want to say at the end of the day. You're not going to move those. You're not going to move those numbers. I don't think you are. I mean, I'm in areas where you have tons of black families married. They all vote Democrat. They make tons of money. They're successful people. I mean, they voted 95% clip.
Well, I think the thought is sort of, hey, that that they're seeing, people are at least banking on, they're seeing that black male vote increasingly tick up with Trump.
Yeah.
So, but then
again, I think it's temporary though.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's
because the Republican Party doesn't they don't do well. They're kind of doing race now, but they don't do race. So they're not gonna put anybody out there, any kind of surrogates, any kind of
You don't think Tim Scott's a surrogate?
Okay, I give you Tim. I don't think Tim resonates with black people, but I give you that.
What about Byron Donalds?
Oh, you don't think Tim resonates with black people, really?
I don't know if any. I'm kind of thinking I'm off on my feet right now. I don't think any black conservatives resonate with black people. I think we're all sellouts. So I don't think it connects with any. I mean, I don't know where those blacks are.
Well, I guess in the sense
I don't know what any of them can say that connect. I watch all of them. I don't. They're not connecting to black people.
No, well, when you say connects, like, do you mean like, hey, like people see that as like this could be someone like an uncle in my family, or you mean just like when they start talking about policy, it's just
no, just unspoken. I mean, well, either way, honestly, either way, I don't.
Because there's a difference between someone who, you know, they may be black, but like you don't relate to. I mean, you have a black experience, but just it's so different that a lot of black people just don't relate to it. Like, I think there's a difference between that and like, okay, he starts talking about bootstrap politics, and of course he's not going to relate to us.
I don't know. The way the Republican Party is as a whole, if you're a black person speaking for that party, because of how it's structured, I just don't think it's relatable in general.
Do you
so
think
even if it's a blackface on there, they're not able to. What they have to say doesn't connect with the Republican Party. They have to sort of carry that line, and so however they try to say it, even in blackface, I just don't think it connects.
What about Dr. Rice?
Not on scale. On scale?
Dr. Rice, Dr. Condoleezza Rice.
Right. On scale, no. It don't connect.
It didn't do anything for black women either, right?
No, it doesn't connect.
Crazy.
It doesn't connect. I mean, I don't. It's just not. It's not going to work. Like I can't make it make sense. But the Republican Party would have to bring in ex-Democrats and let them talk black under the Republican Party somehow to start to bend. You know what I'm saying? To start to bend people's minds or something. The language doesn't work.
Yeah,
and that's ironic with Condoleezza Rice, because I mean, you could argue from an accomplishment standpoint, she was like a precursor to Michelle Obama in the sense of accomplishments. Not, I don't think she has quite the
gravitas.
The gravitas or the cachet socially. But if you look at the accomplishments of, you know, where she got in such a public role in the Bush administration, but you did not see black women run into this woman like that.
But Republicans have to speak a certain way. If you listen to anybody have any kind of interview, any kind of speech, we could play any video right now of anybody having an interview, giving a speech, giving a talk, giving a lecture at a university. If you listen to how they're speaking, it just doesn't work. The things that they're saying, what they're trying to relate things back to, it's a turnoff, right? Because when they're speaking, they're going to have to mention names like George Bush, Ronald Reagan, founding fathers. Like they're going to have to say certain words to hold the whole frame within the Republican space. And black people do not. The last time I checked, in general, we're not going to connect to any of that. We haven't been taught to connect to it. We don't speak in that type of language. It's like almost like a foreigner speaking to you a lot of times. The way our brains, I think, kind of in politics kind of process. I don't know what they would have to do. And Trump isn't a Republican. He's not from that space. So of course I can see him shaving off a few points from some black people who are whatever, you know, ex-Democrats or whatever they are, right? I can see how that can happen because the way he is.
Right.
But he doesn't fit Mike Pence. He doesn't fit whoever I want, you know, pick somebody. I mean, he doesn't fit.
He's the polar opposite of all of those people.
I
don't know if having Tim Scott as a VP does anything for him.
Nothing.
But I can see Tim Scott being a secretary within the cabinet. Now, what that secretary would be, maybe HUD, right? You know, because that's what they put him.
That's right. They always put him.
Lord, like they put what's his face, the
Ben Carson. Ben Carson.
Yeah, Ben didn't connect. He should have. I found that fascinating.
But he just endorsed Trump last week. Yeah.
But when he ran for office, and he ran as a Republican for office, for whatever reason, I was thinking that he would resonate, and he didn't resonate. I was surprised by that.
I think he got too tied up in Trumpism. Like, I think he could have resonated in the sense of, like, he could have probably tried to pull the whole bootstrap angle because of his story. And the fact that people like knew about him. He had a standing in the black community before politics, but you know, when Trump sort of took center stage, it was just kind of like, well, you got to kind of acquiesce to this, and then you know, you end up saying things like immigrants, comparing immigrant experience to slaves experience and stuff like that.
He was just
it just doesn't work.
And I don't know if being around Republicans all the time in those spaces just, you know, does something to your mind or what. I don't know. I don't know why you can't just talk normal and be normal.
Because the audience that they're trying to capture happens to be of Anglo-Saxon persuasion, right?
Yeah, I get it.
And so that's why Tim Scott, Byron Donalds, J.C. Watts, they don't come off as authentic at all. Whereas, you know, Jamal Bowman or Hakeem Jeffries, you know, you hear them speak and you hear their, you know, the cadence in their voice and all their, political positions. This seems really authentic. This seems like somebody who's really down, you know, who's been around the block a couple of times. They know what the deal is.
I don't know why you just wouldn't. I don't know why you just wouldn't code. Yeah, I would just code switch. I don't even understand that. White people understand what it is.
Yeah. I
don't even know why is that part missing? But Tim Scott's a weirdo anyway, though. When I see him with his fake girlfriend, I don't know, he's gay, obviously, but there's nothing wrong with that. It is what it is.
No, I don't think he is, because if he's going to be that way, then you would have to put several Republicans in that box too.
So, my man Lindsey Graham, and I mean it's a whole host of them.
Well, what I'm saying here is, I think Tim Scott would be more believable if he came out with a black woman who was a Christian in some church somewhere. I think that would have been way more believable than anything else, because coming out with a white woman in a state like South Carolina with all those black people down there, you're telling me that the only thing you can choose is this right here? Nah, man, I'm not buying that, man. Like that's I don't even want to go into the gender politics thing.
He wasn't being. My thing with him, he's not being authentic. Just be yourself. Like be whoever you are, be that person. Whatever you're showing me isn't real.
So he's got a girlfriend that he's parading around now.
Yeah, he said he with a girlfriend he's been with for 1 year, and they both love the Lord. I don't even know what that means, but okay.
Yeah, I don't get these guys, man.
She looked like a staffer that he hired, bro.
Oh, probably because maybe because something was going to come out at some point that he was fraternizing with one of them.
Because your girlfriend at that level, especially, is not going to come on stage on international television with what she had on. I just don't. None of that makes sense to me. I could be just reading in too much into it, but hair is not done, disheveled. I mean, wrinkled clothes. It just was weird.
Wait, I mean, you got to think, like, Cory Booker ran for president, and he didn't have a wife or a girlfriend at the time. Like,
he's gay too.
He actually
he had what's her face? Rosario Dawson.
Well, I think when he announced with his mother. I remember his like mother and like his grandmother or maybe his aunt or someone. Like, he signed the papers with them. So, like, because I had an uncle who donated to his campaign, and he was like, if we see him out here with a woman, in the next few months, you already know what it is. Like, someone was advising them, hey, you need a, you need to deal with the fact if you're going to be a serious candidate, people feel like the president or someone who's running needs to have a wife.
But I don't know if that necessarily is the deal anymore, right? If you think about Massachusetts, governor of Massachusetts now, first state to have 2 non-heterosexual women in the lieutenant in the gubernatorial or the governor's mansion, for that matter. Never been done.
Were they married?
No, they're separate. They're 2 separate people. They're from 2 different regions of the state, but they just both happen to be a part of the LGBTQ community.
But they're single, though. Is what you're saying?
No. I think the governor herself is in a relationship with a woman, but I don't know about the lieutenant. But I'm saying that politic, I don't know if that really holds up anymore. I don't know if that holds up anymore with voters, because she overwhelmingly cleaned house around the state, both her and the lieutenant candidate running. And so, and it looked like she's going to be on track to clean up again. I don't see anybody taking her out of her position. But from that standpoint, I mean, Kathy Hochul, in New York, governor of New York, she overwhelmingly cleaned house, and I don't see that hurting her either. Not that she's a part of the LGBT community, but I'm saying the presence of a man or a patriarchal sort of perspective is not there for either of these candidates who are running.
Well, I'd say those are more liberal areas in the sense of maybe they can get away with less concern of that in that sense.
Once you go national, you'll find out what we really are. It's going to happen at some point, of course.
Well, I mean, if people are saying, if it wasn't like I said, Booker tried to do it, obviously, but Warnock, he's not married. He was married. He's divorced now. I know Ossoff, when he won out of Georgia, when he ran the first time, when he ran for actually a House seat before he ran for Senate, he was running with his girlfriend, and that was one of the things they pushed him to go. Hey, you need to marry her. If you want to win, So yeah, it kind of varies by location. Now, I think it's definitely trending in that direction.
Yeah.
No, that's funny on Tim Scott of hey, I love the Lord, and this is the one. He's 55, almost 60 years old.
Yeah, it just didn't look. You normally kiss your girlfriend. I mean, I don't know.
At least he's willing to do that. I mean, Lindsey Graham's not even willing to do that.
No, he like boys. No, he ain't doing that.
Well, he was wasn't he in the U.S. Navy as a JAG officer?
I think so. Yeah.
Maybe take the J away, put the F there. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
But but that shows you the power of the religious zealots within the conservative movement. That
it's flexible.
Really?
I think it is.
Wait, what's flexible?
He said the religious zealots. I think that in their culture, outside of what we're talking about, their culture, I think it's a part of their culture in general. It's just coming out more now than in the past. And so they may be hard Christians or hard Catholics or whatever, but those cultures clearly has a homosexual bent to it, regardless of how hard they're trying to be so-called religious. There's clearly something going on in their culture historically.
I mean, it's repressive. So
yeah.
I mean, so if you have this, I think it's sort of, hey, if you have this sort of mentality of people have to fit in these very strict boxes, it either is going to push people out or it's going to push people underground.
I'm just saying they just don't want it out. But I think they've adapted to it a long time ago.
Oh, okay, I got you. It's just funny you have someone like South Carolina too, where once again they're from the same state, and it's not just them, because I know the governor of Alabama, they have the same accusations of her, like she's just,
the things that these people do in DC, bro, it's unreal. Left and right, but the conservatives especially. I mean, some of these whorehouses that they get caught in, all these sexual exploits that they get caught in, but they're ultra Christian conservatives,
I mean, some of that is just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Like some of that is, hey, if I want to engage in the degeneracy, but I don't want the fallout pushback from it, I just have to, play that game and sort of take my lumps. Because, I mean, I remember talking to a very conservative guy at my job back when I was living in Atlanta. Very, very straight laced, went to church every Sunday, this and that, and he's telling me how, a lady showed up at his church from a swingers group and was trying to recruit women and men into the swingers group.
Jeez.
Out of the church.
Yeah. Yeah, the church is a strange place. And sometimes the more aggressive they are with religion, the more I think that they might be gay.
Yeah, I can see that definitely.
That seems to be a very common behavior pattern in those organizations. So, and the longer I live, to see it come out more and more is just, it's crazy. That's why I think a lot of that's probably why a lot of things got passed from the left, because the right is acting like they're really mad about it and they hate it and it's a horrible thing. But I'm like, you guys participated in it.
Well, here's the thing: you can't. Well, now you can't even hold it against the left though, because you got to think when the right struck down what was it, gay marriage? That took no time to get through the House and the Senate to enshrine it in law. And I mean, that was something
y'all weren't that mad. Y'all not that mad about it.
No, and I mean, you did have some who held out, but I mean,
of course,
you had some. I think Liz Cheney actually, doesn't she have like a gay sibling or something like that?
Yeah. His
the youngest one.
Yeah, she voted.
Yeah, Dick's daughter's married to a gay woman. Yeah,
so I mean, I mean that's sort of the thing is I think I think that sort of goes because I mean that vote I think they kind of knew, hey, this is gonna pass. I can throw some red meat to my base and not really alienate some people at the same time and get to my vote won't be anything deciding. But I'm like when Obama gets blamed for Obama pushed the whole gay marriage thing. I'm like you had a legal
he took the hit for that.
Yeah, you had a legal ruling that came out under him, which was controversial at the time, and then almost less than a decade later, the legal case falls apart, and you have like just almost like a standard vote to enshrine it in law. So I mean, I don't know if that's some of the things you consider degenerate, but there doesn't seem to be anything turning that back. And me and Mike know we talked to a lot of the black conservatives in this space. That seems to be a recurring issue. Is this 4-letter group, and I guess this stuff they feel is being pushed on them,
even when there's no evidence of it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm like equal rights for everyone, but
Yeah, this society as a whole has been moving in that direction for quite a while. So.
Yeah, but I feel like black men have taken on the culture war in a way that wasn't around before. I mean, you go back 60s, 70s, the fight was very much civil rights and upward mobility and integration. That was the fight, and then somehow, I'm not sure where it came in at, but it seems to me that around just the last 2 election cycles, the culture war has just come full swing for black men. And now they're engaging in things that don't necessarily have any return on investment for them, but they want, like, they'll hold Democrats to, a standard of, you got to show me this, and this. But when it comes to Republicans, they're like, I'm really considering going over there, even though there's nothing over there though. There's nothing over there for them. We really think about bills, initiatives, legislation. There's really nothing over there that's exclusive for you, but you only hold the exclusivity of tangible items with the Democrats. And I'm like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because why would they do that if you're just going to go give away your vote to the Republicans anyways? And so the whole LGBTQ fight doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because that was never a fight before. That doesn't make any sense. That never made any sense to me.
Well, I think a lot of brothers have gotten the right has almost, and this is where they may gain a foothold again with black men, is they've done a good job of, at least for white men, tying masculinity to the right, and that whole John Wayne type of politics, rugged masculinity. I think there's probably some strategy in, like, trying to bring in an Ice Cube or, a 50 Cent or, some of these people who represent sort of that hyper masculinity in black culture, and black men kind of feeling like, well, sort of getting absorbed into that same sort of politics versus someone like Obama, who for all intents and purposes, or even really, truth be told, probably rank and file black politicians for the most part are going to be seen as more of like the elite of the black community, in the sense of these people are probably educated, maybe even have a master's degree, a law degree, whatever. That from that standpoint, lives are probably, unless they grew up in sort of a working class upbringing, are not going to really relate too much to the everyday, quote, everyday brother, as they like to say in this space.
Yeah, there's definitely. I'm sure there are some. Well, yeah, there's some room for that. I noticed that some of the conservatives have started to do. They're trying to do, like, I guess, some movies and stuff, some films, some other things to try to push getting back to manhood. And so you're gonna probably find non-white men, leaning in that direction, regardless of black, Asian, whatever, Hispanic, whoever.
Well, for them, that's going to be a recall. Like, for them, that's going to almost be like a calling card of, hey, reclaim my country.
Yeah, because they're not going to talk about race. They're just going to talk about manhood. And so, if you're not race conscious, you're gonna miss a lot of that and just go with, well, they are talking about men being strong, men, Jordan Peterson or whoever, men being strong, this and that.
But do they really want strong men? Because if they did, I don't see any black men over there that reflect that level of masculinity. Truth be told, I don't see it over there. Who over there represents the masculinity of black men?
You mean an actual politician, not just in general? Huh?
Yeah, elected officials. I mean, I don't see them, fist bumping, Tim Scott or Byron Donald. They're not making those black men the front runners of masculinity, so to speak. Like if you were,
I hate to say this one, he didn't win, but sadly so. This may be an insult, but Herschel Walker was kind of in that element, in a sense of, hey, former football player, so that was his claim to celebrity. He's loved in the state of Georgia because he won the Heisman Trophy. He doesn't have to be the brightest man in the world, but he carries this sort of celebrity cachet. If he would have ran,
What are you loading up, Paradox? A Glock 43?
Oh, you can hear that?
I know you're in DC and all, but it can't be that bad out there.
Nah, that ain't that bad.
No, but like, if you take Dems into consideration, right? Jamal Bowman, frontline guy. Hakeem Jeffries, frontline guy. Obama, frontline guy. Like, Dems know where to find their masculinity for men. So when I hear people say, like, oh, the left's a bunch of pansies and they're all wusses and stuff like that, I don't know about that, man. I don't know if I want to get caught up. The way Jamal Bowman approached, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I thought he was going to knock her head off, right? Or at least that's what she perceived it, right? Like, it seems like the authenticity of masculinity is represented more within the Democratic Party or on the left than it is on the right.
Well, the ones that they put up lose, because I put another one that comes to mind, Mike, is Judge Joe Brown.
Yeah,
he tries to play into that whole like old school masculinity.
He does.
Martial arts. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna go out into the city of Memphis and put these people in check, and
didn't even make the cut on the roster.
Yeah. But
he ran for mayor, right?
Yeah, he ran for mayor.
That was last month. Yep, October.
Yeah. To your point, I think it's the guys they go for are just so.
Well, I think on the right, I think they're probably trying to produce the idea and then just overlay it over whoever. If they can seed that idea in your mind, just like they did Trump, to make them appear a certain way. I don't know if you have to be that way.
Well, I think it's a hard sell in the sense of if you go to that extreme.
Tucker Carlson being considered masculinity to me is hilarious, right?
Oh yeah.
But he will sell the idea of it, and I think that's enough.
Well, I think you run into on both sides really. Not both sides. Both on the black and the white side is that if you try to put up, say, that type of masculinity that you're trying to sell, they're just going to sound really dumb. when you start talking politics.
Well, but a lot of times they'll get a military guy to come on some of these shows and some of these podcasts, and they'll interview them on Fox News. You know what I'm saying? They'll find men to fit those things and kind of overlay them over top of the other people, I think.
Alan West was, I guess, another one who technically, that military background, and he tried to play that card too, but didn't quite work out.
No, it didn't work. He tried though.
No, he was Texas GOP for a while. I mean, I guess that gave him some kind of.
He came out of Florida. He was in the house in Florida before.
Yeah, he was in Florida.
Yeah.
But
he ended up in Texas.
Yeah, he was the Texas GOP.
Yeah, but even the Texas GOP didn't like him like that. I mean, I'd heard some people on one of the other social media sites who was involved in Texas GOP was like, "Hey, this guy's kind of a jackass." To be honest with you.
No, I wonder with him. I wonder is he too serious? Yeah, I can't remember now. I've heard some stuff, but it's been so long. I can't remember some of his speeches. But I was wondering, do you think was he too serious?
I think he was too ambitious within the party itself, and they didn't like that. I don't think he was too much of a complete idiot, because if you can say that Tommy Tuberville, is this sort of credible person, I don't see how he's more credible than, let's say, than what's his face. So,
well, I think he ran into what all Black conservatives see to run into is like very few can get out of it is like just being over the top. Like it's like you have to be to the right, and then you have to be like 2 or 3 notches over the top of like people on the right. You can't just, the only person I've really seen master it and he wasn't on the right was like Colin Powell. Like he had enough of the military accomplishments to be like, to sort of give that where you really couldn't try to knock this guy's masculinity, but then he had enough of the demeanor and like the moderate, standpoint, level head to, to sort of balance that out to actually be like at least a viable candidate if he wanted to run. But, he killed it when people started, criticizing Obama and he endorsed them.
Yeah, he had to put that middle finger up to the Republican Party on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, twice, 2 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
y'all gonna blame me for that war? Okay, I got you. We do it.
Nah, that's true. That's true. That's real true. Nah, but like, I mean, maybe J.C. Watts too, but I honestly didn't know enough about his politics and like what he said publicly. And the ironic thing with him is he goes and then starts BNC News. So,
well, I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, BNC didn't make it, right?
No, they got bought out. They got bought out.
Yeah, they declared bankruptcy and then got bought out by the Grio, I think.
By the Grio.
Byron Allen bought out.
Byron Allen.
Yep.
Anyway, let me close out.
Okay.
I know DC pressing me to close out, so.
All right.
Nah,
thanks for having me on, man.
Nah, same here. Thanks, DC. Thanks, Paradox. See y'all on the other side.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Yep.
DC, you still there? All right. Well, this is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox. Until next time. Peace.